Hi, welcome to SAP training. In this video, I want to set the expectations for this course. First, who is this course for? There are 4 different kinds of people who take this course. The first group is the fresher. So these are folks who come right out of college and then they don't have any experience, obviously. And there is another group who have some level of experience, but not necessarily in SAP. They could be a non-SAP consultant, non-IT or IT, doesn't matter. And another category is the SAP consultant. He or she is already an SAP consultant, but not an consultant. For example, he could be FICO or SD or CRM. And finally, we have another category called the end user. So these are folks who use the system. They are users of SAP systems, or they want to be users of SAP systems. It could be in any domain: PP, SD, FICO, finance. This is a broad categorization on who can take this course. Now, in terms of what they need, these folks overall typically need 3 things. Number 1, business scenarios. When I mean business scenarios, we're saying, for example, in SAP what is a purchasing cycle? Who is a vendor? What is planning? What is MRP? How is invoices received? What is logistics invoice verification? These are all business scenarios. The second topic is end user transactions. Some examples of end user transactions could be how to create a purchase order, how to issue an output of a purchase order to a vendor, how to receive an invoice from the vendor, how to post it in the system, how to clear that invoice. These are all end user transactions. Simply put, this is how you execute a business scenario in SAP. The third thing, of course, is the configuration. In configuration, you learn how to configure the SAP system to suit the requirements of the business. Now, in terms of who needs what, a fresher who wants to be an SAP consultant would need the business scenarios because they're just fresh out of college. They wouldn't know how the material management procurement system works. So they would need to first be taught business scenarios. And of course, they need to be taught end user transactions. Because once you understand the business scenario, you need to be able to do that in the system. And on top of doing it, they also need to understand how to configure the system so that user will be able to do it the way they want it. So a fresher or an experienced consultant or an SAP consultant typically would require all these 3 different things. An end user, on the other hand, will need to know end user transactions and maybe business scenarios, but he doesn't need configuration. So this is the matrix of the type of people who can take this course and what they need. This course covers all the 3 pieces: business scenarios, end user transactions, and configuration. Why learn Well, there are many different modules, right? There is SD, there is finance, there is CRM, there is SRM. So why learn It's easy to learn. It's really, really easy. Compared to other modules, is really, really easy. There are some modules like GTS which are really shorter than in terms of scope. But if you take the core modules like SD, FICO, CRM, MM is easy to learn. And of course, MM has plenty of jobs. Now, every company needs procurement. Even service companies need to buy. For example, take Deloitte. It's a service company, but it still needs to purchase. It purchases services, it purchases servers, it purchases rental space. Every company needs to procure. And procurement comprises of the bulk of MM, material management. Now, some companies also need inventory management and planning, and they're all part of MM. So the point being, all these business processes and especially procurement is fundamental to any company. It could be a small company, it could be a big company, it doesn't matter. It's fundamental to every company. So that is another reason why you got to learn MM, because every company requires it. So you're gonna always have your job. And who can learn SAP MM? Anybody. Anybody can learn SAP MM. There's no doubt about that. Anybody can learn SAP MM. You don't need to have a lot of experience. You don't need to code, or you don't need to understand complex languages like Java or ABAP. All you need is some common sense and willingness to learn. Now, how is this course taught? If you take a company like Starbucks, right? So this is the Starbucks angel or whoever. Starbucks has thousands of stores, right? I don't know how many thousands. Thousands of stores. And of course, it uses an ERP. Doesn't matter, SAP, Oracle, doesn't matter. It uses some kind of ERP. And it has a huge org structure. So there's a CEO, and then underneath that there are different functions, right? You know the drill. But if I want to start a coffee shop, right? Just one shop. I want to start a coffee shop like this. I'm the owner, so no org structure, no complicated things. How different is running this shop from running a coffee shop of Starbucks? I have to procure coffee beans. I have to store and manage the inventory, meaning coffee beans, creamer, milk, whatnot, any bakery items. I gotta do my HR. I might have 5 employees or 10 employees. Still, I need to do HR, right? I need to manage their payroll. I need to manage their promotions. I also need to do planning. I gotta plan the inventory very much ahead of time. Otherwise, I'll not be able to give them coffee. Starbucks also needs the same thing. They also need to procure coffee. They need to store and manage their inventory. They need HR. They need planning. Everything that I need. They just need it on a much, much larger scale. Thousands of times over. But the business processes very much remain the same. So I'm going to immerse you in the business processes that are required to set up a coffee shop, of course from a material management perspective, so that you understand things with a much smaller scope but covering all the business processes. That way, by the end of this course, we would have covered most of the business scenarios in SAP MM. The next thing that I want you to understand is the perspective that you should be taken when you're learning SAP. Typically, there are 2 different kinds of ways business transactions can happen. One is B2B, none other is B2C. B2B stands for business to business. B2C stands for business to consumer or customer. Let me give you some examples. If you're trying to buy coffee beans for the coffee grinder at your home,
or you need some flour at home, what do? You go to Amazon.com, say, or Walmart. You select your products, then you pay, take the bag of coffee, put it in your truck, and go home. Simple. So the process of buying coffee beans for home or for retail consumption generally is pretty simple. Imagine the same scenario happening in our coffee shop. My coffee shop, although small, is still an example of a B2B transaction. How does it happen? So there's this shop, there's a plant where pastry is being manufactured. So this is the factory, and right next to it there is a storage location where I store the coffee beans and whatnot. And this, of course, is the coffee shop. Somebody from the stores who's managing the inventory. So the store manager observes that the store is running out of coffee beans, say by the next 3 days, and he informs the shop floor manager. The shop floor manager is responsible for the overall operations, let's say. And he says, we are going to run out of coffee. The shop floor manager raises this to the general manager of the store, right? And the general manager is going to raise a purchase order. And this is going to go to the vendor. The vendor is going to send the goods, later an invoice, and somebody in finance is going to pay the vendor, right? So if you want to buy coffee beans, the process is just not that simple. This is just in a single coffee shop. So in contrast to B2C, B2B is complex. If buying coffee for a simple coffee store is as complex as this, imagine Starbucks buying 100,000 pounds of coffee. So this Starbucks, and they want to buy 100,000 pounds of coffee. What happens now? That's probably like $1 million, right? So step number 1, Starbucks is going to create a purchase order. Step number 2, probably there is a vendor screening process that happens, or pre-screened. So there's a process of vendor selection. And then step number 3 is budget. Somebody higher up in the chain is going to approve the budget. Number 4, place the order. Number 5 is goods received. Number 6, quality inspection is done. And finally, coffee is stored in the stores or in the warehouse. And then if one of the stores needs some coffee, then coffee beans is issued to that store. Just say the store on Michigan Avenue. The process of doing all of this is complicated. There's a long decision making process. Whereas if you want to buy the same coffee for yourself, it's very simple, right? You're the approver. You're the QA. You go inspect the coffee for smell. You're the logistics provider. Meaning you take the coffee, put it in your truck or car, and you drive home, right? You are everything. You do all of that. In a B2B scenario though, there are different sets of people doing different sets of things, all to make this purchase happen. Another difference is in a B2B scenario, goods are paid after delivery, right? You know the process. A PO is raised to the vendor sends the goods, the vendor sends the invoice is paid. So there are 4 steps. So the goods are delivered, that's step number 2, and step number 3 or 4, it's paid. But in a B2C scenario, you pay before delivery. This is a typical case, right? Example, Amazon.com, Walmart. Swipe your card, put your card in, take the goods, and before you take the goods, you're already paying for it. There are some occasional usage based scenarios in B2C, like Comcast or any kind of service where they won't know how much to charge up front. In that case, you pay after. So in such kind of situations, you're sent a bill later, after usage. Except for those usage kind of scenarios, for regular scenarios where the price is fixed, you almost always pay before delivery. So what's the point I'm trying to make? The point I'm trying to make is, if you want to learn SAP or any other ERP system, think from the perspective of B2B, because that's what these softwares are built for. B2C is served by different class of software. ERP software typically deals with B2B. And we'll talk about some of the scenarios where SAP plays a role in B2C situations. But for the most part, if you want to learn SAP, think from the mindset or perspective of a B2B. So what are the things that we have covered here? We have understood that B2B scenarios are complex. They're not as simple as buying coffee from Walmart. So it's a long decision making process. It takes time. There are people identifying the need, there are approvers, and there is a whole logistics chain and finance involved to pay the goods. And typically, you pay your goods after you receive the goods. How do you install the SAP GUI? Your access provider will give you a dump of the SAP GUI. It's just a piece of software that you use to connect to SAP. Think of it like a browser. A browser to the internet is what the SAP GUI is to SAP. Just open that folder, double click on it, go to this folder, go to GUI, Windows 32, then click Setup, click Next. For practicing SAP MM, all you need is the SAP GUI. Click Next. If you're satisfied with the location, click Next again. And it's going to take a while. And it should be done in like 5 minutes. Close this. And your SAP GUI is ready. So the next step is you want to get connected to SAP. So it's like clicking your browser, opening it, and then typing in an address, right? Like Gmail or whatever. So the service that you want to connect to will be entered in the browser, right? So similarly, open the SAP GUI and click on this new icon. Click Next. And this is the screen where you specify the address of the service or the server that you want to connect to. For example, I want to connect to an ECC server. So just name it as ECC, and the application server is the exact location that you want to connect to. For example, if you want to connect to Gmail, you connect mail.google.com, or if you want to connect to CNN, you say www.cnn.com, right? So if you want to connect to your SAP server, you can either use a domain or an IP address. Example, in my case, I'm going to connect to a domain, ecc6.domain.com. This is just an example. So your service provider is going to give you the exact IP address of the domain. And you have to enter an instance number, and that will be given by your provider. The ID will also be given by your provider. So you need to enter these three pieces: ID, number, and an address. Click Next, Next, and Finish. This is the simplest way to connect to SAP. So click on Login. You put your user ID here and you put your password here. So that's my user ID and that's my password. Hit enter or click the green check mark. Okay, we are now logged on to SAP. Think of it. I don't want you to really understand everything about the SAP GUI at this point. As we start doing transactions, we'll start to know more about subtle things. Think of it like a browser. You move forward and backward in browser, right? You move forward in SAP GUI using transactions, and if you want to go back, there's a back button. The menu over here is very much like your Gmail list of links. You go to Gmail and say click on circles, anything with a hierarchical menu. So under circles, I have my family, friends, acquaintances, and following. If I want to see my circle of friends, what do? I go to circles, and then inside that I click on friends. Right? Simple. In the same way, if you want to look at a transaction, so this section here is called the menu path, and it's hierarchical, just like the way we have seen circles in Gmail. So if you want to execute a transaction, you got to first select what you're trying to do. Say if you want to create a purchase order, if you want to look at your circle of friends, you go to circles and then friends, right? So if you want to execute a purchase order, you want to go to logistics, material management, then go to purchasing, purchase order, and then create. So this is the transaction that you execute. It's just that there are more levels of hierarchy, nothing different. And don't worry about understanding all the levels right away. It's just not possible. You'll just see a pattern when you start doing things. Now if you go here, click on extras and click on settings, you'll see that each one of these transactions, for example, vendor supplying plan known for creation of purchase order, there is a technical name associated with it. It's also called as a transaction code. If you want to enable it, you go here and check on this option. So this is how you enable transaction codes or T codes. So check on that, click OK, and everything is going to collapse. And you start expanding the menu tree, and you're going to see the transaction codes. You see the transaction code here, ME21N. So the transaction to execute purchase order creation is ME21N. So this is an example of a transaction code or T code. So if you want to create a purchase order, there are two ways to do it. One is double click on this in the menu. The system will start to create the purchase order. You enter some details here. Another way to do the same thing is to go to this field over here. It's called the command field, and enter the transaction code there. What is the transaction code for this? ME21N, right? So this window is where you're going to enter the transaction code. I'm going to enter ME21N here. Put your cursor there, type in ME21N. Hit OK. The same thing, right? You're again taken to the purchase order screen. So two ways to execute a transaction. One via the menu path and another via the transaction code. If you keep continuing to use the transaction again and again and again, you can drag the transaction to the favorites section. There are some other things that you need to know about the GUI, but we can learn about them as we go through the rest of the classes. Now we are going to talk about the purchasing lifecycle. I'm going to open this coffee shop, and right next to it I'm going to have a factory. I use this to make and store goods. I need this to run my coffee shop. I need some simple stuff like coffee beans, flour, sugar, and stuff like that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to find a vendor who can deliver this stuff for me. So I'm going to go to Google, find out who the nearest vendor is. say call him ABC Goods or ABC Foods. And I'm going to call him over the phone and say, I need flour, say 100 pounds. I need sugar, say 50 pounds. And I need coffee beans, say 20 pounds to start with. So this vendor is going to take some time to deliver the goods. Say in 5 days, he's going to deliver the goods. He's going to deliver flour, sugar, and coffee beans in the respective quantities. And somebody in the stores is going to receive them. And store it somewhere in the location. A couple of days later, he sends us a request. And that request is for payment. It's going to say, okay, bill number 23205, just some number, and it's going to say flour 100 pounds, and say 1 pound costs $1, so that's $100, and sugar is 50 pounds, and 1 pound costs say $2, so that's $100, and coffee beans is 20 pounds, and each pound say costs $4. It's going to be 80. So this is at the rate of $1 per pound. This is at the rate of $2 per pound. And this is at the rate of $4 per pound. Right? And the total here is going to be 280. And say there's a tax of 10%, sales tax. That's going to be 28. And the total is going to be $308. That's what we should be paying this vendor. Again, this comes as a paper invoice or an email, and it comes to my address. And that's the request for payment. So I have some time to clear this invoice. As soon as it's sent, say this is sent on Jan 5th, this was sent on say January 1st, this came in on January 5th, and say this came on January 6th. Now, I have some time to pay this invoice. I don't need to pay it immediately. So I have some time. I take my time, and maybe on Jan, say 25th, I pay this invoice. So what we're doing is basically sending a check or cash for $308. So let's see what's happening here. So there are 4 steps that happened here. First step is called, this step here is called purchase order. The second step is called goods receipt. because you're receiving the goods into the warehouse. The third step is called invoice receipt. You receive the goods and now you receive the invoice. And the final step is payment. Step number 1, 2, 3, and 4. This is the basic life cycle of a purchase order. There is a purchase order that goes out to the vendor sends the goods, the vendor also sends the invoice, and we pay the vendor. So how does my week look like? So I'm here, this is my vendor, and on Jan 1st I place an order, a purchase order, also called a PO. Jan 2nd week I could place another order, my second order. This could be for something else. Maybe I need more flour, more coffee beans. On Jan 3rd I place my third purchase order. Say on Jan 10th I receive some goods, and that's related to the first POC. On Jan 12th I receive goods for the second PO. Jan 14th I receive the invoice or bill. Invoice is just a fancy word for bill for the first PO, and so on and on and on. These set of activities, sending out a purchase order, receiving goods, receiving invoices, and me sending out payments, keep going on and on and on. Say after 6 months I want to find out how profitable I am. So I want to understand, say, how much I have spent in total. So total spent. I also want to understand the total stock on hand. I want to understand the totals spent or paid per month, meaning how much I spent in the month of January, how much I spent in the month of February, March, so on and so forth. How would I know that? It's all in your mind, meaning in my mind, maybe in some piece of paper somewhere the vendor has sent. How would I track the totals and summarize what's my financial situation? How do I solve this problem? I need to document things. Need to document. Unless I document all the different processes that are happening every day, I wouldn't be able to track things and make any meaningful analysis out of it. So here is what I'm going to do. I am going to buy 4 different file folders. 1, 2, 3, and 4. The first file is going to be called a PO file. The second file is called receipts. The third file is called invoices. The fourth file is called payments. Remember, we had just 4 different processes. On week 1, say on Jan 1st, I sent a PO, and I'm going to take a printout of the PO that I sent and file it in this folder. It's going to say I'm sending a PO to this vendor, ABC Goods or ABC Foods, for so much of flour, so much of coffee beans, so much of sugar, and the expected price is say $200. And on Jan 2nd, the second PO, first PO, second PO, and on Jan 10th, I get a receipt. The vendor is going to send the receipt, right? This is going to be similar to how Amazon sends you a shipping label. So that comes along with your package, right? So it says here are your products and these are the quantities. I'm going to file it in the receipts folder. Number 1. And on Jan 10th or 12th, say, I get an invoice, file it here, the first invoice. On Jan 25th, I do a payment. I put it here. That's it. My problem is solved, right? What is the problem that I solved here? I just documented all the activities that I've been doing. Just put them in separate folders. Well, let's talk about the problem that we had. If I wanted to find out how much, say, coffee beans I ordered last month, can I answer that quickly? Yes. All I have to do is go to this file, pick up all the purchase orders that I have sent to the vendor, create in the last month, sum it up, and look for the coffee bean items, add them together. Right? Another question. How much outstanding payment do I need to provide to the vendor as of today? Can I answer that? Of course. Just go to all the invoices. Any invoice paid to this vendor is going to be marked as paid, right? So this invoice is paid, this invoice is paid, this one is paid. Billing and invoicing is the same. These are two different terms. That's it. How about another question? How much coffee beans did we receive last month, say? Easy, right? Go to receipts, find out all the receipts that have been filed, look at all the coffee bean items, quantities and prices, sum them up, and we have the answer. So what did we do here? We documented things, and through the process of documenting, we are able to answer so many different questions, right? And what I'm going to do at the year end is take my files, PO files, receipts, invoices, and payments. I take them to my accountant, ask him to log them, consolidate them, and finally he prepares the profit and loss statement, which is a fancy word for how much I made and lost, of course, in that year, and what stocks do I have, and finally prepares a tax statement, and that is going to be filed as a tax return. Simple. right? I've completed 1 year of business, prepared a P&L, filed the tax return, and everything is in order. Well, this will work for small companies. If I am running the show, this will work perfectly fine. But what if I expand from one store to multiple stores? This is store 1. The next year I make some profits, I'm going to open another store. Can I keep filing papers and folders and keep doing the same business? Well, let's see. So I open my second coffee shop, and I can be at both places, right? I have a manager here. So he or she is going to take care of the stuff in store 2, and I'm going to take care of the stuff in store 1. And we repeat the process again. We have folders here 1, 2, 3, and 4. One for store 1, and another set of folders for store 2. So this manager, say, does not understand purchasing. So whenever there is a requirement for flour or sugar, he tells me, and I am going to act on it. Meaning I'm going to place a PO, get the goods, and he's going to tell me how much is in stock. Just like store 1 has a factory to produce and store goods, store 2 is also going to have a factory. How would I know what is the stock situation in store 2's factory? How would I know goods consumption? Meaning how much coffee is being consumed, how much flour is being consumed, how much goods are being created. I won't know unless I go to store 2. If store 2 is just nearby, I can just go there and then get the picture. Imagine store 2, store 3, store 4, store 5. I cannot be everywhere. I need some kind of a system that gives me a picture of the stock situation in any store that I own. How do you solve that problem? We need some kind of a centralized software. So there's going to be some kind of a computer, maybe in one of the main stores, that every store manager, this is store 1, we have store 2, store 3, everybody should be able to log in to my server, just like you log into Gmail and access it from anywhere, right? So each of these store managers should be able to log into the server and update the stock situation, like how much of stock is there at hand and what has been delivered. So for example, if any time I want to know what is the stock situation in store 2, I should be able to know it. Just go look up store 2, maybe there's a separate folder for that on the server, and get an idea. This is the centralized software that we're trying to learn here. Very simple. Think of this as SAP. I know it doesn't make sense to do SAP for 3 stores. But imagine Starbucks. It has thousands of stores and it's just an extension. 1 store, 2 store, 3 store, 100 stores, 1,000 stores. They are going to have some kind of an ERP. And we are going to learn SAP with just 3 stores or 2 stores.
We're going to divide this section into 3 parts. The first part is going to be purchase order. The second part is going to be receiving the goods. And the third part is going to be receiving the invoice. And along the way, since we are going to look at the SAP GUI for the first time, we'll take a couple of detours and understand the different aspects of the SAP GUI. Let's get started. So first part, create a purchase order. How do you create a purchase order? In order to do a transaction in SAP, SAP GUI provides us a huge menu path. This is called the menu. And it's hierarchical. For example,
this section deals with logistics, and under logistics you'll have materials management, sales and distribution, warehouse management, so on and so forth. And then there will be a section for finance. There will be a section for office related tasks. So it's a hierarchical menu. If you take or material management, it's under logistics, and under material management you'll have a ton of other hierarchical structures like purchasing, inventory management, so on and so forth. Let me show that to you. So this is what I was talking about. You have logistics, and underneath that you have material management, sales and distribution, production, plant maintenance, so on. Under material management you have purchasing, inventory management, invoice verification, physical inventory valuation, so on and so forth. To create a purchase order, the menu would be under purchasing, purchase order, and then create. Click on vendor supplying plant known. Just double click it. This is how you see it when you click on the transaction for the first time. You don't need this. This is all for information. Just close this. Most of the screen looks like a blank screen right now, but don't worry, we're going to fill it up. The first task that we're going to do is to select a vendor. We have to select a vendor to create a purchase order. How do you select a vendor? To select the vendor, there's a little drop down here that you can use to search for the vendor. Let me show it here. If you place your cursor on the vendor field, this little pop-up opens up. And then click on that set of squares and you see a pop-up. Now, I'm showing this pop-up in full screen, but depending on your screen's resolution, it could show itself differently. What is the search criteria we want to use to select the vendor? We know this vendor is in Chicago, so we're going to use the city of Chicago as search criteria. So type in Chicago, and when you hit on the green check mark, you're asking the system to search for all the vendors residing in the city of Chicago. And these are the set of vendors residing in the city of Chicago, right? So Cigna PPO, Fidelity 401k Services, Merrill Lynch, Cigna, so on and so forth. So this is called the vendor listing. You have used a particular search criteria called city equals Chicago and search for all the vendors in that city. Now I've selected a vendor, say 1222, and then did nothing. Say, where is 1222? Here is our 1222. Just double click that, and then it gets itself placed in the vendor field, and then do nothing. What happens? Nothing happens, right? But if I hit enter or hit on this green check mark, then the system pulls the information against the vendor 1222. As you can see, it says now that it's ABC Supply Company. That was not how the screen was previously, right? So it pulled the information on the vendor as soon as you hit enter or the green check mark. That shows us something. Whenever you enter something on the screen, the system would not validate it right away, because we are looking at a client-server architecture. This is the GUI. Think of something that you do on the browser, like a Gmail or something. Whatever you do might not be validated immediately. So unless you hit enter or click a button like send or something, that's when the browser reaches out to the server and validates certain data. Hitting enter or hitting the check mark are equivalent. Both are the same. When in doubt,
always hit enter. Then you see this message here called enter purchase org, and you see that the color of it is red. What does it signify? What it means, this is a hard error and you can't proceed forward. Meaning, you hit enter, you try to enter something else, it doesn't let you. It's a hard error. So whenever you see an error, you have to address it first before you move forward. In this case, the system is asking you to enter purchase org data. Don't worry about what purchase org data is. Just enter purchase org data, purchase group and company code, and we can proceed forward. So we're going to enter 3000. We can enter any purchase group. If you don't know, you can just go here to search help. You know the double squares, right? Select that and select any purchase group. Select the company code of 3000 and hit enter. So we have entered our purchase org and purchase group, and the entire header has been filled up for you. What do I mean by the header? It's this section, the one that is highlighted in the blue box. It contains a set of tabs like delivery, invoice, conditions, text, address. So when I said the header is filled up, you might have a question. Is it really filled up? Because you only see the org data tab. Just go to the rest of the tabs. Click on each of the tab. Delivery, invoice. You see the data like net payment terms is filled up. Incoterms is filled up. Currency is filled up. Go to conditions or texts. The data is all filled up for you. Why? Because you have entered the vendor and purchase org data. Okay. So where do you think it got the address from? For example, the 100 North Avenue 60606. That's the address of the vendor. So you have selected a vendor 1222 ABC Supply Company. As soon as you have entered the vendor and entered the purchase org data, SAP has already pulled the data for you into each of the respective tabs. So the header data is ready for you now. So when you create a purchase order, the first thing that you do is to enter a vendor, enter purchase org data, and your header data is ready. And then we have these sections that you can use to expand and collapse different sections of the purchase order. How many sections do we have? We have 3 sections. One is the header, second is the line item, and the third is the line item details. We'll see it in a moment. So these are the collapsible sections that I was talking about. For example, you can collapse the entire header by clicking on this button. You can collapse the entire header, right? And you can expand the item overview. Like I said, there are 3 sections, right? The header section, item overview, and item details. Now you can open the item details by clicking on this button. And if you want to get the header out of the way, just click on this and the header will just be collapsed, and you will have the entire grid of line items for you to enter nice and clean. Right? So this is the grid I was talking about, line items grid. Because you have collapsed the header, it's out of the way. But it's still there, just hidden from your view. Once your header is done, we start to enter line items. When I mean line items, these are materials that you need from that vendor. What do we need? We are a coffee shop, right? We need flour, we need sugar, that kind of stuff. This is where you enter a material, or your materials or products that we are talking about typically have a code. It's called a material master. We'll talk about material master later, but for now, let's just see if we have a material called flour. Again, what do? We go and use search help for that. Go there and type in star flower star. Why are we using the stars? The stars are being used because we don't know how the material is called. Is it wheat flour? Is it flour and then white, or is it uh, what combinations of words are used with the word flour? So that's the reason why we use star flower star. Star is like a wildcard operator in SAP. Whenever you want to search for something, star is your wildcard operator. What it means in this case is search for everything that has the word flower in it in any possible combination. Again, use the green check mark or hit enter to let SAP search. See, these are the words that I was talking about. We have corn flour, we have wheat flour, we have enriched flour, we have flour, whole grain, hard wheat flour. Point being, flour, the word flour could come in any possible combination. Let's go and select just the flour, BP401. That is the code that's given by somebody who has created this material master. Okay, again, I'm using the word material master. Don't worry about it. We'll get to it in the later chapters. So double click BP401 and then hit enter. Okay, now it's asking you to enter a plant. How do you know that? You see a warning message here at the left bottom corner. Enter plant. So it's taken the focus over to the plant column to let you know that you have to enter a plant. So what have we done just now? We have searched for a material using wildcard operator and selected a particular material, in this case BP401, and hit enter. And now it's asking us for a plant, right? So what is a plant? A plant is a place where goods are manufactured. So this is your coffee shop, right? This is your coffee shop, and each coffee shop could be associated with one or more plants. Why do you need a plant for a coffee store? So you don't just sell coffee, right? You sell some pastry, you sell some bread maybe, or you sell some stuff, right, along with your coffee. Imagine your Starbucks coffee store. Apart from coffee is just some of the things that they sell. Where are the rest of the things manufactured? They're manufactured in a plant, a factory. It makes your candy, it makes your pastry, all that kind of good stuff, right? So you can go ahead and enter a plant here. Again, we can use the search help and enter your plant. Like for example, I want to enter the Chicago plant, 3100, right? Just double click it and hit enter. Right? What is the next thing that you have to enter? It says net price must be greater than 0. So it's asking you to enter a price. And go there and put $4, $5 per kilo, whatever the price is, right? And hit enter. Right? And the next thing is to enter a quantity. Okay? We enter a quantity of say 100 kilos. So what are we doing here? We're asking the system to create a purchase order with this vendor, ABC Supply Company in Chicago. For what? For flour in 100 quantity at a price of $4 per kilo. Right? Oh, by the way, if I did not enter this, right? If I did not enter this, hit enter, you'll see that it's asking me to enter a quantity, right? This on the header or on the toolbar is where all these messages that the system is throwing are accumulated. So if you look at that, there were so many different messages that the system was throwing, right? So it says vendor not found, or enter a price, or enter a plant. These are all the different messages the system is throwing at you, which is just saying, I need this information to proceed forward, right? That's how the program of purchase order is written. If you want to look at the list of error messages at any point, you can just click on this button in the PO header and you'll see all the messages. Right now we have entered everything and everything is clean, and this button is gone here, right? That messages button is gone. Whenever you see that messages button, this button, that just means that there is something pending for you to enter in order for the purchase order screen to proceed forward, right? And then there are different kinds of messages that get thrown at you. So in this case, anything with a red is typically an error message, right? And you know that by the type of the message. E stands for error, right? And another word of caution, sometimes you might not know where to enter a plant, because plant is, for example, on this screen you don't see plant, right? You got material, you got quantity, you got unit of measure, kilos or whatever, you got the price, but where is plant? Plant is a little bit onto the right, so just use the scroll bar to scroll to the right, and there you have the plant. Just in case you don't know where the plant is, or you don't know where certain fields are at the line item level, remember there is a scroll bar that you can use to scroll right and left and then figure out where your particular field is, right? So we have selected a plant 3100 for Chicago. There are many plants, we've just selected one plant, and then we have entered a quantity 10 kilos, 100 kilos, right? We have also entered a price of $4 per kilo. Sometimes this could be pulled in automatically. I'll show you examples of when it will be pulled in automatically, but for now we are entering a price. Now why do we need to enter this price? Now quantity anybody can understand, we need this quantity, but why do we need to enter a price? The price is the expected price that we have negotiated with this vendor already. You don't just create this purchase order with the vendor just like that, right? You would have already called them, or you might already have their price list. So you know what the expected price of flour is from this particular vendor. In this case, it's $4 per kilo. When there are no more errors, this button is gone, and then you have a clean toolbar and a clean header and line items. That means that there are no more errors. You can go ahead and save it. And what happens when you save it? Let's see. Save it. And the system takes a moment to create the purchase order for you. And after it creates the purchase order, it's going to give you a unique purchase order number. Think of it like the order number that you get when you place an order on Amazon. Whenever you place an order on Amazon, you get a unique purchase order number, right? That's unique across Amazon, meaning I won't get the same number as you. So it's unique across all Amazon's orders. So this number 45000171775 is a unique purchase order number the system has generated for this document or this purchase order. When you create an order on Amazon, you see the order number instantly, right? It's the same as that. But we have to get this purchase order over to the vendor, right? How do we do that? Let's see. Now, first thing is you need to have a copy of the purchase order. You can't just send the order number, right? He wouldn't know heads or tails of it. The order number also needs to have the line items, meaning what we have ordered, in what quantity, what is the price, and so many other details that go into it. You could take a PDF of it, use email.
You could just use a phone and then call in to the vendor and give him the order details, or you could fax it. There are different ways in which you could send this to the vendor. The first thing is, let's do a print of the PO, right? That's the easiest way and the most conventional way to do it. How do you do that? You gotta first go and open the PO to see a preview of it. And how do you do that? You go back. So this is the purchase order screen. If you want to create more purchase orders, you can just put in a vendor again, a different vendor, same vendor, and you could put different materials, so on, and create more purchase orders. But we are done with creating purchase order for now. So we're going to go back and go to change, double click on change, and you see the system by default opens up the last created purchase order, the one that has been created most recently by you. Many people could be creating it in the same system. When you open the purchase order in change mode, it pulls up the last created purchase order by you. And here you can do a preview of how this purchase order is going to look like when you print it. How do you do that? You click on this button, print preview. Click on that and it will show you a preview of how this purchase order is going to look like when you print it. Alright, so this is how the purchase order is going to look like. You see, it's got an address, it's got our delivery address, it's got the line items that you've entered, the quantities, the prices, the purchase order number, all that good stuff. Right? So you open the purchase order and clicked on print preview, this button, and you see the print preview of the purchase order. Right? This is just the print preview. If you want to actually print it, it's not from here, it's from a separate transaction. The reason why it's done is because there should be a log of printing a purchase order. So that's why it's a separate transaction that has the flexibility of running in online mode or in batch mode. So you go back and click on messages right under the purchase order section. So if you look at the purchase order, I opened it, and underneath that you have messages. You open that up, and this is where you print the purchase order. Double click that, and of course your latest purchase order number is right there. Right? If you want to print another purchase order, you can use the search criteria to select for purchase orders. And in order to print it, the first thing you have to do is execute this transaction. So it's going to validate certain things and pull out your purchase orders. For example, if you want to print like 10 purchase orders, you could use this transaction to enter 10 purchase order numbers. We don't need to know how to do it now, but that's the reason why the screen is a little more elaborate than you might have thought. Now, once you enter your purchase order number, click on this button. Whenever you see this button that has a check mark and a clockwork kind of a icon, that's always execute. The system pulls up the purchase order, select it, and then click on output message. Right? If you hit the green check mark, that means the system would have automatically created a PDF for the purchase order and issued it to the printer. And which printer does it go to? This printer, LP01. Now, the printer LP01 is configured with a certain HP or Canon printer that's configured out there somewhere. And right here, you can also do a print preview, like click on display message by clicking on the purchase order, and you can view how the PDF is going to look like. Alright, so that's how you print the PO. Right? You select your purchase order number, one or more, and then hit the execute button. And if there are more in the list, you select whatever you want to print and click on the output message. Right? So we have printed a PO
and then maybe dispatch that to the vendor via mail or FedEx or some kind of thing. All right. Now let's try and answer these questions. The first question being, give some examples of the search criteria to select vendor during PO creation. So let's go and try and create a purchase order again. So go to logistics, material management, purchasing, purchase order, and then create. And when you hit that create button, you'll be taken to the previous purchase order screen, meaning the purchase order that you have previously created. And when you click on this button, that's when you're asking the system to create another purchase order. So click on this button, and then it opens up a blank screen for you. Go there and select your vendor. So what are the search criteria we have? We can search by city, which we have done previously, Chicago. We can search by name. We can search by postal code. And we can also search by country. So you can go and put in US, Canada, Mexico. You know, for a multinational company, the vendor could truly be anywhere. And then you could search by, let's see, what are the other search criteria we have? We could also search by address, right? So these are all the search criteria that we have, right? So let's go and answer that question. So give some examples of the search criteria to select vendor during PO creation. The answer for that is, you have city, which we have used already. We have zip code. We have name. We have vendor number, so on and so forth. Second question, what is the org data that's entered in the PO header? Now we have entered 3 pieces of data in the header. Let me close this and select a previously selected vendor. Now how did I get this drop down? What I've done is I have hit the backspace on the keyboard. Place your cursor on a field and then hit the backspace. When you hit the backspace, the system pulls down the list of previously entered values for that field. In this case, I've entered these list of vendors. So I've select 1222, which is the latest vendor. And then the question here is, what is the data that we have entered in the org data? So this thing that you see here is called org data. You know, you don't see the data word here, but it's org data. So we have entered 3 fields here: purchase org, purchase group, company code. So purchase org, purchase group, company code. Don't worry if you don't understand these things. We're going to learn about this in the next set of chapters. The third question is, can you enter a 0 quantity at the line item level? Let's see. So let's enter some purchase org. And then again, you know, I've entered the material for flower here, right? So how do I pull it? I do a backspace on my keyboard, and then it lists a whole bunch of materials. I select BP401 because that's the one that I've entered. And over here, let me put a quantity of 0, okay, and hit OK. And then it says enter plant. So where is our plant? Remember, you have to scroll to the right. Same thing here. Do a backspace, select 3100, and it says enter a quantity. That means that it does not allow a quantity of 0. That means that you always have to enter an order quantity.
All right, what's the next question? So, can you enter a zero quantity? The answer is no. What is the material number for hard wheat flour? Let's go search. So instead of this material BP401, we're going to search for hard wheat flour. Star flour, hit enter, and then this is hard wheat flour. So it's CP-FD1105. Now, it doesn't matter what that material number is. The reason why we have that question is so that you can practice some things on an SAP practice system. Okay, what is the error message you receive when you enter hard wheat flour for plant 3100? All right, let's see that. So enter, right? And then we want to enter a quantity of say 100. For which plant? 3100. 3100. Click OK. It says material not maintained for plant. We will look at more details on this error message a bit later, but for now just understand that you cannot enter any material for any plant. Think of this scenario. Not all materials are created or manufactured in all plants, right? Some plants manufacture some materials, or some plants store some materials, while other plants store other kinds of materials. It also depends on the facilities available at that plant. Alright, let's move on. So use plant 3200 for this material and enter a price of $2 per pound. So instead of 3100, the question asks us to enter 3200 and then enter some price, right? It gives you a warning. Order quantity violates rounding rules. There is something called as a rounding rule. Let's not get into that. And you just hit enter and that warning is gone. But it still shows you that there are warnings for that line item. You can always click this and see what are the warning messages for that line item. If you want to see the overall messages, you can hit this button, right? So use plan for 3200, the PO goes through. All right. So those are the answers to our first exercise. Let's move on to the next chapter. In this part of the video, we're going to see what happens after that. The vendor receives the PO and the vendor says, okay, I'm going to send it now. Maybe he'll take some time, 5 days, 10 days, depending on how long it takes to procure those materials. Say in 10 days, he sends us the 100 kilos of flour, right? So he's going to load them up in a truck and then send them over to our plant, because we've asked them to supply it to our plant, because that's where we need the flour. Now, along with the truck and the goods comes the packing slip. What is a packing slip? You have seen this when you receive an order from Amazon, right? So when you receive an order from Amazon, in the large brown box, there comes a slip, a piece of paper that says, this is the quantity, this is the material, this is where it's coming from, and this is where it's going to, right? So it's going to my coffee shop, right? And this is the address of my plant, my telephone number, and my customer ID. This is how the vendor refers to me, 25412. And when was the order placed? Say on 1st January 2016. What is the order number? This is his order number, the vendor's order number. And this is my purchase order number, right? So this is where the cross reference is important. I call it potato, he calls it potato. Doesn't matter.
It's the same thing. We have different copies in each of our systems. The purchase order, I create a purchase order in my system, number as 45000, and the same order, when he receives it, he's got his own ERP. He enters it as a sales order in his system, so, and it's got a unique number. The vendor uses that to refer to that purchase order or sales order, and I use this number to refer to my purchase order. And don't worry if you don't understand it. It's not important. Not unless you understand the sales processes, you understand what's a sales order number. That's fine. We are talking about purchase order numbers here. And then we have our flour, what quantity, right, and how much has been shipped. Now let's go ahead and say the truck has come in, and we have to now receive the goods into our warehouse, right? How do you do that? Right in the purchase order hierarchy, we have different sections, right? Create, release, blah blah blah, and then we have something called follow on functions, and under that we have goods receipt, and under that we have goods receipt. So let's go do a goods receipt. Do you want to save it? No. So under follow on functions, we have goods receipt. Click on that. Right here you can enter your purchase order. What is this transaction? How do you know what this transaction is? If you click on this little button here, or if you click on these little set of arrows here and click on this button, you'll see a transaction here. It's called MIGO, M-I-G-O. So that's the name of the transaction, MIGO, M-I-G-O. It's a technical name, and the actual transaction is goods receipt for a purchase order. The transaction is MIGO. That's how you can find out what is a transaction code for any transaction that you're doing. Some of them might not have a transaction code, but most end user transactions do have a transaction code. If you want to see them in the menu path, because for example, if you look at this screen, you don't see MIGO here against goods receipt. But if you look at my screen, for example, let's go back. If you see MIGO, right? How do you enable that? You go to extras, settings, and then ensure that you have the display technical names checked on, right? If you don't have that, you won't see this MIGO here. If you have that, click OK. You'll have all the technical details there, like so. Okay. Follow on functions, MIGO. So that's how you enable transaction codes. All right. Now we want to receive the goods that the vendor has sent. into our warehouse. Now the vendor has taken 10 days to send us the goods, right? In the meantime, you'd have created so many different purchase orders, either to the same vendor or to different vendors. So how do you pull back the PO number that the vendor has sent? You could take that packing slip, right? There was a packing slip, remember? This packing slip contains the PO. You could use that. Just type it in and then pull your PO, or you can use search to pull in the PO based on dates or based on who created it. So these are all the search criteria that you have. You can search by company, you can search by purchase order, you can search by purchase document, so on and so forth, right? You can also search by vendor. For example, if you want to look at all the purchase orders created for that vendor, you could do that. Let's see how to do it. So click on this button, right? We're going to search for purchase orders. Click on that button, and then instead of this tab, go to the vendor tab. Where is it? Purchase documents by vendor, right? And then put your vendor 1222 and click OK. So these are the purchase orders created for this vendor, and I'm looking at the one that is created on 2016. Just select it, click OK, and then as usual hit enter. The system is going to pull the purchase order details here, right? You can go to the material, and that the material is flour and the quantity is 100, and where did we ask them to be delivered, Chicago plant, so on and so forth. The system has already pulled all the details for that purchase order, right? So the materials quantities are automatically pulled from the purchase order into the screen. Remember, the purchase order was a different transaction. This is a different transaction. So into this transaction, SAP has pulled all the details from, if you think everything is okay, you can do a visual inspection, and if you think everything is okay, just say item okay. That means you're giving it a thumbs up. Let's do it on the system. Click item okay, right? Hit enter and click post or save. You can do a check as well, to see if there are any errors. And if the system foresees errors, it shows you what the errors could be. In this case, this is a standard error that you might get when you're working on a training system, an IDIS system, right? Posting only possible in periods 2006. Almost, you're going to see this error almost all the time in a training system. But when you do it in a productive system, you might not have it. So what does this really mean? Accounting, especially material accounting, don't worry too much about it. What it says is the accounting periods are still only open for 2006, period 11, which is November and December. But we are now in 2016. So the system is 10 years behind because it's a training system. Nobody has updated it. So it's the duty of the finance consultant to update it. And how do you update it? You go to a transaction. So we're going to close this here and we're going to do a transaction called MMPV. You want to save it? No. So go to a transaction called MMPV. Okay, click OK, and then put your company code 3000. Then here put in 12/2006 because that's the period that we have to open. Because 11, I believe 10 and 11 have been closed. It says it's not the current year 2006, which is fine. Hit enter, and it says current year is 12/2006. So we gotta open 01/2007. Okay, so we are entering the next open period. Okay, so period closing is complete, log issued. So this is the message that you see when SAP has successfully closed a period. To understand this a little bit, let me give you a little bit of information here. So we're in 2016, right? So in 2016 has, let's say by convention, has 12 periods, Jan, Feb, so on until December, right? So each period is labeled as 01, 02, 03, all the way until, at any given point in time, only 2 periods of material management or material accounts are open. For example, we are in April, which means 04 and 03, the previous period, should be open by default. You cannot have more than 2 periods open. But because this is a training system, the system was stuck almost in 2006, right? That was the last transaction anybody has done, maybe, right? Now we have got to close each of these periods and then move on to 2007, close each of these periods and then move on to 2008, close each of them and then move on to 2009, on to 2016. So we've got to close 10 years worth of periods to come to the current period. Right? This is not a problem in a productive system because it will always be up to date. Because this is a training system, this is something that you have to do to really come up to speed. It doesn't take long, really. It looks very it looks very time consuming, but each year doesn't take more than 2 minutes. Okay, let's do it on the system real fast. So another error that you might get when you're executing this transaction is you have to enter a storage location. What is a storage location? A plant is where you manufacture goods. Well, that's the traditional definition of a plant anyway. A storage location is a place where you store the goods. Now, why do we need to have so many different storage locations? For example, if I'm a coffee shop, I store flour, sugar, and all the different kinds of raw materials. I store coffee beans maybe separately because I need to preserve the flavor, so it needs to go into a certain location, and I might store baked goods separately. The point being, a storage location is a place or a conceptual location where we store goods, and one plant could be associated with multiple storage locations. For all practical purposes, think of a storage location as a warehouse. So this plant in Chicago, for example, could be associated with 2 or 3 different storage locations, or it could be just one. And your storage location need not be always based on materials. It could be based on physical location. For example,
If my plant is in Chicago, my storage location for coffee could be in Schaumburg, and for something else based on convenience could be in Naperville or in Lincoln Park or any other suburbs, because real estate is cheaper there. Just like the way we have given a plant a number, each storage location will be given a number to. It could be a number, or it could be alphanumeric, or it could be simply alphabetic, like BKG1 for baked goods or Naperville 1 for Naperville. So you flag the item as OK and try to do a check again, and you get this error. So where do you fill the storage location? You go to storage location, and you can either go to the drop down and select a storage location, or you could just enter the storage location manually, like 0001, if you know the storage location. So that's how you fix the storage location issue. Another error that you might have is also related to posting periods. This time it's not the material posting, it's the finance posting. Again, if you're starting for the first time, don't worry, it's not very important, but just know how to fix this. In order to fix this problem, you have to go to the transaction OB52. It's a finance transaction. Select your company code. When I talk about company code, it's the data that you entered in the purchase org data tab. And then for the ending year, make sure you end it in the current year. So this is 2016, so I enter 2016 here. It's really simple, I'll just show it out. So open another tab, go to OB52, scroll down to 3000, and for all these rows, I've already made the correction, but you see it was 2008 before. Now I've corrected that to 2016. So now you would not get that error, but if you get that error, this is how you fix it. So you go change it and save it. Now you're all good to go. Just save the document. And here you have the material document 5/2503. So this is the material document that's posted. Now, how do you check if you have 10 kilos of flour or 100 kilos of flour? The way to do that is via the transaction MMBE. The transaction code is MMBE. Where is it? It's under inventory management. So under logistics, material management, don't open up the purchasing section. Instead, open the inventory management section. So go to inventory management, and under inventory management, go to environment, stock, and MMBE. Let's go there. Go back and open up logistics, material management, inventory management, environment, stock, and stock overview. Now if you double click stock overview and type in MPP401, hit execute, you'd see that this particular warehouse has a stock of 100,198 of this flour. So in this case, it's kilos. Now, how do you know that the 100 kilos that we have just received has been added to this lot? Well, you really don't know. A quick way to understand it is to create another order again, note down these values, and then try to come back again and refresh this transaction. Let's do it. Let's start all the way, create a purchase order. Now it's going to be easy, right? We know the drill. Enter the vendor, enter the purchase org data, enter the material. Let's put an odd number, say 150. Put the plant as 3100, put a quantity of 150, and save the PO. Note down this PO, Control C, go back, do a MyGo, which is goods receipt. Control V, enter. We got our quantity of 150, and we're gonna get that into the second storage location, say 0002, because we have a stock of 100 in 0002. Now we're going to add 150 more. That should make it 250. Let's see if it does. Check item OK. Click on check to make sure everything is OK. And if yes, you can go ahead and save the transaction. As soon as this document is saved, we can go back to MMBE and click on this refresh button. What should we expect to see? We should expect to see this 100 being changed to 250. Because we have just received 150 kilos of flour and we have stored it in storage location 0002. Refresh, and there you go, 250. So this proves that we really did receive the goods and stored it in a particular storage location of the Chicago plant. So that was MMBE, where you just enter the material, execute, and then it shows you how much stock we have in each of the plants and the respective storage locations. So what have we just done? In the previous video, we have created a purchase order, sent it to the vendor. In this video, the vendor has sent us the goods in a truck, and what we have done is we have recorded that we have received the goods, and we have also verified that we indeed have the goods in a particular storage location of the plant. And we have done that using the transaction MIGO or MIGO. And whenever you do a goods receipt, you do it with reference to a purchase order. So this link here is very important. And anybody at any point in time can go back and see the reference linkage between the purchase order and the goods receipt. How do you see that? You go to the purchase order and see that there's an extra tab here called the purchase order history, which is basically a history of all the transactions that happened against this PO. Well, not all transactions, but goods receipts and invoice receipts that we're going to see in the next chapter. So let's go and see if our purchase orders have these transactions recorded. Go back. Go back to purchasing. Purchase order. Change or display, because we don't want to create it. And the last created purchase order will automatically be pulled up. Go to the purchase order history tab. Now this tab will not be available if you did not do any kind of subsequent transaction, like a goods receipt, for example. But if you have done a goods receipt, this tab will automatically be added, and you can see the goods receipt that has been made against this PO. If you want, you can even just click on that, and the system will take you to the MIGO transaction that you have created. See, this is the 150 quantity that we have just received, and we have received it in the warehouse 0002, right? You can go back and then you'll see the PO there. Alright, so that was the link between the purchase order and goods receipt. Alright, we have another exercise here. So the first question is, what is a transaction code to create a goods receipt? This one is really simple. The second question is, list all the storage locations associated with the plant 3100. You can do it in a couple of ways, and I'll show you in the solutions. Third question, do you have to enter quantity in MIGO? This one is a little tricky. Try it out. Number 4, what is the error message you get when you save MIGO without flagging the item as OK? Number 5, can you receive more quantity than ordered in the PO? Meaning, if we have ordered for a quantity of 150, can we receive 160 when the vendor just sends it over? Number 6, what's the transaction code to check the stock level? Alright, so let's look at the solutions for the previous exercise. What is the transaction code to create a goods receipt? The transaction code is MIGO. If you want to know what the transaction code is, go back, and this is how we have used goods receipt. So this is the transaction that you have used to create a goods receipt, right? So under purchasing, purchase order, follow on functions, goods receipt. What's the transaction code? MIGO. List all the storage locations associated with plant 3100. How do you know that? You could do it in two ways. You could look at all the storage locations in the purchase order, or you could do it in the goods receipt. We already know how to look at it in the goods receipt. So let's see where we have the storage location in the purchase order. So go to purchase order, change or display mode, and you could go here, scroll to the right, and then click on storage location, and the system will list all the storage locations associated with that plant. So what are these? So 001, 002, 088, 3101, so on and so forth, right? So let's list a couple of them now. So 0001, 0002, 0088, so on and so forth. There is a list of 8 items, 8 or 10 items. The next question is, do you have to enter quantity in MIGO? Create a transaction MIGO. Did you have to enter the quantity? Let's see.
in order to test it, the easiest way is to create a purchase order and then do a goods receipt against it. So let's go back and create a purchase order. Let's use the same vendor and same set of data, same material, whatever quantity. I'm going to tab all the way to the right and enter a plant 3100. Okay, and we're going to hit save. Double click the message, double click the PO, Control C, close this, go back and do a MyGo. Remember the quantity, it was 1. So now paste the purchase order here using Control V, hit enter, and what's the quantity? It's automatically pulled up. In fact, it's grayed out. You can go and change the quantity here. However, you can go and change the quantity here to something else if you want. But to answer this question, did you have to enter the quantity? No. Automatically pulled from PO. Right? The fourth question is, what is the error message you get when you save MyGo without flagging the item as OK? So if you go here and don't flag the item as OK and try to save it, what message do you get? You have not flagged any items as OK. Very simple error message, right? So the message that you get is, you have not flagged any items as OK. All right, that's simple. Fifth question, can you receive more quantity than ordered in the PO? We have ordered for a quantity of 1. Now we want to receive 2. Hit enter. Is that possible? Let's see. Okay, we should flag this as OK, and then click save. Enter storage location. Of course, we enter 1. Then click save. It's a hard error because it's red and it says ordered quantity exceeded by 1 kilo. So the answer is no. So what to do in cases like that? We'll talk about that in a later set of videos. The sixth question is, what is the transaction code to check the stock level? When we check the stock, what is the transaction code that we've used? So it's not under purchasing, but it's under inventory management, environment, stock, and the transaction code is MMBE. Okay, the transaction code to check the stock is MMBE. All right, that finishes up the solution for this exercise. And let's move on to how to create an invoice. We have seen 2 transactions in the previous 2 set of videos. The first one was to create a purchase order. The second one was to receive the goods against that purchase order. After the vendor sends us the goods, he's going to also send us an invoice, which is basically a bill. So it says you're going to pay so much and so much for this set of goods, right? So bills, invoices mean the same thing. Invoice is more of a business standard term. Bill is something that we use in common language. So how does an invoice look like? It's going to look like this. It'll have a date and then invoice number, and then who is being billed, where the goods were being shipped, when is the payment due, what are the materials, in what quantities, what is the total, right? At $4, if the quantity is 1 or 10, the total is 40, and the total gets listed there. And it'll also tell you where you need to send the check to. This is a very simplified version of an invoice. You could make it as complicated as you can. Where do you enter an invoice? Again, you always create an invoice with reference to the purchase order. That's how we typically do it. Go to follow on functions here. Under purchasing, under follow on functions, right adjacent to goods receipt, you have invoice receipt. The transaction code for that is MIRO, M-I-R-O. So just double click that, and here you can enter a date like so, right? And then an amount. And before you even do that, you should enter the purchase order against which you're trying to create this invoice. You can copy and paste it if you know it, or if not, you can always go and search. Who's the vendor? 1222, right? Hit execute, and it'll list you all the invoices or all the purchase orders that have been created for that vendor. So select your purchase order and select copy, right? Hit enter. And what's the amount here? 400. So enter an amount of 400. That's how much we want to receive the invoice for. Hit enter, right? All your messages are typically gone. Now, you don't need to hit OK here. It's an optional entry. But when you receive the goods, you gotta always hit item OK. But when you're receiving the invoice, this item OK is optional. Click save. There you go. You got the document number created, which is the invoice that we have received, that we are documenting it in the system. This does not mean that we have paid him already. We're just receiving the invoice and documenting it under document number 5105 blah blah blah, right? So you go to MIRO, enter the date that we received the invoice, and get the PO number, enter it here, or you can search for it, and enter the amount in the PO. And until you enter the amount, the message is going to say red, which means it's asking you to enter that amount. Once you enter that amount, balance becomes 0 and it's ready to be posted. Once you save it, your invoice is posted. This is how you receive the invoice. And you can always see it in the PO history. If you go back and look at displaying the PO and look at, it will show you a PO number that was created most recently. And if you look at the tabs here, you don't see the PO history tab, right? In order to open a previous purchase order, click on this button. It says other purchase order. Select that, and then you could go and copy and paste it if you know the number, or you could search for it. You could search for it using the search button. In this case, I know the purchase order number, so I'm gonna select that, and you're gonna see the purchase order history, right? So you have a material document which was created during goods receipt, and you have an invoice receipt which was created just now. So that's how you see the PO history for goods receipt and invoice receipt. And this is the button that you use to open a previously created purchase order, and this button to create a new PO, to open existing PO. So overall, what have we done? In the first video, we have created a PO. In the second video, we have created a goods receipt against the PO. Remember, it's always with reference. And in this video, we are creating an invoice again with reference to a purchase order, right? Always with reference to the purchase order, remember? Let's do an exercise on invoice receipt. The first question is, what is a transaction code to create an invoice receipt? Simple.
Second question, does PO history show the invoice detail posted? You've just seen this. Third question is, what happens when the difference amount is large? Difference amount meaning the difference amount between what has been posted versus what is the original PO amount. The fourth question is, do you have to check the OK box at the line item level of the invoice? We have just discussed that. Alright, so let's see the answers to the exercise. What is the transaction code to create an invoice receipt? The transaction code to create an invoice receipt is MIRO, M-I-R-O. The second question is, does PO history show the invoice details posted? Of course, it shows the invoice receipt against the PO. Just open the PO, open PO history, and you'll see the material documents and invoice receipts right there. The answer is yes. The third question is, what happens when the difference amount is large? What is it? What do I mean by the difference amount there? Say the invoice received is 50% more than the expected value of the PO. So when you put the purchase order number in there, the value is 400, right? And what is the expected invoice? If it is 400, everything is okay. The balance is 0. But if you put in 410 and check if everything is okay by hitting on the simulate button, you'll see that there are messages here. So the balance is not 0. SAP, based on the configuration, allows you to have a certain level of tolerance, meaning when you expect an invoice of say 400, there could be a certain tolerance level. Now, that depends on the settings that have been done in SAP. Most of the time, there is a certain level of tolerance, say 5% or 2%. But if not, there is a certain way to balance the excess amount. Okay, so whenever you receive an invoice where the expected price was 100 and the incoming invoice is not 100, it could be like 110 or 150 or 190. Depending on the percentage of variation, the system responds with different kinds of messages, and those messages are based on the type of configuration you have done. You can see the messages here in the messages section. We're going to learn more about this when we go through the invoice receipt chapters. But for now, just understand that depending on the configuration, a tolerance is set. The tolerance percentage specifies the percentage variation that's allowed between the expected price and the actual receipt from the vendor. So the answer here is, it depends on configuration. Fourth question is, do you have to check the OK box at the line item level? This is the OK box I'm talking about. Do you have to check it? No. If you just say 400 and then click save. Without checking the OK box, the system will take the invoice. Right? See the invoice number here. The answer here is no. Okay, that finishes up the exercise. This is a trivial topic. You don't need to worry too much about it because this is typically not an MM transaction. It's an FI transaction. When I mean FI, I mean finance or FICO. So typically, your finance consultant will do this, not you, the MM consultant. So what are we doing here? We are trying to see how to pay the invoice that we have received. And typically you do it after a certain number of days, say 30 days or 45 days. And that is called as a payment term. Now, how do you do an outgoing payment, which is a payment that's sent out to the vendor against an invoice received from the vendor? You go to accounting financial accounting, accounts payable, and then outgoing payment, right? So let's go there. Accounting. We're gonna close the logistics section and open the accounting section. And open financial accounting, accounts payable, document entry, outgoing payment, then F53. Double click that. And over here, we have to enter a date, which is today's date. And of course, company code, USD, currency, blah, blah, blah. And then account. What's the account? This account represents a bank account. Basically, what you're doing is issuing a check. But instead of issuing a check, you just mention the bank account number and bank is automatically going to take care of the transaction. So there's an account number that we're going to use. And typically your FI consultant is going to give you that account number. You don't have to worry about that account number. And this account here represents the vendor 1222, right? That's the vendor that we have been using. So transaction code is F53 and this is the bank account number and this is the vendor account number. Okay, then hit enter. Now it shows two different line items. One is 400, another is 400. What it means is there are two open invoices that has to be processed for this vendor, each for $400. So you have to select which invoice we are trying to clear here, meaning which invoice we are trying to pay. In this case, both these items are activated. I know this because the color of these two are blue, right, as compared to these. Now I select this and click on this button, which will deactivate that line item. Now we're going to pay 400 and click on save. There you go. That's the document number that was posted. So let's recap what we have done in this video. We have received an invoice from the vendor, one or two of them, and now we're going to pay the vendor. So we have just received an invoice. So now we have paid the vendor. We have used the transaction code F-53, entered the bank account number, entered the amount that we wish to pay, and then entered the vendor. As soon as we entered the vendor, we got all the open invoices. We activated the invoice that we wanted to pay and then saved the transaction, which effectively issues a check from the bank account that we own at the bank to the vendor. And the difference between the previous transactions and the current transaction is the goods receipt and invoice receipt were created with reference to a purchase order. But a vendor payment is not created with reference to the purchase order. This is not the case. It's created with reference to an accounting document created after you posted an invoice receipt. So invoice receipt posts an accounting document and vendor payment is done with reference to the accounting document. So this is the bare bones procure to pay cycle. There are 4 transactions in the procure to pay cycle. Purchase order, which is a notification to the vendor to supply goods. And when the vendor supplies the goods after a certain amount of time, we create a goods receipt in the system. And after a certain amount of time, the vendor also sends us an invoice and we document it as an invoice receipt in the system. And finally, when we are ready to pay the vendor, we issue payment to the vendor. These 4 transactions constitute the bare bones P2P cycle, or procure to pay, P2P. Alright, so let's do an exercise now. So what is the transaction code to create a vendor payment? So these exercises are related to payments. And the second question is, do you have a reference to the PO or invoice to pay the vendor? is the vendor payment accounting document recorded? No. If you want to check it, you can always go to ME23N, which is the transaction to create or view the purchase order. And you see the material document which has been created when we did the goods receipt, and this is the invoice receipt, and you don't have the payment document number here because it's not related to this purchase order. So a payment transaction is typically separate from the logistics. So in this video, we're going to talk about enterprise structure. What's an enterprise structure? An enterprise structure represents the physical structure of the company. The first thing that we have to do is set up the company. So as soon as I start my coffee shop, what I'm going to do is call my accountant, give him the name of my company, and give him my address, and ask him to register it with the government as a company. So say Chicago Accounting is going to register my company as Siva Coffee Company Incorporated at this address, blah blah blah, Michigan Avenue, Chicago, Illinois. And going forward, all accounting should be done under the Siva Coffee Company Incorporated. The reason why we do that is so that the government can get its tax. What we're trying to do here is establish the structure of the company. So outside of SAP, in general parlance, this is called as a company, or it's also called as an entity. Sometimes it's called as a legal entity. In SAP, it's called as the company code. So a company code in SAP is what legal entity is outside of SAP. So the company code in SAP is the equivalent of a legal entity in the real world. So let's create the company code in SAP. Go to Tools, IMG, and click on SPRO. What is this transaction, SPRO? This is probably the most used transaction for an SAP functional consultant. So all along, we've been doing transactions like creation of purchase order, goods receipt, invoice receipt, so on and so forth. They were all examples of end user transactions. But SPRO is where we go under the hood of SAP and start to customize the way SAP works. Alright, so let's go to SAP and go to Tools, Customizing, IMG, and SPRO. You can go here all the time or just use the transaction code SPRO. Then click on IMG, SAP reference IMG, and this is everything under the hood. So any kind of customization in SAP is done here. So what are we trying to do? We are trying to create a company code, and creation of a company code is part of enterprise structure. So you go to enterprise structure for that. Where's enterprise structure? Here. So select that and open that menu, and underneath that mainly you have two things: definition and assignment. Since we are trying to define the company code, not do some assignment here, open up the definition menu. And then company code is a financial transaction. So it's not going to be under sales or material management. It's going to be under financial accounting. And underneath that, don't go to define company. Instead, go to edit, copy, delete, check company code. The reason is we're not going to define or create our own company code here. Meaning, we're not going to do it from scratch. We're going to copy it from an existing company code. Alright. Once you click on that, you get this pop-up. Click on copy, delete, check company code and click on choose, or you can choose to just double click it. And you get this screen. It's a blank screen, but on the top in the menu bar, click on the second button, the one that looks like two pieces of paper. It's a standard icon anytime you want to copy one thing from another. So click on that button. And then if you look at the left bottom corner, you see the system is recording a lot of stuff for you. The system is trying to read a lot of tables. What it's trying to do is it's trying to create a template. And the template for a company code contains a lot of data. So the template that we are going to copy from is company code 3000. Remember, we have already used it to create purchase orders or goods receipts. And we're going to use 3000 because we have done some level of setup in it, like open up material accounting periods, do OB52, set some number ranges, and a whole bunch of stuff. But in a real project, you're going to use company code 0001. It's not even going to have 3000 or 2000 or 1000 company codes. But because this is an IDES system, a test system, it's going to have a whole ton of data. And I have chosen 3000 because 3000 represents US company. So it's going to have all the US relevant GL accounts already pre-configured. So select the from company code as 3000. And what do you want to copy into? Well, we are trying to create a coffee shop and establish a company in the US. So I'm going to call it US01. You could call it US01, US02, 00, or ABCD, whatever you like. And click OK. And you get this pop-up. Do you want to copy the GL accounts? You say yes. And do you want to allocate a different local currency? You say no. From this point on, it's going to throw you a bunch of pop-ups. Just ignore them, hit OK. And this window is called as a customizing request. So anything you do under the hood needs to have a unique ID so that the system knows, or anybody else knows, who has done this change and what exactly is the change. And the way SAP records your change to the system is via customizing request. It's basically a request to customize the system. It's a unique number the system generates against your piece of customization. In this case, we have created a new company code. The system is going to generate a unique number and assign that customization behind the scenes to this unique number. So go ahead and click on the new button, and in this window give a description. So what have we done? We have created a company code US01. So just type that in. The reason why we do that is so that somebody down the line wants to know what has happened and who has created this company code. You got it. The system records that as a description. And the system generates a unique number. Hit OK. Again, any warnings or messages that you get, click OK. And finally, you should get this message. Company code 3000 completed to US01. So we have taken the company code template for 3000 and copied it into our own template US01. So what have we done here? I've gone into SPRO, the transaction that's used in SAP to customize, and then gone into enterprise structure, definition, financial accounting, and edit, copy, delete, check company code, and then clicked on the copy button. And we have discussed why we want to copy, right? And then we have selected the source as 3000 and the target as US01. And like I said, if you're doing it in a real project, you're going to copy from 0001 instead of 3000. And then you get a bunch of messages. Click yes for copying GL account data and click no for assigning a new currency. Again, don't worry too much about these options because, like I said, this is an activity that your finance consultant does for you. But since we don't have anybody here to help, we are doing the company code creation as well. And then we have created a transport request and assigned the transport request to this change. And that assigns a unique transport request number and a description to this change. The reason why we do that is so that anybody down the line can track who has created it, at what time, and what exactly is this change. The next topic is a plant. Plant is also an enterprise structure. The top level of enterprise structure is the company code, and right next underneath it is the plant. So we have a coffee company in Chicago, and we have a plant, say 1000 South Michigan Avenue, blah blah blah. And this is the plant where we manufacture our pastry, where we store our goods, so on and so forth. Now, how do you create a plant? Under enterprise structure, instead of going to financial accounting, go to logistics general. And again, same thing. Don't try to create one, instead copy from an existing plant. So click on define, copy, delete, check plant, and then click on copy, delete, check plant. And in this pop-up, select a source. This could be any plant under your regular company code 3000, 3100, 3200, any of those. And then I want to create the plant as CHI1, just to show that it's a plant in Chicago. So let's do it in SAP. So company code is done. I'm going to close that. Go to logistics general. Click on define, copy, delete, check plant. Click on copy, delete, check, and click choose, or you can just double click this. And as usual, you click on the second button, the copy button. And again, if you look at the left bottom corner, SAP is reading a whole bunch of tables to get you the template of a plant. So what's the source here? The source I said is 3100, or if you want to choose another plant, you can do it. But like I said, in a real project, you're going to choose a plant of 0001. And the to plant is Chicago 1, CHI1. Remember, this is alphanumeric, so you can have 0001 or something like that. But since they are already taken, so if you go there and click on the pop-up and click OK. So there are so many different plants already created. So 001 is taken, 005 is taken. So anything that's not taken, you can use it. So I'm going to close this and say CHI1 for a Chicago plant and click OK. And as usual, you're going to get a bunch of messages, ignore them, and we're going to create a new request for this. At this point, what SAP is saying is you can choose to tag the change that you've just done to this request, or you can create your own. Now, if you want to keep things clean, you could have separate customizing requests for each logical set of operation. So if you're trying to create a company code, have one transport request for that. And if you want to create a new plant, say create new plant, CHI1, and click save. You don't need to do it. You could tag this change along with the previous transport request. But anyway, since we are doing it for the first time, try and practice to create new transport requests. And click OK. So it says plant 3100 copied to CHI1 without number ranges. That's fine. Just click OK and you're done. The next step is to create storage locations. So we have a plant in Chicago, and then there are storage locations underneath that plant. We have already seen examples of storage locations in some of the previous videos. We said that we could be storing coffee beans in one storage location, bakery goods in one storage location, raw materials in another storage location, or we could be storing all of them in a couple of suburbs, one in Naperville, one in Schaumburg, one in Lincoln Park. These are all examples of storage locations. Think of storage location like a warehouse. So we got to create warehouses for this plant. And how do you do that? You go to material management, all in the enterprise structure, and then click on maintain storage locations. Let's do it in SAP. So you go back, close this, and go to Material Management. Click on Maintain Storage Location. And what's the plan for which we want to maintain the storage location? CHI1, right? Click OK. And who created these storage locations? I did not. Since they were copied from 3100, these storage locations are automatically assigned to CHI1. Now you can choose to let them remain, or I could delete some of them, like delete these, select them and click on the delete button. And then you could create some new entries like raw for raw materials, like so. And if you want to store coffee beans separately, you can say COFF for coffee beans. And then for baked goods, you could have a name called bake and give a description called baked goods, right? And each of them could also have an address, like select that and then you could click on the address and you could actually maintain the physical address of the warehouse. For now it doesn't matter. So click save and say that this is create storage locations, raw, coffee beans and baked. These are the three warehouses that we're creating for the plant CHI1 or Chicago plant. Click OK. So we have created the storage locations and automatically assigned them to the plant. The process of creating the storage location automatically assigns it to a particular plant. So you don't have to assign it explicitly. It's automatic. So we have maintained 3 different storage locations and they're automatically assigned implicitly to the Chicago plant. Now, the next enterprise structure element is called a purchase organization. A purchase organization is a different kind of org element. It's not like a plant or a company code that you can kind of visualize. A purchase organization tries to divide your enterprise or company through the lens of purchasing. Now that's a very big statement. Don't worry too much about it. For now, for the entire US, just create one purchase organization. Just call it US 01. So how do you do that? You go to MM and under that, maintain purchase organization. Remember, we are still in definition mode. We are trying to create these entities. Let's go to SAP. So go back and click on maintain purchasing organization. It's under material management. So the entity that we want to create is US01. Right? You could give it a name. Siva Coffee Company. Siva Coffee Company US operations. Click save. Again, give a description. Create purchasing org US01. Say a couple of months into my business, I've repeatedly observed that most of my customers were complaining about the quality of the coffee. Now what do? So I hire somebody who's a specialist in coffee procurement, say Bob, and I'm going to create a purchasing group which would include Bob and anybody else working for him, and call it a purchasing group for coffee. So anytime I want to procure coffee, I'm going to use that purchasing group. You could call it any name, US1, COF, anything you want. It'll have a number and an email, and that's what the vendors are going to use anytime they have a question. So if they want to communicate to us about the order that we have placed, this is the number that they're going to reach out to. Think of it like the vendor's contact at our location. And how do you create a purchasing group? Although you enter it in the org data of the purchase order, it's not really an enterprise structure element. So go to material management, purchasing, in SPRO, and you can create a purchasing group there. Let's go create one. So go back, go to SPRO, IMG, Materials Management, Purchasing, and create purchasing groups. Go to new entries, type in US1 and say US coffee US coffee purchasing group, and then you can give them a number 312000 and then a fax number, telephone, whatnot. Save it. It doesn't matter, you don't have to really create a new transport every time because you'll be creating so many of them. Just include it in the previous transport. So going forward, anytime you create a purchase order for coffee, start using this purchase group US01. Right, this exercise is really small. So create a new purchase group for all raw materials related to baked goods. Call it US2 for baked goods. Now, it's not necessary that you have to create these purchasing groups based on the type of material. The same Bob could be responsible for purchasing coffee, baked goods, or any of the raw materials. Or he could specialize. So that depends on the nature of the business. So Starbucks could have 100 different procurement specialists. Walmart could have 1,000. So depending on the nature of the business, you go ahead and create your purchasing groups. So second question, is the purchasing group an enterprise structure element? No, it's not. Why? Because you don't really create it under enterprise structure in SPRO. It's created down under material management purchasing. So we have created US01 as a purchase org. And now we want to assign them. These entities have a particular kind of relationship. Now, this relationship is implicit. The moment you create a warehouse, it's automatically assigned to a plant. But we never did this assignment or this assignment. We're going to do them now. The first step is in enterprise structure. We are done with the definition. We now have to go to the assignment. So go to enterprise structure, assignment, logistics general, and then assign plant to company code. So close the definition section, go to assignment, go to logistics general, and assign plant to company code. So we have created a company code 3000 and created a plant Chicago 1. Let's see if we can hook them up together. Sometimes that entry would already have been made by SAP. Why? Because you copied instead of creating your own. So before you go to new entries, just go to position and check if your plant is already connected. So type in Chicago 1, hit OK, and I don't see any entries there. So go to new entries, type in US01, that's the company code, and plant is CHI1. Hit enter and save. As usual, go here and give a description saying assign company code US01 to plant CHI1 and click save. Hit OK. Alright, so this section is done. The next thing is to assign a purchase org to a plant. Now, a purchase org can be assigned in a variety of ways. Don't worry about all the different variations of assigning a purchase org. There are cross-company purchases, there are cross-plant purchases, there are many scenarios. We'll get to it at a later point. For now, just assign the purchase org to the plant. And how do you do that? As usual, under assignment, under material management, assign standard purchase organization to plant. There are other things like reference purchase organization and all that stuff. Don't worry about it. Go back, and go to material management. So assign purchasing organization to plant. Click on new entries. And what's the purchase org? US01, and the plant is CHI1. And click save. Create your own request. US01 to Chicago 1. Save. Okay. So this assignment is done. That's it. That completes your basic enterprise structure. Let's see a couple of questions. First question. A company registered with the government is set up in SAP as a plant or a company code or a company store. What's the technical word for it? Second question. Plants can be assigned to more than one storage location. True or false? Third question. Each transport request gets a unique number. True or false? Fourth question. Purchase org can be assigned to a storage location. True or false? Fifth question. One plant can be assigned to more than one company code. True or false? Sixth question. Enterprise structure has these two main sections. Is it definition or assignment or evaluation or porting? Seventh question. Create a company code US02 as a copy of 3000. This is just like how we have done US01. Question number 8. Create a purchase org US02 as a copy of 3000. Again, just like we have created a purchase org US01. Create US02. Ninth question. Create a plant CHI2 as a copy of 3100. 10th question. Create 3 storage locations for plant CHI2. Question number 11. Can you create storage locations without assigning them to a plant? And number 12. Assign the plant to the company code. The plant CHI2 to the company code US02. Number 13. Assign the purchase org to the plant. Number 14 is, do you need to assign the purchase org US02 to the company code? Alright, let's solve these questions. A company registered with the government is set up as company code. Plants can be assigned to more than one storage location. Yes. So you have a Chicago plant that can be assigned to more than one storage location. One in Lincoln Park, one in Naperville, and another in Schaumburg, right? Each transport request gets a unique number. True. So as soon as you create your transport request, click on new, it will generate a unique number. You can try it. Number 4. Purchase org or purchase organization can be assigned to a storage location. No, you cannot. Again, you can try it in your system. Number 5. One plant can be assigned to more than one company code. That is false. Again, you can try assigning it. It does not happen. I want you to try and do it in the system. That way you know for sure what the answers are. Enterprise structure has these two main sections: definition and assignment. There is no evaluation or porting. Number 7. Create a company code US02 as a copy of 3000. It's really easy. So just like how you copied US01 from 3000, do another company code US02 from 3000. Again, you can create a copy of purchase org US02 from purchase org 3000. So this is all hands-on. Same thing. Create a plant CHI2, and you don't need to create these storage locations again. And you can create these 3 storage locations and assign them to CHI2. Can you create storage locations without assigning to a plant? No. Assign the plant to the company code. So this is where you assign the plant CHI2 that you create to the company code US02. So refer back to the video if you have questions on how to do it. assign the purchase org to the plant. So purchase org US02 is going to be assigned to the plant CHI2. Do you need to assign a purchase org to the company code? Not necessarily. Now that you have created the basic enterprise structure, let's perform some transactions using the enterprise structure that we've just created. So try and see if you can order some flour for the newly created plant. How do you do that? So you go back all the way to easy access menu, go to logistics, material management, purchasing, purchase order, create, drag it to your favorites, double click it. So you want to try and do it for vendor whatever. Then you want to use US01 and purchase group whatever, doesn't matter, and company code US01. So what does it say? So vendor 1222 has not been created for purchase org US01. So what does this error message mean? So master data like vendor master or material master always need to be created for the particular enterprise structure that you create in the transaction for. Now don't worry about the word master data. In the next set of videos, we're going to learn about master data. Vendor master, material master. For now, let's just simply create a vendor. So we want to create a vendor, ABC Supply Company. And how do you create a vendor? Under purchasing, master data, vendor, central, create. And if you look at these transactions, you'll see a common pattern. There is a 01 for create, 02 to change, and 03 to display. And in fact, that's the common pattern that you see across most of the easy access transactions. Now, when I mean easy access, so it's the huge menu pad that you see as soon as you log in, as opposed to SPRO. So SPRO is also a huge list of menu that's completely in a different transaction called SPRO. But easy access is what you see as soon as you log in. Let's do it in SAP. Go back. You want to save it? No. So under purchasing, go to master data, vendor, purchasing, or central, go to create. Now we don't want to create everything from scratch again. Instead, let's copy the same vendor 1222 and just change the name. So company code US01, purchase org US01, account group 0001, just use it for now, and the reference vendor is 1222, company code 3000, purchase org 3000. Hit enter. It says account group 0001 uses external number assignment. What does this error mean? There's something called as number ranges. What's a number range? A number range represents a range of numbers that can be assigned to an object. In this case, vendor. We're going to explore more on number ranges later, but for now, it's asking you to assign a number to it. So just say 4001 or 4002 or 5001, any unique number. So I'm going to put in 4001, hit enter again, and then give the vendor name ABC Supply Company, and you can just give it a search term. We're going to put in some address like 1000 Denise Drive, Chicago, US, Illinois. As soon as you enter that address, you see this error, communication error with the external tax system. What does this error mean? This only happens when you pick a US address. If you pick a Japanese address or a German address, you don't get that problem. Why do you get that? Let's talk a brief bit about what's a jurisdiction code. The jurisdiction code, for our purpose, basically is something that's used in the US for tax. If you take the map of America, there are different states, right? And then Illinois is right here. And in Illinois, there are so many counties and districts. So the easiest thing to understand a jurisdiction code is, if you pass along one of the interstates, you would see that the price of the gas really varies across each of the gas stations. Why? Because the tax in each of the jurisdiction codes could be different. And the jurisdiction code basically is a combination of state plus county plus city plus district. So district is not used for the most part. It's mostly state, county, and city. So based on the combination of state, county, and city, the state levies a tax, the county levies a tax, the city levies a tax. For example, in a particular Illinois county, the state Illinois levies a 5% tax, one of the counties levies a 3% tax, and the city could levy a 1% tax. So overall, it's 9% of sales tax. This is sales tax. Overall, 9% in tax. And if you move right across to the next county, the price could be different for the same gas. And because there are so many different jurisdictions, there are different ways in which these jurisdiction codes are automatically computed in SAP based on the address you entered. And that can happen when there is an external system providing the jurisdiction code based on the address entered. And that's why you see an external tax system communication failed error. Now, we don't need to bother about jurisdiction codes in a test system, right? So what do? You go to SPRO or the transaction OBBG, and against US, change the tax procedure to tax US. So let's do it. The transaction is OBBG. Again, go back. OBBG. Select US. And then instead of tax USX, just put in tax US. Click save. And then you can say change. Now let's try to create a vendor. 4001 ABC Supply Company. The search code is ABC and some address in Chicago, Illinois. Now you should not see that error. So let's keep going. Hit enter. Hit enter. Enter, 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 and save. So you have just created the vendor 4001 as ABC Supply Company. Now before you go create a purchase order, there is another transaction that you have to set. It is set in the tax rates. So go to another transaction, FTXP. Again, this is a finance transaction. Don't worry about it. This is where you set the tax rates for input or output. So select US and then select an input tax, AP sales tax. No, don't bother about the term input output. Click OK. Input tax is basically what you pay. An output tax is what you collect. And then put a tax rate of 0 and click save. Now let's try to create this purchase order again. So go to 4001, hit enter, and try purchase order US01, some purchase group, and company code US01. All right, now that error is gone. Okay, what's the material that we want to enter? BP401, right? So BP401 is flour,
and we want to say 100 kilos or 100 pounds. And then it says enter a plant. The plant is Chicago, CHI1. Oops, we've got the same problem. Material not maintained for plant Chicago 1. It's similar to the vendor problem. Basically, like I said, all master data should be created for the respective org elements. So if you're choosing, earlier we were using the material BP401 for the plant 3100 and company code 3000. It worked fine. The reason is somebody has created that material in the plant 3100. So anybody can create a transaction like a purchase order or a goods receipt in that plant. Now we have created a new plant. So this material either needs to be extended to the new plant or you need to create a new material. So let's go ahead and create a new material. How do you do that? Close purchasing and under material management, go to master data, material, create MM01. So this is a transaction again you'll be using quite a lot. So I want to create flour, Flour. You just want to tag it as a 01 or a 02 so that you can create so many different kinds of flours. And choose an industry sector, retail, a material type as a raw material because it's a raw material. Click OK and select a basic data and purchasing data and accounting data. Again, this might look like Greek and Latin at this point. In the next set of videos, we're going to focus exclusively on master data. Just click OK and select the plant Chicago. Hit OK. It's just that these things are all tied up together. Master data, enterprise structure, transactions, customizing. You can't really do one without the other. So I'm just pitching in by helping you here and there so that we can get started with executing the transactions. But as we go forward with customizing, we learn all the key pieces of the puzzle. And by the end of the course, you'll understand all the different kinds of errors and what we have to do to fix each of those problems. We're going to give it a name, flour. The base unit of measure is say pound, and the material group is 015, doesn't matter. And the purchasing group, I'm going to say 300, enter. And evaluation class is say 3000, and we're going to say moving average, enter, and say yes. Okay, material flour is created. You can see that message in the left bottom corner. Now let's go try and create a purchase order again. Purchasing, purchase order, create, go to vendor 4001, enter a purchase org US01, company code US01, and material flour 01, and a quantity of say 100. And where do you want to create it? You know you have to enter a plant on the right? CHI1. Let's see if it works. There is an error, but that's not related to the material. It says net price must be greater than 0. Say put a price of $4 per pound. That's it. We're done. Save it. Pick up this PO, Control C, go back and do a goods receipt against it. How do you do goods receipt? Follow on functions, MyGo. Put the PO number in there, hit enter, and where do you need to store it? You need to store it in raw materials because flour is a raw material. Hit enter, click item OK, and then click on check. See if everything is okay. Okay, document seems okay. Click on save. There we have an error. For object, blah, blah, blah,
number range 50 does not exist. So what do? Open another window, go to transaction FBN1, select the company code US01, and then click on intervals, then say interval, and then go to insert interval and say 50 for year 2016, enter a number. And click on save. Let's go back and try and save this goods receipt. The reason why we are doing these transactions again after doing the new enterprise structure is to ensure that we iron out all these little problems, number ranges, posting periods, that kind of stuff. So once we have our own set of enterprise structure, materials, customers, then we can easily do these transactions without bothering too much about the kinks. All right. So our goods receipt is posted. Let's also post an invoice receipt. Go to my row, put the purchase order in. The invoice date is today because that's when we have received it. And then it says in company code 01, the number range 51 is missing. So in company code US01, the number range 51 is missing for the year 2016. Again, how do you fix that? Go here and then give it a number range. So interval 51 2016, instead of 51, just type in 52. So put in a 52 number range. So number ranges have got to be exclusive. So click OK and then save again. Go back and try to execute this transaction. Okay, what's the amount for? It's 400. So enter an amount of 400. The balance is 0. Now try and post it. Our invoice is posted. So what have we done here? We have started with clearing out some of the errors, like fixing the jurisdiction code problem, setting an input tax percentage of 0. And we have created a vendor 4001 and copied it with reference to 1222. And we've also tried to create our own material. We could not use BP401 because it was not created in the new set of enterprise structure elements. So go to material master, material and create, give a material name, flower, and select a material type of raw material. Select basic view, purchasing view, and accounting view. And then go create a PO with the vendor 4001 for material flower 01. And while doing SGR, we had some issues. We had issues with number ranges. So we went to FBN1 and then created number ranges for 50 and 51. And after that, we were able to do a goods receipt and invoice receipt. Let's check the stock and see if we really got the stock. Now let's see if we really got stock for flour. So go back and go to MMBE and put in flour for Chicago plant and click execute. It should show you the stock that we've just received. There you go. For Chicago plant, under the raw material storage location, we got a quantity of 100. So that just confirms that we really did receive the stock. All right, exercise time. Question number 1. Create a new material for coffee beans. Number 2. Create a new vendor for supplying coffee beans. So give it this address. So it's asking you to create. So the question is asking you to create a vendor and give it this address. Number 3, order 10 kilos of coffee beans from the newly created vendor and issue a PO output. Number 4, do a goods receipt and invoice receipt for the PO that you just created in step number 3. Question number 5, check the stock levels and ensure your stock is increased or created by 10 kilos. Alright, the first question is create a new material for coffee beans. Let's go create it. Go to MM01, close purchasing, under material management, material, create MM01. So we're going to call it coffee beans, say 01, 02, doesn't matter. And it's a raw material. Click OK. Then select basic one, purchasing and accounting. The plant is Chicago 1. Hit enter. And then give a description of coffee beans. You could have in any kind of description. French roast or basic unit of measure pound, material group 015. And purchasing group anything, and a valuation class of 3000, and you want to exit it. Yes. So the material that we have created is coffee beans 01. Create a new vendor for supplying coffee beans with this address: Gourmet Coffee Company LLC, 2000 Michigan Avenue, Chicago, Illinois. Go back and close this tab. Go to purchasing, master data, vendor, create. Now we have already created 4001, so we're going to create 4002. If you try to create 4001, it doesn't work because it already exists. Select 4001 as to copy it from, and select US 01, US 01, and hit enter. So we're going to say Gourmet and give it a code. And there's an address here, right? 2000 North Michigan Avenue. City is Chicago. Region is Illinois. Then hit enter, 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 and save. The vendor that we have created for Gourmet Coffee Company is 4002. Third question, order 10 kilos of coffee beans for the newly created vendor. How do you do that? Go to purchasing, ME21N, vendor 4002, enter the purchase order of US01, the company code of US01, put in a material coffee beans 01 and say 10 kilos, right, or 10 pounds. What's the plant? Scroll to the right and put in a plant of Chicago 1. And what's the price? Say 10 USD per pound, and save it. Copy the PO number 45000171181. The fourth question is do a GR and IR for the PO created. That's easy too, right? Select the PO, go back, go to follow on functions, MyGo. put your PO number in, and you got a quantity of 10, and you got to put it in the storage location, say raw material. Click item OK and save. Alright, so we've created a goods receipt. Now we're going to create an invoice receipt. So put your purchase order number in there, put today's date in, and the balance is $100. So we're going to pay, the invoice that we received is for $100, and make sure the balance is green and click save. If you don't see any errors, your invoice is created successfully. So we have created a goods receipt and an invoice receipt. Finally, check the stock levels. What transaction code do you use for that? MMBE. So go back and go to MMBE for coffee beans and execute. You have 10 pounds of coffee beans in your storage location. Okay, in this section, we're going to talk about master data. There are two main kinds of master data in SAP MM. Material master, vendor master. Let's talk about the materials that we're going to use in our coffee shop. So we're going to use a whole bunch of raw materials, right? Like flour, different kinds of flour, and pastry sheets, stirrers for coffee, baking sheets, so on and so forth. And we are also going to either procure or manufacture baked goods like croissants, pastries, tarts, cakes, that kind of stuff. And we're going to either use or sell coffee beans. For example, we could be using coffee beans for our own internal consumption, or we could bag them up and sell them as coffee, our own branded coffee. And we would also be selling some of the stuff that we just procure and sell, like newspapers. Now, each of these materials are different. Not all these materials are the same, right? So there's raw materials, there's finished goods, there is trading goods. We're going to talk about all these things now. And in SAP, every material has a number of views. A view is basically a set of data that you can see when you go to that particular view. And it's logically separated into a view so that you know that if you want to go look at the manufacturing view of a material, it contains all the manufacturing related data. For example, let's take a material, say sugar. Okay, when sugar is bought, you inspect it for quality, right? When sugar is bought, you put it in a warehouse. So you need some data, like what kind of storage conditions are required to store it in a warehouse. Like, should it be stored in cold storage, or should it be just left out to the open? That kind of data is stored in the warehouse view. And whether you buy or sell sugar, it needs an accounting view. So how should all the transactions related to buying or selling or manufacturing that particular material be accounted for? And then there's costing. So how do you cost this material? Costing is the process of calculating the price of the material in terms of how much it costs us. So not all materials are costed in the same way. Some materials are manufactured. They have a more elaborate costing process. Some materials are procured. They have a different costing process. All the costing relevant details are available for sugar in the costing view. And similarly, if sugar is procured, the procurement settings of sugar are available in the purchasing view. So I think you get the idea, right? Planning view, manufacturing view, sales view. For example, we don't sell sugar. In that case, we don't need this view. We're not bothered about that view. Say we don't manufacture sugar. Do we need this view? Maybe not. But there are cases where we might need them even though we don't manufacture, because those settings might be used in some other places. But those are specifics. We'll talk about them as we go forward. Overall, though, just understand that every material has a whole bunch of data related to all the different aspects of dealing with that material. Like you sell a material, you buy a material, you manufacture a material, and through the process you cost it, you account for it, you plan it, you check quality. And not all materials have the same set of parameters. Depending on the type of use, you use the corresponding views. Similarly, for example, if you have coffee beans are not manufactured, so you don't care about a manufacturing view. So maybe you don't sell coffee, you only use it for internal consumption. You don't need the sales view. If you take finished goods, like a muffin, right? You manufacture a muffin in your factory, so you need a manufacturing view, and you also need to plan for how you manufacture things. You might also need extensive quality related data because you're manufacturing them yourself internally. And then there are some materials for which you don't really care about a lot of stuff. For example, there are stirrers for coffee. You don't care about the stock of stirrers, right? It's such low value that you don't really bother to spend a lot of time documenting how much stock you have, what's the value of it. So these materials are treated differently. They don't have planning, they don't have quality, they don't have warehouse, they don't even have accounting, or they might have accounting but it's done differently. They don't have costing, they don't have sales, they don't have manufacturing, right? So these materials are different. They are such low value that you don't really bother to document about the stock or about the cost of those materials. So you don't have a whole lot of these views for materials like this. Now, the parameter in SAP that dictates what different kinds of views a material has is called the material type. So when you talk about material, probably the most important piece of information is the material type. The reason being, it dictates what kind of views that material can have. Let's take some examples. So if you look at finished goods, FERT, F-E-R-T, so it's a drop down here. So if you go to the material type and click on the drop down, you get a whole bunch of material types. Well, the most popular one is FERT, F-E-R-T, which stands for finished goods. So what do you use it for? Anything that's a finished good. As opposed to what? As opposed to raw materials or trading goods. We'll see some examples. Croissants, Black Forest, Blackberry tart. These are all examples of goods that we might manufacture or we might procure. For example, almond croissant, say, is a specialty that we don't produce but we procure from somebody else. In which case, it's still a finished good because we sell it. We don't do further processing on it. It's not like a semi-finished good. It's not a raw material that we process further. It's a type of goods that's finished and ready to sell. You might manufacture it, you might procure it. Doesn't matter. So these are all examples of finished goods that you would create using material type FERT, F-E-R-T. And then we have raw materials. Flour, coffee beans. These are raw materials. We use flour to make cakes. We use coffee beans to produce cappuccinos. What's the material type for that? The standard SAP supplied material type is ROH, which is raw materials. And then we have semi-finished goods, HALB. Some examples of semi-finished goods could be pastry sheets. Well, these are partially ready but not fully ready. Maybe and then there's not a lot of difference between raw materials and semi-finished goods. So don't get into the nitty-gritties of it. Just understand that there's a material type for semi-finished goods. It might not be relevant for the coffee shop, but it could be relevant for, say, a car industry. And then we have trading goods. Probably newspapers is a very good example of trading goods because we don't really print newspapers, right? We procure it from some place and then we just sell them. So trading newspapers in the coffee store, that's all there is to it. You don't treat it as a raw material, you don't treat it as a finished goods. And then we have non-stock materials. Non-stock materials are materials that we do not stock. Well, examples are stirrers and baking sheets. Let's take stirrers. What do I mean when I say we do not stock? Well, we have to put it in a stock or storeroom somewhere, right? So why am I calling them non-stock? We call them non-stock because although we put them in stock, we don't count them in the stock. Meaning, at any given point of time, if you go to SAP, you wouldn't know what is the total number of stirrers that you have. Simple. And why do you do that? Because there's no point in counting stirrers because it's such low value and ubiquitous that they're used everywhere and you don't need to really count them. They're just there. If they're done, you get more. So typically all low value goods, really low value goods, are called non-stock materials, and you use the material type NLAG for non-stock materials. And then there's another type called non-valuated materials where you keep a count of the stock but you don't valuate them. So if you go to SAP and then say how many coffee cups I have, you might have a number like a count, but they don't have a value. So those kinds of materials use material type U1BW. Now, don't worry if you don't understand all these different material types. In order to really understand them, you have to perform certain transactions and see the stock and see the value updates, and then you'll understand what's really going on and why we're using so many different material types. Alright, let's see an exercise. Question number 1. Sales org 1 and sales org 2 views are available in material type ROH. Is it true or false? Question number 2. Material type HAWA, trading good, has a work scheduling view. True or false? Non-stock material type NLAG does not have a warehouse storage location view. True or false? Well, you might not know the answer to all these questions right away. The way to do that is to go to MM01, like so. Put a material, put an industry sector, and then, for example, if you want to look at NLAG and hit OK, you'll see the different types of views that this material can have. For example, it can have a basic view. Does it have a work scheduling view? No, it doesn't. Whatever SAP shows you here are the views that this material type NLAG can have. And that's what I'm trying to ask in these questions. Alright, number 4. Does non-valuated material UNBW has an accounting view? True or false? Alright, so in this video, we're going to create some materials. Let's create a material for unbleached flour. It's a raw material. So we're going to select a material type of raw. Don't worry about industry sector. So it doesn't have any control over how this material behaves. It's used for reporting. So as soon as you go to MM01, put your material type and hit enter, you're going to get these views. And the views that you get are based on the material type like we discussed in the previous video. So flour, unbleached, and this is a raw material. Hit enter. And these are the views. Now, do we need all the views? For purchasing, you don't really need all the views. Although SAP allows you to maintain all these views for a raw material, we don't need them now. For now, just select basic, purchasing, and accounting. With just these 3 views, you can do the entire purchase order cycle. Because we're going to procure raw materials, right? Our job as an MM consultant is to configure the system so that you can procure raw materials. We don't care about manufacturing at this point. That's the role of a PP consultant. For us, we care about purchasing. So just these 3 views are more than enough. Later, when we talk about MRP and consumption-based planning, we'll talk about the MRP views. So hit OK. And then it asks you, for which plant do you want to maintain this data? Now, why is SAP asking this question? Because purchasing data for each plant could be different. Now, think of the plant in Chicago that we have. We have a plant in Chicago and we procure unbleached flour. Good. Let's say if I have another coffee shop in Seattle, I procure unbleached flour there as well. And the type of data there could be different from the type of data in Chicago. We'll see some examples. For now, let's select CHA1, hit OK, then give a description. Unbleached flour. The base unit of measure is pound. Material group is 015. Don't bother about material group. And before you go further, go to additional data, and I want to show you something. You can maintain the data in different languages. Meaning, think of Starbucks. Starbucks has stores across the world. The same coffee is called as something else in German or French language, right? So when you print a PO in France, it should print in French language, right? You can maintain the material description in different languages because one system can support any number of languages. So this is what is, so let's say, I don't know what it's called in German, so I'm just going to say unbleached flour in German. So this is how you can maintain descriptions in different languages. Next, go to unit of measure. Again, in the US, we use pounds. In India, we use kilograms. Or in Great Britain, we could use something else. So it's the same material, unbleached flour. You got to be able to use and convert this into any kind of denomination for weight or volume or whatever be the unit of measure. And over there, you could specify the conversion rate. For standard units, SAP already has the conversion. But you could have your own units of conversion. Think about beer. A crate of beer for Budweiser could be 12 cans or 12 bottles. A crate of beer for Corona could be 8 bottles. That's very, very specific to the company. And SAP does not have a say in it, right? They can't say what a crate is. So you can maintain your own units of conversion here. In our case, for example, we could procure flour in bags, and each bag could be, say, 25 pounds. So you say 1, and then you select bag. I don't know what's the unit of measure for bag. So let's go here and search star bag. Oh, there's no unit of measure for bag. So let's select something that's close. You could create your own unit of measure, but that's fine. We don't bother about it now. Say a carton. Okay, 1 carton is equal to, say, 25 pounds. Okay, so anytime you use carton in your purchase order, SAP can automatically convert that into LBs if you want, if that is the unit of purchasing unit of measure, because when you think of carton as a company, your vendor might not understand it. So this unit of measure conversion that you specify here will be used depending on the nature of your action. If you are doing sales, the unit could be different. If you're doing purchasing, the unit could be different. If you're doing manufacturing, the unit could be different. So depending on the type of action, when SAP tries to convert, it takes the conversion rates from here. All right, now we can go back and then hit enter. It takes you directly to the purchasing view. If you go look at all the views here by clicking on this little button, you have selected basic data 1, purchasing and accounting, right? So although you have selected them, you can specifically click on any of the views that's available here and go maintain data. But if you don't select a particular view and hit enter, the system automatically takes you to the next selected view. In this case, we have the next selected view is purchasing. So in purchasing, we select a purchase group. Remember what's a purchase group? A purchase group represents a group of people responsible for purchasing a certain set of materials. It could be based on materials, it could be based on location, depends on how that company wants to do its division of procurement. So in this case, I'm going to use the one that we have created, US1. Hit enter. And finally, it went down to the accounting view because we have selected only 3 views. Remember, basic data, purchasing, accounting. So in accounting, there is something called as a valuation class. That deserves a bigger topic, so I'm not going to go too much into the depth here. For now, select valuation class, select 3000, and here instead of price S, and here select V for moving average and hit enter. It's going to throw you a message, just ignore it, hit enter again, and you have come to the end of the screen. Do you want to save it? Yes, of course. So the system is saving unbleached flour material that we have just created, flour-unbl. So what have we done here? We have selected 3 different views: basic data 1, purchasing, and accounting. And we have selected a unit of material. We want to sell in pounds or kilos. Select a material group. Don't worry about material group for now. We'll talk about it later. And we went to additional data. Then we have described the material in different languages, and we have seen why we need to describe them. And then there is unit of measure conversion. If you are going to procure or produce or manufacture flour in different units of measure other than pounds or kilos, you need to specify the conversion here. For example, carton to kilos, pound to kilos. SAP, like I said, SAP will already have all the basic conversions ready. Whatever SAP does not have, you can specify them here. So that's unit of measure conversion. And then we moved on to the purchasing view, and we specified a purchasing group that we have created here. And then on to the accounting view, we specified a valuation class, specified a price control of V, and then hit save. Your material flour_unbl for unbleached is ready. So let's go to another exercise. What is the language code for Japanese? Second question, what is the conversion between crate, CRT, and each, EA? Number 3, what does the material group 013 stand for? Number 4, what are the different valuation classes available for non-valuated materials, UNBW? The second important piece of master data is the vendor. Now, we know that there are so many different materials that we plan, produce, or manufacture. But when we procure any of these materials, who supplies them? Well, my coffee store could have many different vendors. Why do I need so many vendors? Well, the answer is simple. Not everybody can supply everything, right? So, for example, there is a generic supply company called, say, ABC Supplies. He can supply most of the materials, but he doesn't specialize in any. And for baking related goods like the oven or baking sheets, I could procure them from Central Baking Supplies. And for anything related to coffee, specifically for coffee, we have another vendor. And any other brewing supplies could be had from this vendor. And each of them are different. So you got to create so many different vendors. So how is a vendor master structured? So just like the material master has so many different views, a vendor master also has 3 views. The general view, which contains name, number, etc. Finance view and purchasing view. General view finance view and purchasing view. So let's go create a vendor. So go to logistics, material management, purchasing, master data, vendor, and then we have purchasing and central. Then either go to purchasing and create only the general and purchasing view of the vendors like so, or we can go to central and create all the three different views. Let's go to central. Go click XK01 and specify a vendor. Say 4002. I think we have already created 4001, right? And then use 01. Purchase argue is 01. Account group 0001. We don't want to really refer any vendor, just click enter. So it looks like 4002 already exists, so we're going to use 4003. Give it a name, say coffee supplies. Right? Give a name, coffee supplies, and then say CS for coffee supplies. And it could have an address, we don't care. And he's in Chicago, in the state of US, Illinois. Right? You could also have a telephone number here. So 312-000-0000, and then you could have a fax number, email, and all different kinds of communication here. And then hit enter. Now there are so many different fields, right? We're not going to bother ourselves with all the different fields. There are some important fields, yes. For example, customer is an important field, but not for us at this point. So I'm going to only focus on the fields that we need for now. The rest of the fields, we're just going to gloss over. Hit enter again. This is bank data. Yes, bank data is important. But when is bank data important? When you want to pay the vendor. Paying the vendor is a finance transaction. So we don't care. Hit enter. Recon account. So although recon account is something that finance needs to worry about, but without a recon account, we can't do certain transactions. So make sure that you enter a recon account. And then cash management group, select something. Whatever is there, just put it in. Hit enter. Payment terms. Now this is an important parameter. Let me explain what payment terms are. So what is payment terms? So if you take a transaction, say we have produced 100 pounds of coffee. So we have produced 100 pounds of coffee at $10 per pound. So that's $1,000. So the value of the invoice that the vendor has sent is $1,000. Now, when do we need to pay the vendor the $1,000? Do we need to pay it as soon as we receive the invoice? If not, how much time do we have? That's exactly what payment terms dictates. And each vendor could offer a different set of payment terms. Let's examine a simple payment term. Say net 30. What does it mean? It means that if you receive the invoice on Jan 1st, you have until 30 days to pay the invoice. So the vendor is giving you a credit for 30 days. And then there's net 45, net 60, you get the picture. On top of that, there is something called as cash discount. So to encourage customers to pay earlier, vendors tend to give a cash discount. Example, net 30, 2% 20 days. Net 30, 2% 20 days. This is another example of payment term. What this means is, if you pay within 20 days, you get a cash discount of 2%. So out of 1,000, you only need to pay $980 because the $20 which is 2% of 1000, is given as a cash discount. So this is payment terms. Let's see some examples of payment terms in SAP. Now remember, payment terms are mostly created by FI folks. So we don't really care about how to create them as long as we understand what payment terms are. So let's go and see what payment terms we have. Okay, 001 payment due net. In some cases that payment term is used, but for the most part we use something like this. 002. 002 is a key for payment term for net 45. And then there are some cash discounts. That means that you got to pay the invoice in 45 days, and if you pay the invoice in 30 days, you get a 2% cash discount, and if you pay it within 14 days, you get a 3% cash discount. Right? So these are all different examples of payment terms. There are some other scenarios like baseline dates, so on and so forth, but we don't need to get into that. For now, select payment terms of 0002, then hit enter. Keep going, we don't worry about dunning. And then the order currency is USD, say, and terms of payment is 0002. Now why do we have two terms of payments here? Let's see. This is where the different views come in. So the vendor, Chicago Coffee Supplies, had three views, right? Like any other vendor. General, purchasing, finance, or company code. In company code view, you could have the payment term of 0002, and in purchase org view, you could have a payment term of 0003. Why is that? The reason is simple. Remember how we structured our enterprise? So in the entire US, you could have one company code, and underneath that there could be multiple plants, and each plant could have its own purchase org, right? That means, so if you take our coffee shop, we have registered it in Chicago as US01, and our main plant is in Chicago, and then you could have more in Seattle, in New York, so on and so forth. And purchase orgs could be assigned to each of these plants, or they could be assigned for more than one plant. Either way, the point being, if you are maintaining vendor data relating to this particular purchase org, you could have a different payment terms. What it essentially does for you is let you have different payment terms for the same vendor for different purchase orgs. That means that you can choose to have a vendor pay in net 45 in Chicago and net 60 in Seattle. That's the flexibility that SAP is providing us by giving us different payment terms at different levels. One at the company code level or finance level, and another at the purchase org level. So that means that the same vendor can have so many different purchasing views, as many as you want. One for each purchasing org. Or if you don't want them, you don't need to maintain them. For example, this vendor, say ABC Supplies, say Chicago Brewing Company, only works in Chicago. In that case, there's no point in creating it for another purchasing org, say in Canada, if you have a shop in Canada, or Mexico. And the next parameter is Incoterms. What's an Incoterm? An Incoterm stands for International Commerce. INCO stands for International Commerce. So when you trade goods across cities, across countries, there needs to be a standardized way of specifying how the goods are transferred. So say for example, you want to ask the vendor for a certain set of terms. Say you want to ask the vendor to deliver the goods free to your warehouse. It's called FOB, which says free on board. And then until what point? Until warehouse. Sometimes it could be just until the dock. Sometimes it could be until his own plant. So Incoterm has two parts. Part 1 is a standard term and part 2 is a free form text. You could qualify part 1 in part 2. For example, free on board. Free on board until where? Warehouse. Another example is CIP, carriage and insurance paid. By whom? Until what point? Can be specified in part 2. Let's go see some examples. Go to Incoterms and specify free on board until the warehouse. So Incoterms is basically an industry standard term that's used to specify the logistics of the purchase. And then we have a whole bunch of indicators here, like the different kinds of control data. Again, not all of them are important, so we're not going to worry about all of them. But when we see certain business scenarios that require us to understand some of the terms, we'll revisit them. For now, just hit OK. Same thing with partner functions. We're going to revisit them when we see partner determination. Hit OK and save. You have created the vendor 4003. Alright, time for an exercise. What are the org elements required to create a vendor in XK01? So what is XK01? XK01 is a central way to create 3 different views: general, company code, and purchasing. So what do you need? You need 3 things. General doesn't need an org element. It's just address and phone number and fax number. Company code requires the company code. Purchasing view requires purchasing org. So you need 2 org elements. Purchasing org for the purchasing view, company code for the finance view. What are the org elements required to create a vendor in XK01? Number 2, what are the transaction codes just to create a general and purchasing view of the vendor? So we have seen XK01, which is the central way of creating all 3 different views. But what about the transaction codes create just the purchasing view? Number 3, what is the transaction code to create the general and finance view of the vendor? Number 4, what is the cash discount if paid within 30 days for SAP standard payment terms 013? Again, the purpose of this exercise is so that you can log into SAP and practice these things, and when you start doing what's being asked here, you'll know for sure that you have done these transactions yourself. So don't worry if these questions sound too silly. The purpose is to ensure that you do it in the system. Give some examples of payment terms available in SAP without cash discount. What does part 2 of the Incoterm refer to? Number 7, what does Incoterms COD stand for? In the previous videos, we have seen vendor master and material master. And we said that not all vendors supply all the materials. So some vendors supply some materials and some other vendors supply other materials. So where is the relationship between the vendor and material documented? So if I want to know who can supply whole wheat flour, I need to be able to understand that it's this vendor and maybe this vendor. Right? I need that information handy. And how much is it going to cost for this vendor versus this vendor? So the relationship between materials and vendors is created in what's called as a purchasing info record, or info record for short. So what kind of data is available in an info record? Let's go create one. So go back. So where is the info record? So we go to logistics, material management, purchasing, and then go to master data, go to info record, and there you have M11, 12, 13. So go to create mode, M11, put your vendor 4003 or 4001, and don't worry about entering the plant for now. I'll tell you why you need to enter a plant a little bit later. So select coffee beans, hit enter, and info record has also a bunch of screens. It has purchasing related data, general data, text, so on and so forth. Again, not all fields are important at this point. And for now, here are some of the important fields. Planned delivery time. This tells you how long it takes for this vendor to supply this material. This tells you how long it takes for the vendor to supply this material. Say this vendor takes 10 days to supply coffee beans. And then what's the typical standard quantity? Do we order 100 pounds? Do we order 10 pounds? Do we order 50 pounds? And then there could be a minimum order quantity. So some vendors don't take orders below a certain number, just for convenience reasons. So the minimum order quantity is, say, 20 pounds. So the standard order quantity is 100 and minimum order quantity is 20. And then we have delivery tolerances, important fields, but we're not going to touch about them now. And the net price. What's the net price? $10 per pound. And a purchasing group of US1. Hit enter. Hit enter. Hit enter again. And here you can put in some text. Now I'm not going to bother about this text now, but we're going to revisit this when we cover text determination in a later chapter. Enter and save. So for 4003 vendor, for coffee beans, we have created a record. Let's go create a purchase order now. ME21N for vendor 4003. Put the material coffee beans and enter 10 pounds in plant Chicago 1. First thing that you see, order quantity is below 20 pounds. Remember, we have entered the minimum order quantity as 20. So it's giving us a warning. So it's a warning, so you can hit enter and let it go away. Alright, the next thing. Today's date is 22 April 2016. And what's the delivery date? May 2nd, 2016. So the system has added 10 days to April 22, and that comes to May 2nd, and set that as a delivery date, the date on which we can receive the goods. Why? Because we have set the number of days for delivery as 10 days for this vendor and material combination. So as SAP takes the number of days from the info record, adds it to the current date, and puts them in the delivery date field. And $10. Who specified that for this vendor and coffee beans the price is $10? We did it when we created the purchase info record. So what's an info record? Info record ties the material to the vendor. Why do you create info record? We create info record so that at any given point in time we know what a vendor can supply, or we also know who can supply a particular material. What are the details that go into it? So for a particular purchasing org, you can even narrow down it by plant if you want, but you don't need to. You specify how long it takes for the vendor to deliver that particular material. So you call them and ask them how long it takes. He says 5 days. You put 5 there. You put the purchase org and you also put the standard quantity. Standard quantity does not really have a lot of functionality, but minimum quantity can be used to give a warning if at all vendor requires us to procure in a certain minimum lot. And then you put a price, $2, $5, $10, whatever that material costs from that vendor. And if you look at the price, you see a 2 followed by a comma followed by 5, right? So the intention there is 2.50, but it shows it as a comma. If you want to try it, go to M11. This time let's do it for vendor 4001. Hit enter. And so if you say 2, so if you put in $2, the system automatically takes it as 2.00. But sometimes you could see it as 2,00, like how it shows here. The reason is not all countries, unfortunately, specify decimals as with a dot. Some countries do it with a comma. So in order to account for that, SAP has specified something called as a user profile. So go back. No. Go to SU3. That's a transaction to check your own user profile. So it's dependent on the user. So the user is in Germany and his profile is set to German profile, he can have a comma in place of decimals. Hit enter. And this is my profile, and if I go to defaults, this specifies what my decimal notation is. So it's the same number behind the scenes, but when it shows that to me, if my decimal notation is comma with dots, it shows it like this. But if it's commas in place of dots, it shows it like this. So you can choose it either way you want. Try it with different possible combinations. So you'll understand what I mean by decimal notation. So that's user profile. Transaction code for this is SU3. So we have seen that the delivery date comes from here, and we have seen that the price comes from here, and we have seen that the price comes from here. So let's look at the purchase order once again. A purchase order has header and then line items. Most of the data in the header comes from the vendor, and most of the data in the line items come from material. Now this is very important. So anytime you look at a piece of data, say you saw this unit of measure and want to understand where this came from, follow the thumb rule. Anything from the header comes from the vendor. Anything in the line item, this is a line item field, it comes from the material master. The reason why I mention this is because you can't really understand the source of all the different fields in the purchase order. There are hundreds of fields in the purchase order, and you can't possibly know what each field is and what's the source of it. Just remember the thumb rule. Header from the vendor, line items from the material. So anytime in the future if you have a question on a particular field, just check yourself. Is it in the header or line item? If it is in the header, this field should come from the vendor master. So go check the vendor. If it's a line item, go to the material master. Let's talk a little bit about texts. And before we go to text, since we have just finished materials, vendors, and info records, I want to use the sheet. So these are the list of materials. Think of this as an extension to the previous exercises. So I want you to create all these materials, create all these vendors, then set the info records. Like this vendor is going to take 10 days to supply the goods, and he's going to supply it at $5 per pound or per kilo. Then you can put a comment there. Now think of comments like this. Stirrers for Chicago Brewing Supply Company. You want to put a comment saying it should be of brown color and should have a crown. Or if you take coffee bags, if you want to get them from this vendor, you want to put a comment over there saying that it should be a 1 pound aluminum bag only, say, as opposed to jute bags or paper bags. That's how you want to brand your stuff as. Where do you specify these comments? There are a number of places that you can specify these comments. A simple way to specify comments is the material master. Comment is basically a text. So if you go to the material master, go to MM02, which is changing the material, go to coffee beans, hit enter, and select purchase order text. And of course enter your plant, CHA1. And you could put a text here. And these coffee beans, you want them supplied in aluminum bags only. You have just tagged this material with a little text note and click save. Go here and create another order. ME21N and vendor 4001. So when you create a purchase order for this vendor and coffee beans for $10, since you have specified that little note in the coffee beans, you should see that as a text here in the texts tab. You see material PO text, and it says aluminum bags. I didn't enter it manually here. Because we have entered that in the material master purchasing text view, it automatically defaults to this tab, and it defaults to a particular kind of text called the material PO text. And what good is this if it doesn't reach the vendor with that particular thing printed on the paper or PDF? So let's go to a print preview. So do you see that here? Aluminum bags. So what did we just do? We went to the material master, put a little instruction, which is basically tagging the material with a particular text. And we have seen that when we create a purchase order for that material, the text automatically flows in. And when you print it, it gets printed on the PO that reaches the vendor. So the vendor knows that he has to supply it in aluminum bags. So this is a little additional piece of information that you want to supply to the vendor when he reads the PO. So we have seen that SAP is a multilingual system. Meaning, for example, we can specify the description of that material in different languages. So this is what flower means in German, and we can specify that here in different languages. Depending on the login language of the user, SAP will show them the corresponding descriptions, and when you print the POs, it prints in the corresponding language. And we have seen how to create vendors. Vendors have 3 different views, unlike materials which have so many different views. Vendors just have general, finance, and purchasing views. We have seen that you can create general and purchasing view or general and financing view differently. And we have seen that we can create general and finance view together using FK01. And if you want to create general and purchasing view together, you can use MK01. And if you want to create all these views together, you can use XK01. Now, why do we need to have so many different transactions? And why do we need to separate the views? The reason is simple. The companies have departments. And when a vendor is being created, the finance department creates the finance view. The purchasing department creates the purchasing view. They don't want to crisscross. So that's why we have so many different transactions. And if somebody wants to create all the views together, they can do XK01. Then we have seen payment terms. What's a payment term? Payment term dictates how we need to pay back an invoice that we received from the vendor. We have seen examples of payment terms like 0001, 2, 0002, for example, is net 30. And then we have seen that apart from the number of days, we can also specify cash discount. And we have seen Incoterms. What's an Incoterm? An Incoterm specifies an industry standard term that's used to understand how a vendor needs to supply goods in terms of logistics. So standard examples of Incoterms are cash on delivery, free on board. And then Incoterms is also going to have 2 parts. Part 1 is the standard key and part 2 is a free-form text. Cash on delivery until the warehouse or until the dock. Free on board until where? Until the dock. And from that point on, it's the duty of the customer. We have seen different units of measures. Standard unit of measures are already defined in SAP. And if you want to have your custom unit of measures, like a carton of beer, 10 bottles, right? And we have also seen the source of data in the PO. Data from the header comes from the vendor. Data in the line items comes from the material master. Header, line items. Header comes from the vendor. Line items comes from the material. And we have seen the order of precedence in the PO, meaning if a particular piece of data comes from 2 different sources, you know how to check which one takes precedence. Just maintain the data and create transaction and check where the data comes from. We've also seen what are texts. Texts are little pieces of data that can be tagged to master data and that flows through to the transaction when you create them for that particular set of master data. So if you want to tag a material with a certain text, Whenever you create a purchase order, that text flows through to the purchase order line item.
Procuring non-stock material. So the first question that you might have is, what is a non-stock material? And of course, the follow-up question is, why is procuring stock material or non-stock material any different from one another? Let's explore that. In our coffee shop, we procure coffee beans. We also procure stirrers. Is procuring coffee beans any different from procuring stirrers? Well, purely from a logistics perspective, they're not different. Maybe they require separate storage conditions, separate packaging, but beyond that, purely from a logistics perspective, they're not different. The vendor loads them up in the truck. The truck is unloaded at our warehouse, and we go stock them in the respective storage locations. So what really is different? Well, for starters, coffee beans represent a significant value. 100 pounds of coffee beans, say $10 a pound, 100 pounds of coffee beans is $1,000. But 100 quantity or 1,000 quantity of stirrers is probably $10 or $20. So there's a lot of difference in the value. So purely in terms of stock keeping, it doesn't make any sense to count the stirrers. Oh, I got 1,200 stirrers. I got 222 stirrers. Does it make sense? No. It's just a waste of time and energy to count the value of stirrers or even the stock of stirrers. And before we go any further, since we are talking about a topic called valuation, let's take a quick detour and understand what really is valuation. You've seen the accounting tab of the Material Master, but there's something called as valuation class. What is valuation class and how does it affect the value of the material? And I said, for price control, select V. Typically for all materials that are procured, not manufactured. All materials that are procured have a price control of V. And what is V? V stands for moving average price, or MAP. You could call it weighted average, or it's all the same thing. It's averaged out every time we procure. We're going to talk about it. So why don't we do something? Let's create a material, set the moving average price to 0 by default, and then start issuing some POs and see the difference. Alright, so we're going to do MM01. Let's create a brand new material. Coffee beans, instead of 03, let's call it 06, so that we know that this is a different material and it's just starting off. Retail sector, and it's a raw material, right? So hit enter, and we are only interested in 3 views: basic data, purchasing data, accounting data. Hit OK. And for plant, as usual, we use the Chicago plant. And the coffee beans or bags, whatever, pound. Material group is food. Hit enter. And purchasing group is US1. Hit enter. And finally, the valuation class is 3000. And price control is V. V for moving average. And if you look at the possible options there, you'll see 2 different values. S for standard price, V for moving average price. And like I said, for all materials that are procured externally, always use V. V for moving average. Alright, so we're done with that. We're going to hit save. It's going to issue a warning. Ignore that. Click OK. Alright, coffee beans 06 is created. And of course, if you go back to coffee beans, hit enter, and go to the accounting view, enter plant Chicago 1, you'll see that the total stock is 0, the moving average price is 0, and the total value is 0. So nothing has been procured, we don't have stock yet, and the average price or the moving average price is 0. So let's keep this screen right there and go open another screen and do a purchase order, ME21N. Alright, doesn't matter which vendor, so just select some vendor, and of course the purchase org of US01, some purchase group, and company code US01. Select coffee beans, not 03 but 06, the material that we have just created, and we're going to do a quantity of 1, just 1. Of course, use a plant Chicago 1, enter, and we're going to put a price of $10, right? And hit save. Okay, a purchase order is created. Let's go quickly save. Control C. If you go back to the other window, you'll see that nothing has changed here. If you want to see the changes, this screen doesn't refresh automatically. So if you want to see the changes, you got to go back and then hit enter again. Go to accounting view, enter Chicago 1, hit enter. So that's how you refresh for changes. But over here nothing has changed. The stock remains 0, value remains 0, moving average price remains 0. So that means, so irrespective of the number of purchase orders that you created, the value does not change. But when does the value change? Value changes during goods receipt. That's when we have received the goods, the physical inventory, and the stock goes up and a whole bunch of changes happen. Let's go do a goods receipt. What's the goods receipt? Alright, the transaction for goods receipt is MyGo. So go to MyGo, enter your purchase order, Control V, and storage location, raw material. Make sure you click item OK. So we're receiving a quantity of 1 at the price that we have seen in the purchase order, $10. Click save. So material document is created. That means we have completed the process of receiving the goods. Go back to the other screen, the material master screen. Start all over again. Accounting 1, Chicago 1. You see that? The moving average price or the moving price is changed to $10 and the total value is $10 and the total stock is $1. So as soon as you finish the goods receipt, SAP has automatically updated the material master. With what? With the price, the quantity, and the total value. The total value is really simple, right? Price multiplied by the total stock gives you the total value. So let's catch up with the slides. So what have we done here? We have created a material master 406. Set the price control to V, and of course, since we are creating this material for the first time, the moving average price is 0 and the total value is 0, total stock is 0, everything is 0. The first step that we have done is create a PO. And when you created the PO, after you saved it, you went back to the material master and nothing has changed. And after that, you have done the goods receipt. So when you have done the goods receipt, that's when the price has changed. The price changed, the stock changed, and the total value changed. The total value is basically a multiplication of this and this. So if you multiply both these fields, you get the total value, right? So if you do another purchase order at a price of $10 per kilo or pound, the effective average price is going to remain the same, right? So that scenario is simple. You can do it in your system and see the effect of it. The average price does not change, the quantity and value changes, obviously. But what if the price changes in the next purchase order? Again, let's do a purchase order. This time let's do it for a quantity of 2. Alright? And then we're going to do it for Chicago. Instead of a price of $10, let's do $20. Okay? And then hit save. Save your purchase order. Control C. Copy your purchase order. Go to MIGO and do a goods receipt against that purchase order. Do an item OK. And click save. Let's go back to the material and see what happens. In the material master, go back and come again. Select the accounting view, click OK, select Chicago 1 plant, and what happens here? The stock has changed to 3, which is right. The first order was for a quantity of 1, the second order was for a quantity of 2. So 1 plus 2 equals 3. What's the total value? The total value is a multiplication of 16.67 multiplied by 3. So let's see if that is correct. Open a calculator and say 16.67 multiplied by 3. That's 50, right? The system seems to have calculated everything right. Now the question you might have is, how did it arrive at a price of 16.67, the moving average price. What's the formula used to arrive at that? The formula for calculating the moving average is this. The moving average price equals total value, meaning total existing value, plus GR value, the value of the goods that we have received, divided by the total stock at hand, plus the GR quantity, the new quantity that's being received. So when the first order was created, let me go back. So when the first order was created, the value was, everything was 0, right? So it was all 0, 0, 0. The quantity was 0, value was 0, and the average price or moving average price was 0. Now, as soon as you have done the goods, this is when the PO was created. And then you have created a goods receipt. You have created a goods receipt at what price? Quantity of 1. And the value, we don't know. The moving average price, or the average price was $10. So 10 multiplied by 1 will be $10, and that will be your valuation. And that was expected. So when you created the second order, right, the PO is created for quantity of 2, and the dollar price was $20. So the GR value, of course we didn't do a GR here, so that's that. And when we have done the GR, the quantity for which we have done the GR is 2. The dollar value is at $20 per pound. So the GR value is 20 into 2, $40. Right? Now, how did SAP calculate the moving average price? That's the question. So we said the moving average price equals current value. What's the current value? $10. Plus the new GR value. What's the new GR value? 40. Divided by current quantity. What's the current quantity? 1. What's the GR quantity? 2. So that is equals 10 plus 40 is 50 by 3. This should equal 16.67. You can just go to the calculator and you'll find out that that's the correct value. Right? And now you can go on and on and on. Next time, for example, let me do one final example. Again, let's do a PO quantity of 3 at a dollar price of 30. And do you do a goods receipt? Of course, for quantity 3 at a dollar price of 30. So the dollar GR value, meaning what's the total value of goods that we have received? That would be equal to 30 into 3, $90. Now let's calculate the moving average price again. Now the moving average price is the current value. What's the current value? The current value is $50. Plus what's the new value? 90. Divided by the current quantity, 3. Plus what's the current quantity? 3. 50 plus 90 is 140 divided by 6. So 140 divided by 6 is 23.33. So that's the new moving average price, right? You can go see it in the system. It will not deviate from that value. All right. You want to test it? Let's go do it. ME21N. Same vendor 4001. And every time we have to enter this purchase org, purchase group, company code, right? It's a pain. So SAP has a provision to default your values to a certain set of values. The reason is real simple. If I have 10 coffee shops, 5 in the US, 5 in Canada, each coffee shop will have the respective people doing transactions, creating purchase orders, receiving goods, receiving invoices, paying invoices. And they'll be doing only for that respective shop or plant, assuming a shop represents a plant. So in that case, why should they go and change these values or enter these values again and again and again? The purchase org, purchase group, and purchase company code. Instead, for that user, the user sitting in Chicago plant, say, if we can default the values to the same values that he uses again and again and again, he doesn't have to enter these values every time he creates a PO. And how can he do that? Go to personal settings. Go to default values. And here for the purchase org, enter US01. And purchase group, enter 300. That's the one that we have been using, right? And for company code, also enter US01. And click save. Okay. Now go back. No. And come again. You see, they're all defaulted. I didn't enter them. Now if you enter the vendor, the other field, the purchase group field, will also be defaulted, right? So you don't have to enter these fields again and again and again. Now, how about the plant? Can we default the plant? Yes. Go to personal settings, go to default values, go to item, and for plant, enter Chicago 1 and click save. Again, go back. ME21N, enter your vendor and enter your material, say coffee beans 06, quantity of 3. You want to check the plant? See, Chicago, it's already entered, right? So that's how you default certain fields. Not all fields can be defaulted. Certain fields can be, and they are predetermined by SAP. So use that if you don't want to enter these fields again and again. So imagine a person sitting in Chicago plant. He's ordering for the Chicago plant only. So it doesn't make sense to always enter the plant for Chicago here. It's always Chicago for him. So for that user, it's always Chicago. And these are personal settings specific to a particular user, not for everybody. So if you log in with your user ID, these are not your default settings. Definitely not. So they will not be defaulted until you go to personal settings and then set your defaults. Alright? So that's that. Now what were we trying to do overall? We were trying to create a new purchase order and see the effect of the price. So what was the price that we wanted to try? The price that we wanted to try was $30 for a quantity of 3. So let's go put $30 here. And the quantity is 3 and click save. So go to the PO, save the PO, and quickly do a goods receipt. MyGo. Paste your purchase order, and we're gonna put it in the storage location of raw materials. Click item OK and click save. Alright, so let's go back to the material and see the price changes. Go back, enter again, go to accounting view, enter Chicago. Do you see that? 23.33. That's the moving average price. Want to check that? Here it is. So that's the formula to compute the moving average price. And this is how you set the defaults. Go to personal settings, and all settings in the header are in the header section, like purchase org, purchase group, company codes, and all settings in the item are in the PO item. So once you set that, go back and come again, and all your settings will be saved, and those values will be defaulted every time you create a purchase order. So I think we are done with our detour of moving average price and valuation, and let's go on to procure non-stock materials. What we're going to do is procure both stock materials and non-stock materials in the same order and see how they are different. So we have created a material, coffee beans 06, and to order stirrers we have to create stirrers. Did we create stirrers? I'm not sure. Let's go check. Go to MM01, type in stirrers 01, and it's a raw material, but we want to create it as a non-stock material. So use nlag and hit OK. And as usual, select basic data 1, purchasing, accounting. Select Chicago 1, stirrers, whatever, basic unit of measure, each. It's not measured in pounds, right? Enter some material group, enter, and just save it. All right, now let's go to ME21N. Select 4001 and say coffee beans 06, 100 pounds. Right, and then stirrers STIRRERS 01. Say, we are ordering 1000 stirrers. Oops, I see a red there. What's the problem? You see the warning at the bottom? Account assignment mandatory for stirrers. It didn't say that for coffee beans, right? The obvious reason is coffee beans are a different material type and stirrers are a different material type. So this one is a stock material and this one is a non-stock material. And how are they different? Based on the material type. This uses ROH for material type. This uses nlag for its material type. So go back to the material master if you have questions on the different material types, how they are different, and see more examples of different kinds of materials. Now, so SAP is not allowing us to go forward because it's not a warning, it's an error. So you can't save it. Well, you can save it technically, but you can't really do anything with it. So how do we fix this problem? Well, we got to do something like this. We got to put an account assignment of K. K means cost center. Hit enter. And then at the line item level, of course, put a price. And then at the line item level, go to account assignment tab and put a cost center here. If you put a K for cost center, if you go to the possible list of values, you'll see that K stands for cost center. So what's really happening here? Why is it that the coffee beans does not require a cost center, but stirrers need a cost center? Well, when coffee is ordered and goods are received, coffee stays in stock in the warehouse. So coffee is really stock. Let me go back here. So when you order coffee, coffee stays as stock in the warehouse because it's a stock material, raw material. And stirrers are raw material too, but you have created it as nlag, non-stock material. That means the system does not track the stock. Well, there is still stock, but system does not track the stock and it's not treated as stock. So when non-stock materials like stirrers or baking sheets are ordered, they don't stay as stock. They are deemed as consumed immediately. Now I know it's confusing, so just stay with me here. When coffee beans are received and put in stock, it's sitting there waiting to be consumed, right? So the principle is really simple. This is the principle of dual entry accounting. So for every transaction, there should be an equal and opposite amount of entries, equal credits, equal debits. Think of it like a seesaw. You put something here, you put something here, equal and opposite, it's balanced, right? On one hand, we have paid the vendor, say a value of $1,000. For what? 100 pounds of coffee. And we have 100 pounds of coffee sitting here. So it's balanced. So we have stock of 100 pounds and we have paid the vendor of $1,000. Now, how about non-stock materials? Let's say we have ordered $1,000 worth of stirrers, right? The same vendor, and we don't store them as stock. Say we get 10,000 stirrers. Where are they? Well, they are there in the warehouse. Nobody's going to eat them. But where are they? They are deemed as consumed. What does it mean? It's not in the stock, but it's still in the warehouse. That's totally confusing. Definitely. No, they are kept physically in the warehouse, but the system is not tracking the stock. So there are three things here. They are physically in the warehouse. And second point is SAP is not tracking it, not tracking the stock, not tracking the value. And we are saying the stock is deemed as consumed. So they're physically in the warehouse, the stock is deemed as consumed, but SAP is not tracking it. You got to understand these three things really to understand what non-stock materials are. So logistically speaking, like I said, there's no difference between coffee beans and stirrers in terms of procurement. They're there in the warehouse like any other stock. But SAP is not tracking the stock because we have created that material as a non-stock material. Alright? Now when SAP is not tracking it, that means that it is off the books. And when something goes off the books, it has to be either consumed or damaged. When I mean consumed, there are many possibilities. A shop that requires coffee stirrers could consume it. Or the coffee stirrers could be burned and they're gone. They're off the books now. So when they're consumed, somebody is bearing the cost of it. That's the bottom line. How can somebody bear a cost for a material? Somebody in the company? That's done using what is called as a cost center. Now, there are other ways of consuming. For example, a customer could consume some stock, and that's called consumption via sales order. A production order, meaning an order to manufacture cakes, could consume raw material. So that's called consumption against a production order. Right? There are different ways in which stock can be consumed, and the simplest way is consumption against a cost center or a department. The word cost center, don't let that word scare you. A cost center is a technical word for a department. So what departments does my coffee shop have? I have a marketing department taking care of flyers and advertising my coffee shop. I have a production department making cakes, pastries and all the good stuff. I have my HR department taking care of employees, salaries, promotions, etc., etc. I have a finance department taking care of accounting. Right? Each department will incur some costs. the HR department might need paper for printing. So paper is a cost that the HR department is incurring, and paper needs to be procured. So all orders of papers that are coming in will be charged against the HR department if that's the only department that uses it. Why are we not putting in stock and charging directly to the HR department? That's a good question. We'll get to that in a minute. So for now, let's create this cost center. And creating a cost center is creating a code for a department. As simple as that. Okay? Now, how to create a cost center? The transaction for that is the transaction to create a cost center is KS01. And the controlling area is 2000. That's what we have been already using. And we're going to create a cost center for HR. HR01. And this is valid from today. Give it a name, HR department, or a description, doesn't matter. Person responsible, say I'm responsible. And the cost center category, say administration, because it's all HR, right? Administration. And the hierarchy code, again, you can always go and select from the possible list. Say finance and administration. Company code, of course, is US01. And the currency is USD. That will be derived automatically. And save. Oops. Okay. So it says the company code is not created. Let's fix this problem real quick. Go to enterprise structure, assignment, controlling, assign company code to controlling area, select 2000, click on new entries, enter US01. Don't worry about this step. It's not important for us. Right? And I've done some magic behind the scenes. So let's go back and try this again. KS01, HR01, put a name of HR department. The person responsible is Siva. And the business area is something. Hit enter. Save it. Now let's go try to order those stirrers again. 4001. And order coffee beans for the first item. And stirrers for the second item. It says account assignment mandatory, and we have said in the A column or the account assignment column, put a value of K. Hit enter. Put a price. The price could be $10, $20, whatever. And in the account assignment, we're going to say HR01. So what we are essentially saying is the cost of one quantity of stirrers, whatever the price is, the cost of stirrers is to be consumed by the HR department. And don't worry about this error, we're going to fix this. But try to understand this concept. The cost of stirrers is consumed by this department. So when something is consumed, it's no longer in stock. Done. It's consumed already. That's the reason why SAP does not really track stock. Because it's consumed, it's done. You can physically keep it in the warehouse because you don't want to keep your stirrers right by your desk, right? You could keep it in the warehouse, but purely from a consumption perspective, they are consumed, Done. They are no longer tracked as stock. So the vendor has been paid and some department has consumed it, and that's how it will be accounted. Right? Now let's go fix this problem. Version 0 is not defined for fiscal year 2016. And the way to fix that problem is go open a new window, go to OKEV. This is all controlling, so you don't have to really understand it. Somebody else will fix these things for you. So since there is no finance consultant, we are doing it all on our own. Enter controlling area 2000, click OK, and it says I've locked the cost center. All right, so we saved that. Go back, go back, go back, and come here. I'm gonna say no and try OKEV again. Hit enter. And go to version 0 and settings for each fiscal year, right? And here enter or copy 2009 into 2016. That's the current fiscal year, and save it. Doesn't matter any transport, and we're done. Let's see if this gets refreshed. Click enter, save. Document still faulty. No, we want to edit it. Purchase order, blah blah blah. Looks like that's not refreshed. So let's go back and come again. Do you need to save the document? No. So ME21N. Put your vendor of 4,000. And everything else is taken care of for you. Just start entering the materials. So coffee beans, the first item, and stirrers, the second item. It says account assignment mandatory. We know what to do. Enter K here, and then enter a price here, and then enter HR as the department that's going to consume the cost of that material. That's it. Now you can save that transaction, right? All right, what have we seen here? Creation of cost center, transaction K01, and we have entered some details, doesn't matter what details, and we have entered K is the account assignment for stirrers, and under account assignment we have entered admin, HR, whatever as the cost center that we have created. So the cost of this material, whatever the quantity is being absorbed or consumed by this cost center, and that's achieved through account assignment. So account assignment is a modifier that modify. So account assignment is really a modifier to the way accounting is done. And like I said, the logistics does not change. You go to same MIGO, receive both the materials. You go to same MIRO, pay for both the materials. Nothing really changes from a logistics perspective. The only change is from an accounting and consumption perspective. And A, the account assignment column, is used to effect that modification. In this case, we are consuming against a cost center. There are other ways to consume it, which we'll see in the next set of chapters. So we can create more cost centers. Marketing could be another cost center. So create a material called flyer and then consume it against a cost center of marketing, right? So if the marketing department needs flyers, they'll be consumed against the marketing department cost center. So anybody creating a purchase order for this material should have to enter K here and then enter the cost center here. Done. Now, how about shared services or shared goods or services? Well, we're going to talk about services in the next chapter. But for now, how about shared goods? Think about anything that's shared between different departments. How about paper? Let's say the HR department needs printing paper, the finance department needs printing paper, the marketing departments need printing paper. So it doesn't make sense to order printing paper for each department, right? Order them in bulk. It's more cost efficient. And when you order them in bulk, say 100 packs of paper, how do you distribute the costs? The HR department, let's say, uses costs more, and marketing departments use like less, say 80-20, right? So there should be an easy way to distribute the costs. Say the marketing department needs 80% and admin department needs 20%. If you go to the account assignment and if you go to the distribution field, there's something called distribute by percentage. And you can put the different cost centers there, put a percentage. The cost incurred for the procuring the corresponding material will be shared correspondingly between the respective departments. So we have created one cost center, right? HR. Now let's create another cost center, admin. What's the transaction? KS01. And instead of HR, put in admin 01, and the reference cost center is HR01. Why do we put a reference? So that everything else is copied for us. So admin is created. And if you want to create finance, enter, save. Right. Now let's go create a purchase order for something like paper, doesn't matter, whatever non-stock material. In this case, I'm going to say stirrers. See, we are procuring 1000 stirrers and put a account assignment of K. And what's the cost for it? The cost is $10,000 at $10 per piece. Well, that's an exaggerated amount. Let's put $1 per piece. So $1,000. So 1000 quantity is $1,000, right? So $1,000 needs to be distributed across, say 80% goes to distribution by percentage, and say hit enter. HR01. Go click on this tab and you should get that table. So percentage wise, we said 80% goes to HR, right? And then 20% goes to admin, and then 20% goes to admin. We are going to divide it based on percentage and select distribution based on percentage and say 80% goes to HR and 20% goes to admin, right? You see the costs are being shared, the quantity is being shared. Click save. So the accounting is automatically done for you. This is how you share costs for a common material that's procured in bulk. Exercise. What are the different types of price controls in the material master? We have seen that there are two different types of price controls. What are they? Question number 2. The value of a material is updated when? Is it during PO creation or goods receipt creation? So what are the different types of price controls in the material master? S for standard and V for moving average. And when is the value of a material updated? Is it during PO creation or during GR creation? It's during GR creation. It's during GR creation. So in this section, we are going to learn about how to procure services. We have seen how to procure stock materials. We have seen how to procure non-stock materials. And this is the third variant, how to procure services. Just like the way we procure coffee beans, stirrers, flour, or any kinds of physical goods, we can procure services as well. Would you have a physical goods receipt happening? Of course not. We'll see some examples of services in the next slide. So the process to procure services, as we have discussed, is a little bit different. But what are services? Let's see some examples of services. Just by looking at these examples, you might have guessed what services are. This here is an example of electrical service. This is an example of heating and air conditioning service. This is an example of plumbing service. Your lights stop working, you call your electrician. Your AC machine stops working, you call your HVAC engineer. Your roof is leaking, you call your plumber. These are all examples of services. Now, let's see how services are procured and how they are really different from physical goods. Now, just because services are not tangible, you might be tempted to create a service material of type NLAG or non-stock, because you're not going to stock non-stock materials, right? Stirrers. So why don't we create services using non-stock materials? When I was learning that was my first impression. Why don't I use NLAG? Why are we treating services differently? But let's see if it works. What we're going to do is create a non-lag material called electric services. And since they are non-stock, we're not going to store or stock those services, which is quite intuitive. So let's create that material. All right, so we go to MM01 and say electric service, and we call it 01, 02, whatever. And if we want to say retail, and for material type, we're going to use NLAG. Click OK. And as usual, we want to select the basic view, purchasing view, and accounting view. Remember, these are the three main views that we use in purchasing. And for plant, of course, we use Chicago. Enter. And we say electric service. Basic unit of measure is typically not each, but we do hour, meaning what is the cost per hour. So the basic unit of measure is hours. Now for material groups, just use 015. That's not the right material group, but let's just roll with it. Hit enter. Go to purchasing view, and everything seems okay. And hit enter again. And in the accounting view, for NLAG materials, it picks up some valuation class. That's fine, we don't care. Click save. Now for standard price control, it's asking me to enter a price. Say I'm going to say enter 1. Elect serve -01. That's the material that we have created. Go back and let's create a PO. ME21N. So what are we doing here? We are raising a PO for electric service. Save the same vendor. 4001. Enter. And for material, we use elect serve 01 and a quantity of 1, say. Now this is a non-stock material, right? So it's asking us to use some kind of an account assignment because it's consumed, it's not going to stock. And what do we do in this case? Simple. We go to the account assignment and enter the department that's going to eat this cost. So we're going to say a cost center of K in the account assignment. Enter a cost center, say admin and go to conditions and enter a price, say $20 per hour, right? There's a warning, just ignore that, hit enter. We have created an electric service for $20 an hour against the admin cost center, right? Now you can go and click save. So there's our purchase order number. Double click that, select the PO and click Control C to copy the purchase order number. Well, now that we have created the purchase order, let's go and do a goods receipt, right? That's the next step typically for non-stock materials or stock materials. As we are going to see, this is where we are going to face issues. We'll see how. So what's the transaction for goods receipt? MIGO, MIGO, and click OK. Paste your purchase order number in here, Control V, hit enter. Okay, so the quantity here is 1. So you can go to the quantity field, and here is where the problem comes up. The way services are procured is different from the way physical goods are procured. If you ask me why, let me give you an example. So we have created this purchase order, all right, and during goods receipt, I'm going to tell you the problem that we are going to see. Say, for example, your pump is broken, the electric pump or the HVAC pump is broken. So you have called your electrician, and there are a couple of steps that happen in service. The first step is the electrician comes in and identifies the problem. Is it an issue with the pump? Is it an issue with the heat exchange? Whatever. And that's going to cost $20 an hour. And say he takes 1 or 2 hours to identify the problem. So this is 1 hour. Once he identifies the problem, the second step is to identify the spare parts. So he's going to need a replacement for the pump, or he's going to need some welding for the heat exchanger, right? So he's going to identify the problem. Say that's free of cost, it's not chargeable. And the third step is to procure the spare parts, right? So he has to go to the shop and get the spare parts. Let's say that's also not chargeable. But remember, these are all the steps that have to be done to really perform that service. The fourth step is to replace the parts and fix the problem. Now let's say replacing the parts and fixing the problem is an advanced electrical service. So it's not basic electric service, it's advanced electric service. Meaning it's chargeable at a different rate. Say it's chargeable at $30 per hour, and he takes 1 hour for fixing the problem. And finally, the pump is all set and the pump needs to be cleaned. So there's a manual labor that's involved, and the rate for that is $10 per hour. And say it takes 1 hour to clean the pump. So there are 5 activities that are done. And the key to understand this is simple. You cannot expect what service is being needed at the time of creating the PO. All you know at the time of creating the PO is that the AC machine is broken. That's it. You wouldn't know the spare parts that are required. You wouldn't know that fixing this is going to take so much of time. And you wouldn't know that there's a cleaning service that is required. This is where services are different. So at the time of goods receipt, you have to enter so many different parts, right? You have to enter basic electric service for 1 hour, you have to enter an advanced electrical service for 1 hour, you have to enter a cleaning service for 1 hour. Can you do that? Can you really add more materials during goods receipt? Let's try that. Now, can you change the quantity here? Say from 1 to 2 hours. It might, you don't know how many hours it's going to take, right? Can you change the quantity here to 2? Yeah, you can change the quantity. All right. And can you add more materials here? Like put another material here. Can you do that? So there's no way you can add an additional material here. Well, there is one way, but the way that's done is a little convoluted. It doesn't really help us to solve this problem with services. So how do we solve this problem? This problem is solved with the use of a different material altogether. It's not the standard material for NLAG or raw material or finished goods that we create here. We use something called as a service master. And how do we create them? Let's see them in the next chapter. Okay, so now we're going to learn how to create a service material. Go to Logistics, Material Management, and go to Service Master, Service, and AC03. That's the transaction for Service Master. Using the Service Master, we can create a service material. Now, this is very different from creating a raw material or a finished goods or an NLAG material. Let's see how it's different. So click on the New button, click Create New Service, and we're going to create an electric service. So we're going to call it ELEC serve, same name, say 01, and it's a service, right? And the basic unit of measure is hour. We're going to measure services in hours. Hit enter, and it says maintain a short text. So we're going to give a basic description. What shall we try? We're calling it basic electrical services. Hit enter, and over here you can use a valuation class of service, say 3200, and hit enter. Now that's all you need to create a service master, and go hit save. Let's say we want to create additional services like the advanced service or the labor service. It's really easy to do them. Once again, go to Service Master and select the material that you have created already. Click on Copy and create the advanced service material. So it's not basic, but this is advanced electric services, and everything else remains the same. The price is different, right? So save that, and another one. Now this time we are going to create labor 01 and call it manual labor. The unit of measure is same, valuation class is same. Save it. So here is what we have done. Using the service master AC03, we have created a basic electric service, and the unit of measure is hours, and the valuation class is 3200. And we have also created advanced electric services and labor using the copy button. It's just an easy way to copy services, right? So we have created this, we have created this, and we have created this. Now that we have created these service materials, let's go create a purchase order again. So go to ME21N, same vendor 4001, and you don't put that material here, not in this field. You just put a short text. So what are we trying to do? We are trying to procure electric services for a repair of our AC, say, right, or pump repair. So call it pump repair, right, for a quantity of 1. We don't know how many hours. We're just saying a quantity of 1. And in account assignment, somebody has to eat the cost, right? So we're going to put a cost center and put an admin department in charge for paying this, right? And the net price is, say, $10. That doesn't matter. Just put a number there. And now where do you put all the service materials that we have created? Electric service 1, basic electric service, advanced electric service, labor. We don't put them here. Instead, we put it at the line item level. But in order to do that, we have to classify this material as a service material. We just entered a text, right? We didn't enter the material number here. So how would SAP know that we are creating a service line item? That is done using the item category D. D is for service. Hit enter. Now go to the services tab and enter your services here. What are the services that we have created? Electric service 01, right? You don't need to put a short text, it'll all be taken. And put a quantity of 1. And now it's asking you for a price. And we say that the admin is eating the cost of this electric service. We have just created one service here. So we are asking the vendor 4001 for an electric service. Now we don't know that an advanced electric service is required or a labor is required. We don't know that yet. If we knew that in advance, we could very well put them here. So as of now, we are expecting that we need 1 hour of electric service at $10 per hour, right? Copy the PO, double click, copy. Now, do we do a goods receipt? No, we don't do a goods receipt. Instead, close this tab and go to the service entry sheet. So for services, you use service entry sheet. For regular physical goods, you use a goods receipt. Goods receipt versus service entry sheet. So you would have to remember this. Services use service entry sheet. Physical goods use goods receipt. So we are not going to go to MyGo and do a goods receipt. Instead, we are going to go to the service entry sheet. You go click on maintain. So service entry is just a fancy term again for recording services that have been performed. So some services are being performed, like a basic electric service, advanced electric service, labor. So what are they being performed against? Against a PO. What is our PO? Well, it's in our clipboard. So we're going to paste it here. Where are we going to paste it? We should refer it somewhere, right? We refer it here. Enter your purchase order number and click OK. That's easy, right? And then we're going to click on the new button here. So it creates a new entry sheet. So click on new and select your services. And we're going to give it a description. Pump repair. Or it could be something else, any kind of description. And what are the services that we have ordered? We have ordered for a basic electric service, right? We selected our PO, but the services have not come in from the PO yet. So in order for the services from the PO to come in, you have to select those services. So click on this button Click OK. So this is the service that we have asked for, right? So copy those services into our service entry sheet. The only item that we have ordered is a basic electric service, and that's for 1 hour. If you look at this line number 10, there is a check mark here. This means that it's a planned service. So we have already planned for it. Where did we plan for it? Right at the time of creating a PO. So at the time of creating a PO, we know that we needed a pump repair. We know the vendor, and we know that it's going to require roughly 1 hour of electric service. So that's a planned service. Now, the electrician has come in, and he is going to perform all the steps that we discussed in the other slide. What are the steps? These steps. Some basic problem identification, and then spare parts identification, fixing the problem, cleaning service, all different kinds of services. But we have ordered only for the basic electric service. How do we add more services, right? That's the real reason why we have come here instead of doing it in the goods receipt. So we cannot add more items at the line item level and goods receipt. So we are using a service entry sheet for that. This is SAP's way of entering services. Can we enter them here? Like so. So electric service, not 01, but 02, the quantity of 1. Hit enter. Can we do that? Whoops. We have a problem here. If you cannot enter an unplanned service, what's the fun in doing this in a service entry sheet? We have the same problem as we have in MyGo, goods receipt, right? Or is it really a problem? Well, the reason why we cannot enter an unplanned service here is because at the time of creating a PO, we have to plan for it. Well, it's not that complicated. I'm going to tell you. So let's abandon this guy. Cancel. Do you want to cancel the maintenance? Yes. Go back. Go to ME22N. Open the same PO that we have created. And over here, go to the limits tab at the line item level. And here, you can put a limit. For now, we have said that we require $10 or 1 hour worth of service. But there could be more services that are required, right? Like advanced installation, manual labor, so on and so forth. So we're going to set a limit of $100. So $100 is the limit, and it's going to be going against the admin cost center. Anytime we do a service, we need somebody to eat that service. And this guy, admin department, is going to eat the cost of that service. So we have set an overall limit of $100. There are many ways to set the limit, like no limit or limits by contract, but we are not going to go there. Just set an overall limit of $100. And what does that mean? That means that the electrician or the vendor is free to perform any kind of service until a limit of $100. Although we have originally said that the purchase order is for $10, we are giving leeway to the electrician or the vendor because we don't really know what is required to repair that pump. Now, let's save this. Go back and maintain a service entry sheet again. What is the service entry sheet for? It's for this purchase order that we have just entered. Hit enter. And we're going to create a new service entry sheet for pump repair. We're going to adopt the items from the purchase order. Click on this button, enter the purchase order number line item there, click OK. And the first line item is a basic electric service. Well, that's a planned service, we're happy with it. But the electrician is going to say, I need to do an advanced electric service, like an installation. Okay, sure. Go ahead. create them, and the price for that is going to be $20. Sure, no problem. See, this time SAP did not object. It said okay. It made an entry, and as you can see, this is an unplanned service. What do I mean by unplanned? It's unplanned with reference to the purchase order. So originally, when I'm the owner, I said I need a pump repair. I didn't know that it's going to require an advanced electric service. I only said, okay, 1 hour of service. But after the electrician has come in, he has seen this, he thought that an advanced electric service is required. Okay, we're going to enter that during the service entry sheet. And maybe you require labor, right? Labor 01, quantity of 1, at a price of say $10 per hour. And that's also an unplanned service. So the electrician says happy with it, he has fixed the problem. Now we go verify it, and somebody has to approve it, right? Because there's no stock to really show what we have paid for. It's a service, right? So somebody has to really approve a service. That was not the case with goods receipt. With goods receipt, because we have goods to show for in the warehouse, nobody needs to approve it. As long as there's a PO, you can go do a goods receipt. Somebody in the warehouse will go do a goods receipt. But a service always needs to be approved by an authority. A manager or somebody who is superior has to approve that the service has been performed. So you can save the service entry sheet. That means that the service has been performed. All good. But that's not the end of service entry. Somebody has to accept it. So you can save this, and now a manager has to accept it, right? Let's say I'm the manager, and I go to change mode, and you see this? The service entry sheet is not accepted yet. And that's why you see no acceptance here. If I'm the manager, I can just go here and click accept and click save. Now the service entry sheet is really complete. So we have procured a basic electric service, an advanced electric service, and a manual labor. During the service entry sheet, if you remember, we had to always enter the prices. $10 per hour for basic electric service, or $20 per hour for advanced electric service. Just like how we maintain price lists or info records for regular physical materials or non-stock materials, can we maintain the price for services? Well, the answer is yes. How do you do that? So go to Service Master, Service, and Service Conditions. There are 3 ways in which you can maintain prices for services. You can just maintain the base price. So electric service, base price $10 per hour. Or you could say, for the Chicago plant, the price is $11 per hour for basic electric service. And for Chicago, the price is $12 because the price for a service could differ by city or plant. Also, the services could differ with vendor. Vendor 4001 ABC Foods or ABC Electric Services could supply a basic electric service for $11, and somebody else could deliver the same service for $9. So the price of a service is basically dependent on plant, which is the location that you're procuring the services for, and the vendor who is supplying that service, right? So you could maintain prices for a service for any of these possible combinations, or you could do it standalone. So let's see how we do that. So go to Service Conditions, and click on Add. And over here, you could enter the materials or services. So elect serve 01. The amount is $10 per hour. And unit is USD. And electric service advanced is going to be $20 per hour. and labor is going to be $10 per hour, right? You can save it. Now go back and try and maintain the same prices with plant or without plant. So without plant is going to be like this. So for purchase org US01, so for vendor 4001, basic electric service is going to cost say $12, and advanced electric service is going to cost $22, and labor is going to cost say $9. Okay, save it. Also, you could create it for a combination of plant and material. So for vendor 4001, if it is Chicago plant, and for basic electric service, the amount is $13. So Chicago say is expensive, and advanced electric service is so much, labor is say $12, and save it. Now you could maintain this for the same vendor for a different plant, say Seattle plant, if you have created a Seattle plant with a different set of prices. This is how you maintain prices. Now if you create another purchase order like so, ME21N, vendor account assignment K, item category D, we call it pump repair for a quantity of 1, and the services that are required are basic electric service, admin department is going to cover the costs. You see the prices automatically come up here, right? And where is this coming from? This is coming from the prices that we have maintained. So let's see what we have done in this chapter. Every time a service material was being entered in the service entry sheet or the purchase order, we had to enter the price, right? Otherwise it was showing that message. So just like physical deliverables or non-stock materials, can we maintain a price list? So for physical materials like raw materials or non-stock materials, we maintain the prices in the purchase info record. For service materials, we maintain the prices in Service Master. We can maintain the prices in 3 different ways. We can maintain a base price, which is just the price for that service material, or we can maintain a price by vendor. And why do we maintain prices by vendor? Because each vendor's price could be different for different kinds of services. So we could maintain price list by vendor. And also we could maintain price list by vendor and plant combination. Meaning the same vendor is going to supply a particular material in the Chicago plant at a particular price and the San Francisco plant at a different price. It's the same material or same service. So these are the 3 different ways in which you can maintain prices for services. The transaction codes for that are all under Service Master, Service, Service Conditions, and these are the 3 different ways in which you can maintain the prices for services. For a service without plant, and for service with plant and vendor. Right? And these are the different transaction codes. Create, change, display. And when you enter a PO and enter the service material in the PO for that line item, the prices are automatically picked up. Okay, that completes the chapter on pricing. So we'll move on to the exercises in the next chapter. Okay, let's stop here for a minute and see what we have done. For a standard material, the account assignment is blank and the item category is blank. Now for non-stock materials, the account assignment could be a cost center or project or sales order, and the item category is also blank. For services, there is an account assignment that's required. We said the cost center admin is going to eat it, and we also need an item category. For services, the item category is D. When you say D, another new tab called services opens up, and you can enter any services that you are planning to get done from a vendor. If you know the services in advance, you can very well enter them here. But if you don't know, well, we're going to enter them later. Now, this is one major difference between how you create a standard material versus a service material, right? And after that, you take a copy of the PO and you go enter services. How do you enter services? Instead of doing MyGo, you do a service entry sheet. You don't do MyGo, but you do a service entry sheet. So you go to service entry sheet, ML81N, put in your purchase order, and create a service entry sheet, adopt the services that are planned from the purchase order, and all the planned services that you have created in the purchase order will be defaulted into the service entry sheet. In case you try to enter more materials or more services in the service entry sheet, you should already have set an upper limit in the purchase order. And that's why you get this message if you don't enter that. So go back to the purchase order, and right adjacent to the services, there is a limits tab. So set and limit. So basically, it's like saying I'm approving $100 worth of services. And now after you have done that and saved it, if you go back to your service entry sheet, you can enter unplanned services, as many of them, until the limit hits $100. Well, in this case, the limit did not hit $100, so I could enter two materials, one for the advanced electric service and one for labor. And observe this column, one is planned and two of them are unplanned, right? And after that, every service entry sheet needs to be approved by a signing authority, like a manager or a supervisor. So as soon as you enter these service materials and their costs and prices and quantities, it says that the service entry sheet is not accepted yet. So it shows you that red bar. So somebody in the right capacity has to go and click on this green flag that accepts that service sheet. So he just goes and physically inspects the pump, make sure everything is working, and say, okay, I'm going to accept that. Once that green flag is checked, the service entry sheet is accepted. So the first difference was during PO creation. We said the item category is D. The second difference is we are not going to do MyGo. Instead, we're going to do a service entry, and somebody who's a manager or supervisor is going to accept the service entry sheet. So we have created a purchase order. We have created a service entry sheet against that purchase order. And that means the service that we have asked from the vendor has been performed. And somebody in a managerial capacity has accepted that service. What's the next step? The next step is to receive the invoice from the vendor. We're going to see that in the next chapter. So the first question is, can you create a service line item without a cost element? Well, so far we have not created a service line item without a cost element. We always used K and admin as a cost center. But can we create a service line item without a cost element? I want you to try it and see. The item category for service is which one of these? Is it D, B, S, or SV? Well, I can rule this out because item categories are just single character.
But between D, B, and S, what is an item category for service? The third question is, which of the following is necessary to enter additional line items in service entry sheet? Well, in the service entry sheet, when we wanted to add additional line items, something has to be set at the line item level in the purchase order. Which of these had to be set? Number 4, for service items, accounting happens when? During goods receipt or service entry sheet? Number 5, transaction code for service master is which one of these? Number 6, transaction code for service entry sheet. Well, I don't want you to really remember these transactions. The real reason I'm asking these questions here in the exercise is so that you can go and refer back to your SAP system, go to the service entry sheet and see the transaction yourself. It just ensures that you're really in touch with your IDES system. Number 7, what are the disadvantages of using NLAG material for procuring services? Well, we have tried to procure a service using NLAG material, right? And then we couldn't do it for some reason. So why? Well, this is something we have not covered in the chapter so far, so don't worry about this question and these questions too. Number 11, which following combination are possible in standard SAP to maintain service material prices? So there were 3 ways in which you could maintain prices for service materials. Which of these combinations represent those 3 ways in which you can maintain prices? Number 12, there is no need for the user to create a MyGo transaction for service materials. Is this true? Well, we have seen material documents, right? How were they created? So did we have to create them or not? Alright, let's solve the exercises. Can you create a service line item without creating a cost element? No, you cannot. You always have to include a cost element. Remember, there were 2 things at the line item level that we had to do to make it a service item. The item category had to be set to D. This was the primary driver to make that line item service. And service line items always need a cost element. Somebody has to eat that cost, and that somebody, that department or the order or a production order or whatever, has to be specified in the account assignment field. Second question, the item category for service is D. So if you answer the first question, you almost answered the second question, right? Which of the following is necessary to enter additional line items in service entry sheet? Not delivery schedule, not gross price, but limit. Remember, we have set a limit of $100 at the line item level. And without setting that limit, we were not able to enter unplanned items in the service entry sheet. Number 4, for service items, accounting happens where? Well, it doesn't happen in the service entry sheet. It happens in the goods receipt, but the trick here is you don't do the goods receipt physically yourself. You just do the service entry sheet, and this automatically does a goods receipt with a dummy material and creates the material document. Number 5, transaction code to create the service master, AC03. Transaction code for service entry sheet is ML81N. And like I said, just go refer to your IDES system for transaction codes. What are the disadvantages of using NLAG material for procuring services? Well, for starters, adding additional materials at the goods receipt level is not an ideal way. It breaks the link between the purchase order and the goods receipt. Well, there is a way to automatically create a PO, but that's convoluted, number 1. And number 2, it breaks the relationship between the purchase order and the goods receipt. There's really no elegant way in which you could add more services at the goods receipt level. And that's the reason why we could not use NLAG material to order services. Which of the following combinations are possible in standard SAP to maintain service materials?
Well, vendor and service material is possible, yes. Service material and plant is possible, yes. Vendor, service material and plant is also possible. And service material is also possible, just the service material. So all of these are possible. Number 12, there's no need for the user to create MyGo transaction for service materials. That's true. We don't need to create it. We just need to do the service entry sheet, save it, accept it, and a MyGo transaction and a material document will automatically be created behind the scenes. In this section, we will talk about returns. So far, we have seen how to procure services, non-stock items, stock items, and all along we have just been receiving goods into our inventory. But what if something goes wrong? Let me give you some examples. Say you receive 100 pounds of flour or sugar and the vendor sends it to you in two 50 kilo bags. Say one of the bags is torn, or the flour has gone bad, the sugar has gone bad. What do? You don't use it, right? What do? You return it to the vendor. Now, how do you do returns? This is just one scenario. There are many other scenarios for returns. We will see the different scenarios for returns in this section. The simplest is called as a return delivery. So what is a return delivery? Let's take the same case. Coffee gone bad or sugar gone bad. And start all the way from the beginning. So there is a PO, right? That's for say 100 kilos of coffee. And the PO is received. So goods comes in. The 100 kilos comes in. And you do an invoice receipt. So basically this completes the steps from a P2P perspective. And the invoice is paid, of course, that's a finance step. We don't care. So the goods is received, goods is in the warehouse, and then somebody went in and wants to use that 100 kilo coffee or 50 kilo coffee. But what they found out is the coffee has gone bad. It's gone stale or whatever. Now we want to return one of the 50 kilo bags. What do? We call the vendor and say, hey, you know what, one of the 50 kilo bags is gone bad. We wish to return it. Typically, there is a very long-term relationship between suppliers and companies. The vendor says, no problem. The next time the truck comes in, send it over and I'll replace it. Right? So the first step that we're going to do is create POGRIR, and after that we're going to return 50 kilos of coffee. Right? So let's do that. Alright, so we're going to create these three steps. Number 1, number 2, and number 3. Create the purchase order first. Vendor 4001, material coffee beans, quantity 100. Right? That's it. Save. We've got our PO. Copy it. Now by this point, you should be very well versed with the basics of POGRIR. So that's the reason why I'm not going into the details. If you are not well versed, then you better go back to the previous chapters. Alright, so go back, go to goods movement. Now we are doing step number 2 here. Now this step is done. We have ordered for 100 kilos of coffee. Now after some time, the goods are coming in. And that's what we're going to do now. We are going to receive the goods. So put the purchase order number that we copied in there. Enter. And how much did we receive? We received 100 kilos. We are saying item OK. And where did we receive it? Into our coffee storage location. And save. Okay, so the material document is posted. So step number 2 is done. Now we are going to do step number 3, which is receiving the invoice. So we have raised a purchase order, received the goods, and after some time, of course, we got to pay. And to pay, we have to receive the invoice. So the vendor is now going to send the invoice, and we're going to receive it into the system. How do you do that? Miro. Then when did we receive the invoice? This is the invoice date against this purchase order. Hit enter. And we are receiving an invoice for a quantity of 100, right? And what's the amount? $1,000. So we're going to put an amount of $1,000 here. Hit enter and save it. All right. Our invoice is saved. Let's go back to the PO. Hit enter and see the purchase order history. Now remember, purchase order history is where you see all the transactions that has happened to that purchase order. Now what has happened here? We have created a GR, we have created an IR. Let's see if those transactions are tacked on to the purchase order. Purchase order history. And of course you see the material document, which is the goods receipt, and the invoice that we have created. Okay, so far so good. The transaction is complete. Now, remember, the goal of this chapter is to do the return. And how do we do the return? Returns, typically inventory-based returns, are done with reference to the GR. So with reference to the GR, you create a return delivery. And where do you do it? In MyGo. So let's do that. So let's copy this material document. Control C. Go back. Now go to MyGo, and instead of a goods receipt, we do a return delivery. Right? Now this is something we are doing for the first time. So pay attention. All along, we have been doing MyGo for goods receipt only. Right? Now MyGo is a transaction that we can use to do so many different things. What are those different things? Returns delivery is one of them. So how do you do a returns delivery? Like I said, with reference to the goods receipt. So we select goods receipt here, and we select material document, and we paste the material document in here and hit enter. The system automatically pulls the quantity, storage location, plant, and all that stuff. So what this means is you have received a quantity of 100 pounds of coffee or kilos of coffee in this goods receipt. Now what do you want to do? How much do you want to return? Well, you could return the entire 100 quantity, or in our case, we want to return 50 kilos. Remember, we said there are 250 kilo bags that were delivered. One of the bag was gone. So we're going to return one of the bags. Right? Click item OK and click save. Now what does it ask you? It says enter reason for movement. Now, why does it ask you this question? It didn't ask you this question when you're trying to receive the goods. Well, this is a customization behind the scenes. Don't worry about it. We'll get to it when we get to inventory management. But for now, let's just say reason for goods movement. Go there and select a reason why we are returning it. It could be poor quality, but in this case, basically it's damaged, right? So I'm going to say damaged and save. Well, that looks pretty intuitive, right? What we are trying to do is give a reason why we are returning the goods. And why we are putting that reason is pretty obvious, right? When we return goods, you obviously put a reason. Go to Amazon, you return goods, you put a reason there. The thing is broken or it doesn't fit me, stuff like that. All right, so go back, and this step here is complete. And now what's the next step? The next step is to do a credit memo, right? So what's a credit memo? It's something similar to an invoice, but when we receive the goods, we have to pay the vendor. That's called an invoice that we receive from the vendor. But when we return the goods, the vendor is going to give us a credit memo. What's a credit memo? Let me take the Amazon example. If you buy some goods from Amazon, you pay Amazon, right? So Amazon sends you an invoice, you pay Amazon. Well, you just pay it right on the website. But if you think of a B2B scenario, Amazon gives you an invoice, you pay Amazon. But what if you return goods to Amazon? Now Amazon owes you money, right? In this case, the vendor, ABC Foods 4001, is like Amazon, and you are returning some of the stuff back to Amazon. Now what happens? The vendor owes you money. So he gives you what's called as a credit note or credit memo. What is a credit memo? It says, I have to pay you so much. Earlier, an invoice says, you have to pay me so much. A credit memo is the exact opposite of an invoice. It says, I owe you money. Right? So we need to document the credit memo just like the way we document an invoice. And how do you do that? Same transaction, my row. And instead of an invoice, select credit memo. See, it's not all that complicated, right? Only these three transactions, purchase order, my row, my go. These are the transactions that we use to create all the P2P steps. Now, what's the amount for? The amount the vendor is going to send the credit memo is for 50 pounds, right? It's not 100 pounds, it's 50 pounds. And the amount is going to be for 500, right? Now, when you change the quantity to 50, you see that the amount does not change. Now, this is weird, right? When you change the quantity, the corresponding amount should change. But it's not changing here. Well, the reason is SAP has left that to us. So if you want that quantity to change according to the amount or vice versa, you can customize it. But SAP says, I'm not going to change it because we don't know what amount the vendor is going to give a credit for. Sometimes the vendor might take some charges. Like if you buy something on Amazon or Best Buy and return it, there is something called as a restocking fee, right? So similarly, there could be some charges that the vendor could levy. So it's not always, a one-to-one relationship between quantity and amount. But if you really want the amount to change with quantity, meaning if you put 50 here, this should automatically go down to 500. 50 into 10, 500. In order for you to see that, there is a parameter that you can change. It's not a configuration, it's a personalization, meaning it doesn't apply to the entire organization. It applies only to you. If you want to have that control, you can have it with a parameter. What is that parameter? Do you want to post? No. Go to personalization using transaction SU3. You could use that, or you could use system user profile, set data, any of these. Okay, and go to parameters, and over here put in IV amount adjust, and then put an X there and click save. Okay, now go back to Miro. Put your purchase order number in there, and the quantity that we are receiving a credit memo for is 50. Now observe the amount column. So I've just entered 50 and hit enter. You see what happened? The amount automatically changed to the corresponding amount for that quantity. 50 multiplied by 10 is 500. If you put 25, it's going to automatically change to 250. Right? So that's that. We're going to change it back to 50, and we are going to receive that for $500, make the balance as 0, and save it. All right, so we have created this in Miro. So whether it's a goods receipt or a return delivery, you do the transaction in Miro. Whether it's an invoice receipt or credit memo, you do those transactions in Miro. So what have we done now? We have just completed the return of 50 kilos of coffee. And how did we do that? We created a return delivery with respect to PO. This is with respect to material document. This one is with respect to PO. All right. Now let's go back to the PO and see the PO history. So our invoice is complete, or credit memo is complete. Let's go back to the PO, open the PO, and go to purchase order history. You see that? There is a goods movement for 100, which is the inbound receipt, and then there is a goods movement outbound called return delivery for 50. So 50 has gone out of stock. How does it go out of stock? Well, we have created a movement here, but the next time the vendor comes in with his truck and all, he'll take the 50 kilo bag, put it in his truck, and take it back. As simple as that. So it's a pure inventory movement from our perspective. Right? There is no shipment involved, there is no packing, nothing of that sort. There is another way to do these things which involves all the logistics, but let's not discuss that here. This is a simple inventory movement. We receive the goods, we send the goods out. There's no shipping, there's no packing, there's no labeling, any of that stuff. And then we have two invoices. One is an invoice receipt, where we receive an invoice for a quantity of 100, the original invoice. And then we have a credit memo for a quantity of 50. Right? Sorry, let's go to the delivery schedule tab and observe this field called the open quantity. What does it say? It says 50. What does it mean? The original PO was for 100. We needed 100 pounds or kilos of coffee. We have originally received 100 pounds of coffee, right? But we have sent out 50. So we only received a net of 50 pounds of coffee. And what does this mean? This means that we are yet to receive 50 kilos of coffee, right? And that's called as an open quantity. An open quantity basically says we are yet to receive 50 kilos of coffee. How does the system know that? Very simple. 100 minus 50 is 50, right? So whatever was expected is the PO quantity, and whatever we got is the GR quantity, and whatever is remaining, of course, is open quantity. So in the next chapter, we're going to discuss a little bit about this open quantity and how to close it, how to block it, how to mark the delivery as complete, and all that kind of stuff. So like we were discussing in the previous chapter, we have ordered for 100 kilos of flour and we got 100 kilos of flour. The vendor did send 100 kilos of flour or coffee, and of course he sent an invoice for 100. Very good. But we found out that 50 was defective, so we returned 50. That means we only got a net of 50, and the vendor issued a credit memo for 50, so that's settled. But what about the original requirement of 100 pounds? We needed 100 pounds of coffee, right? That's why we have ordered for 100. But we lost 50 because of a quality issue. So we need 50 more. And that's what was reflected in the open quantity in SAP. This guy over here. It says open quantity is 50. Now, sometimes you might not require that 50. You're like, okay, that's it, that's fine, let it go. But the system does not let it go. It says there is still an open quantity of 50. Now, what are the implications of that open quantity? The implications are the PO still remains open. It's not closed yet. Meaning the PO is not complete because we have asked for 100 and the vendor only delivered 50. So we need 50 more. Now sometimes we might not require the 50 more. We can say, let it go, we might not need the 50 now. We can order it next month. But the system does not know that. The system thinks that we need 50 pounds of coffee. And in order to find out the open POs by vendor or by a number of other such criteria, you can go to this transaction, ME2L, hit enter and select your vendor, and in your scope of parameters, type in WE101. Alright, so this shows you the open goods receipt, meaning goods that we are yet to receive. You can select one or more than one vendor and click execute. Remember, our purchase order was 45007193. If we go back here, this is the PO 45007193, and it says 50 is still to be delivered and still to be invoiced, and the original quantity was 100. Right? So this is a report that shows you all the open deliverables from a particular vendor. Now we can let it remain open, meaning we need 50 more is the signal that we are giving the system, and the system assumes that we need 50 more, and the vendor also assumes that we need 50 more because we have ordered for 100, he has delivered only 50, and 50 is yet to come in. So far so good. But like I said, sometimes we don't need the 50. We might want to say, that's fine, we have enough for this month. Let's cancel that remaining 50. So how do you ensure that you close that 50 quantity of PO? You no longer need it, right? So there are a couple of ways to do it. The easiest way to do it is to go to delivery, and I need to go to change mode. Okay, the easiest way to do it is to mark that delivery as complete, that line items delivery as complete. Right? So let's do that. Let's click delivery complete and save. Right? Now if you go to the delivery schedule, do you see an open quantity here? You see, this is blank. Although the purchase order quantity is 100 and the goods receipt is 50, meaning we have asked for 100 and the vendor has delivered 50, there is no open quantity because we have marked that delivery as complete. Now if you go back to that report and re-execute it like so, you see that PO is gone. The 93 PO is gone. You no longer see it. 9091, there is no 93. That means that the purchase order is no longer open. Right? This is one way to do it. Another way to do it is to block that line item. Like how? Let me go back to display change of that PO, uncheck this flag, which means there's going to be an open quantity of 50, right, as usual. Now you can select that line item like so and block it. You see this lock? So when you block it, see again the open quantity has gone. So what is the difference between blocking and marking the delivery as complete? When you mark the delivery as complete, like here, this means that you're saying my delivery is complete, you no longer need to worry about it. It's typically final. You don't change it ever, although you have the facility to change it. But when you block it, this could be either temporary or permanent. Although both achieve the same effect, when you lock that line item, you're saying typically you temporarily block certain line items. Why? For example, there is a quality issue and you want to block all the line items in all the purchase orders for that material. You could block that. Or you have already created a purchase order with coffee, flour, sugar, 10 different kinds of materials, but you want to temporarily stop the delivery of a particular material or issuing the PO for that line item, meaning there is coffee, there is sugar, there is flour. Suddenly, the warehouse guy comes up and says, oh, we got enough flour or enough sugar, so don't order that now, but maybe 2 days later. So you have a choice. You can delete that line item or you can block that line item like this. This means that the delivery has not happened, but you are not going to issue that line item as a PO to the vendor. The rest of the line items are going to go as usual. So it's a status flag. It just says that, you're temporarily blocking it. You could later unblock it like so. So it's a temporary way of blocking items so that they're not acted upon further either by us or by the vendor. But delivery complete is a deliberate way of saying, hey, you know what? I think we are done with this line item. So if there is any shortfall, don't worry about filling it. We are good. Right? So these are the two ways. So there is another way. So let's see what we have discussed. We said that out of 100, 50 remained open, and in order to close them, there were 3 methods. We have discussed 2 of them. One was to mark the delivery as complete. The second is to block that line item. And we have seen the differences between these two. In the next chapter, we are going to talk about something called as delivery tolerance. Alright, so in the previous chapter, we have seen 2 ways that we can block or mark that line item as complete from a procurement perspective. There is a third way to do it, and that is called delivery tolerance. What is a delivery tolerance? Where is it set and how is it used? Let's take an example. Say we have ordered 100 kilos of coffee in a PO, and the vendor has delivered, say, 90 kilos. Now, 10 is remaining, right? Now, for that 10 kilos of coffee, do we really need the extra 10 kilos? Meaning, for some reason, the vendor has delivered only 90 kilos, maybe because he's out of stock or whatever reason. Now, in order to deliver the remaining 10 kilos, the truck of the vendor, right, has to make another round with just 10 kilos of coffee from his warehouse to our warehouse. Now, for some materials, it might not be worth it, because for 10 kilos of coffee or 5 kilos of coffee, it might not be worth the effort in terms of logistics to deliver the goods, right? We have seen this in Amazon. For low value goods, the freight is going to be so expensive. in comparison to the quality of the goods. So it does not make sense to do that extra logistics step of taking the 5 kilos or 3 kilos or whatever the shortfall is, depending on the nature of the goods. Now, if it's a coffee machine that costs like 10,000 pounds or $10,000, it makes sense. If you order 2 of them, only one of them comes in, the next one also needs to come. But coffee is something that we procure on a monthly basis, weekly basis, daily basis. So if there is a shortfall of say 10 kilos or 10 pounds, it doesn't really matter. So depending on the type of goods, we can say that even if you deliver by a tolerance of 5% or 10%, it doesn't matter, that's fine. We'll deem the purchase order as complete. You don't need to deliver the remaining. And of course, the vendor is only going to charge for whatever he has delivered. He's not going to charge for 100 in this case. He's only going to charge for 90, which is fair, right? Now, this concept is called as a tolerance, delivery tolerance. There's also something called as order tolerance, but we're not going to go there. Delivery tolerance. And we know that this is a property of a material, meaning you cannot generalize this for every material. Coffee has a certain tolerance, sugar has a certain tolerance, flour has a certain tolerance, muffins have a certain tolerance, coffee machine has a certain tolerance, pastry has a different kind of tolerance. So naturally, where is this set? Of course, in the material master. So that's the first place that the system will look when it wants to look at the tolerance. We'll see the effect of tolerance in a minute, but let's see where it is set. So the first place where the system is going to look for tolerances is in the material master. Material master, right? So delivery tolerance is set in the material master. So how is it set? Let's go set it for coffee beans. So go to MM02, enter coffee beans, enter purchasing data, click OK. Plant is Chicago, and there you go. This is where you set the tolerance. Let me change it. I'm not able to. It's grayed out. So how do you set the tolerance really? It's grayed out, right? It's set with something called as a purchasing value key, which is an aggregator field, basically a summarization field that has so many different values. So it has the reminders, it has the under delivery tolerance, it has the over delivery tolerance. We're not going to talk about reminders now, but we can check out this guy over here. So purchasing value key 2 has an under delivery tolerance of 10% and an over delivery tolerance of 10%. So select that and hit enter, right? And you see that this value changes. 10%, 10%. Now, can you define your own purchasing value keys? Yes, you can. The reason why purchasing value keys are defined is because you don't really want different kinds of tolerances to be set at the material master level without any kind of authorization. There should be a certain standardized way in which you set these tolerances and reminders. So that's why it's set in configuration, and you can change these things manually. Like you can make it to 12%. So somebody has to go and create a purchase value key that has a corresponding under delivery tolerance of 12%. So the next question you have is, where do you define these purchasing value keys? Okay, it's just a complicated way of setting these under delivery or over delivery tolerances. Don't read too much into this purchasing value key. It's just a complicated way of setting these tolerances. If it were up to me, I would have left this to the user to be able to set it to whatever, but I'm sure SAP has a very good reason why a purchasing value key is used instead of manually setting these tolerances. Remember, SAP is a system that's designed with the requirements of hundreds and thousands of Fortune companies, Fortune 100, Fortune 500, Fortune 1000. So whatever SAP does, there is a very, 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 very valid reason behind them. Okay? And of course, not every company is the same, and you can choose to deviate from it, but there are certain things that you cannot deviate from. For example, you cannot manually maintain the under delivery tolerance like this, 6%, not possible, unless I define a purchasing value key, right? So let's go save it and see where this purchasing value key is defined. And then after that, we're going to see the effect of setting this under delivery tolerance. Okay, purchase value key. You want to save it? Yes. So go back, go to SPRO, IMG, material management, purchasing, go to material master, purchasing value keys. Now, you don't have to really remember the path. You can just go here, search, and you can search for value keys. Because I don't remember the entire text, I'm going to just pick some part of it and say enter. It's going to search the entire menu path of SPRO and show you all the different areas that contains these texts. So there are standard value keys in capacity planning, standard value keys in MRP or maintenance plans, work centers, and then from process orders. And in purchasing, there is this purchasing value key, right? So if you click on that and say OK, it's going to point out to the exact location in SPRO where that particular configuration resides. So like I said, you don't have to remember all the different menu paths and transaction codes and all that in SPRO. You can just go search. It's like Google. You don't need to bookmark everything that you need on your browser. Just go search and Google will tell you where's what. So go to purchasing value keys, and we have selected 2, I believe. And 2 has a delivery tolerances of 10%. Right? You could create your own, like new entries, and then give a purchasing value key, then define these reminders, define a delivery tolerance. Okay, so we'll see the effect of this now. Go to ME21N and start creating a purchase order. 4001 for material coffee beans, quantity of 100, and we have created a PO for coffee beans, and we have set the delivery tolerances in the material master. And if you go to the delivery, you should see that the delivery tolerance should be 10%. But I don't see a delivery tolerance here. Why? Because delivery tolerance not just comes from the material master. If there is a delivery tolerance in the purchase info record, that takes precedence over the material master's delivery tolerance. Let's check it for a second. Do you want to save it? No. Go to logistics, material management, purchasing, master data, info record. And for 4001 vendor, this coffee beans, Chicago plant, click OK. And in the second screen, hit enter again. There is a field where you can set the delivery tolerance. What's the delivery tolerance here? 0. So that's the reason why you don't see delivery tolerance in the purchase order for this material vendor combination. What this means is delivery tolerance is not just set at the material master level, it's also set at the purchase info record. Right? So this is given the first preference. And if nothing exists here, then it goes here. You want to see it in action? Let's go change this. Change and set 5% here, 5% here. under delivery, over delivery, right? And save it. Now let's go create a purchase order. Of course, for coffee beans, quantity of 100. Do you see a 5% here? That is coming, of course, from the purchase info record that we have just set, right? So that proves that the first preference is the purchase info record. The data of under delivery and over delivery from the purchase info record gets pulled into the purchase order for that material and vendor combination. What happens if I delete this, or if it does not exist? Let's go see it. Do you want to save it? No. Go to flag for deletion, enter, complete info record, purchase order data, doesn't matter, save it. So this purchase info record is deleted. Now let's go create this purchase order. For coffee beans, quantity of 100. Okay, go put a price, because there's no purchase info record, it's asking me for the price again. If there was a purchase info record, it would have automatically picked it from there. Enter a price of $10. Now go to the delivery, and you see the under delivery and the over delivery tolerances are 10%, which is what we have set here. So we have set to 10% and we have set this to 5%. Remember? Now that the purchase info record is deleted, it's picking up from the material master. And that's why I said the second preference is the material master. If it exists in the purchase info record, it goes there. If it does not, it falls back to the material master. Well, now we know where the delivery tolerances are set, and we also understand what the delivery tolerances mean. Now we just have to see it in action. So what happens when the delivery tolerance is 10%? Let's see it with the same example. Let's order a PO for 100 kilos and set the delivery tolerance to 10%, right? And then we're going to deliver first goods receipt of say 50 kilos and see what happens. And then we're going to say another 40 kilos, which will make it 90, by which point we would have received 90% of the goods, which means that we have achieved the 10% tolerance, and then see what happens. Ideally, the expectation is that by the time we achieve 90% of the goods, the vendor does not need to deliver further. The PO item can be deemed as complete, right? That's the intention. We want to cut it off. We don't need it anymore. Let's see it in action. So the first step, create a PO for 100, right? We have it right here. We created a PO for 100. And we can save this. Right? Copy this PO. Control C. Okay, now go to MIGO. It's not a return delivery, it's goods receipt. Against the PO, Control V. So the first lot we are going to receive is for 50 kilos, right? So go select a quantity of 50. So the vendor is under delivering by 50. That's fine. We're going to say item OK, and we're going to receive it into the coffee storage location and save it. Now let's open that PO. Go to the delivery schedule and see the open quantity there, 50. Reasonable, right? Go back. And the second delivery is for 40. So 50 plus 40 is 90. And 90 kilos should come right within that tolerance of 10% of 100. Go do MIGO again for 40. Goods receipt against the PO. This time SAP has calculated automatically that we need only 50, not 100, right? Because 50 has already been delivered. So it says there's only a provision for 50 more. How much do you want to take? Well, let's say the vendor did not give us 50, he only gave us 40, right? Where? In the coffee bean storage location. Click item OK and save. Now, by this time, the vendor has delivered 50 plus 40, 90 kilos, which falls within the 10% tolerance limit. That means that out of 100, he has delivered 90, which is within 10% of the tolerance limit. So the open quantity should not be 10 anymore, because we don't need the remaining 10. We can let it go. If it delivers 100, it's fine. If it delivers 90 also, it's fine. That's what we are trying to say with delivery tolerance. Now we should not see the remaining 10 as an open quantity. 100 minus 90 is 10. And that should not remain as an open quantity because we have set a delivery tolerance of 10%. Do we really see that? Go back. Open the PO. Go to delivery schedule. And we still see an open quantity of 10. Well then, what's the point in specifying an under delivery tolerance of 10%? So we came back to the same shape. There's no point. So how to fix this? Well, in defining under delivery tolerances and over delivery tolerances, in order for the system to deem that PO as complete when the goods received falls within that tolerance, there is a configuration that has to be set. Where do we set that configuration? SPRO IMG. Go to materials management, and instead of going to purchasing, go to inventory, because that's where it is set. And go to goods receipt, set tolerance limits. Once again, you don't have to remember this path. Oops, looks like I went to the wrong path. This is not the right path. Okay, this is the right path. Set delivery completed indicator. Click OK. And then this is by plant. So you can set this parameter by plant. Not all plants need to behave the same, right? So for Chicago plant, we want to set the delivery complete indicator if the delivery falls within the tolerance limit. Okay, so now save it and save it as TR because it's configuration, and then you still see the open quantity, right? Because the change in configuration does not affect current transactions. You got to start all over again. So what do we need to do? Create a PO for 100 quantity and deliver only 90 of them, right? So if you look at the delivery, you should see the 10% tolerance there, which is good, and then save it. Copy the PO. Okay, save the PO, and then out of a quantity of 100, only deliver 90. Well, we could split it up into 50, 40, it doesn't matter though. We are only going to deliver a net of 90. Right? Where? Into the coffee storage location. Click OK and save. So out of 100, the vendor has delivered 90. Now let's go back to the PO and see if based on the tolerance of 10%, right, does the system still show that there is an open quantity of 10? Ideally it should not, right? So go to delivery schedule, and what's the open quantity? 0. So that means that out of 100, even if 90 was delivered, the system is deeming that line item as complete because the delivery tolerance is 10%, And in inventory management, we have configured the system for Chicago plant so that when the deliveries or goods receipts fall within the tolerance limit, the system says, I'm fine with it, you don't need to deliver more. So let's look at that report ME2L, and for 4001 Chicago plant, see the 9.5 purchase order that we have just created did not turn up as an open order. Why? Because we have configured the system in such a way that when the deliveries or goods receipts reach a certain threshold as defined by the under delivery, the system says I'm good to go. Now, same thing happens with over delivery. Meaning, if we have set an over delivery tolerance of 10%, the vendor can deliver goods by up to 10% more. So instead of 100 kilos, if he can deliver 110 kilos, which is 10% more than what was created for in a purchase order, that's still fine. That's called as over delivery tolerance. And of course, he's going to charge for 110 kilos or 90 kilos in case of under delivery. All right, so that is how you handle shortfall. There were three methods like we discussed. The first was marking the delivery as complete. The second was to block that line item. And the third is using delivery tolerances. So this is the third method. 1, 2, and 3. Simple, right? All right. In the next chapter, we're going to talk about another interesting topic called return PO. In this chapter, we will talk about another kind of return. These returns are called return POs, as opposed to a return delivery. So it's not a return delivery, but it's a return PO. So what's the difference between a return delivery and a return PO? Well, we know what's a return delivery, right? This is a return delivery. And what's a return delivery? So we have a PO against which we receive goods, and we also receive an invoice, say for a quantity of 100 kilos of coffee, and we want to return some of the stuff like 50 kilos of coffee, right? So we create a goods issue. It's not a goods receipt, but it's a goods issue because we are issuing the goods out of our warehouse. And we are doing a goods issue for say 50 quantity. And then we'll also do an invoice. And that is for a quantity of 50 that we receive from the vendor. So this is a return delivery. So this invoice receipt is also called a credit memo. Right? So this is ME21N. This is MyGo. This is MyRo. Same here. MyGo, MyRo. You just select different options in MyGo and MyRo depending on the transaction that you're doing. Right? So this is a return delivery. Now we're going to talk about return PO. To understand return PO, let's take an example. In our coffee shop, we sell newspapers, right? Say we sell New York Times. How many do we sell? Maybe 50 a day, right? But we don't know how many we sell. So we typically get like 75 or 100 every day. And we sell however many we can, right? So how does this process work? There is a PO that gets you 100 newspapers every day, right? And we receive 100 and we get an invoice for 100, right? And this happens, say, every day. This is not ideal. There are other ways to do it, but say this happens every day. So there's a PO for 100 every day, 100 quantity of New York Times. and we receive 100 newspapers every day into our goods, and we receive an invoice for 100 every day. Now, we might not sell all the 100, isn't it? We might sell 50, we might sell 75, we might sell 25. What happens to the remaining newspapers that we accumulate every day that we don't sell? Well, newspapers, magazines, bread, these kind of goods, they expire by the day, right? So bread expires in, say, 2 days. Newspaper expires in 1 day. By the time it's evening, nobody cares about your newspaper, right? So the industry works in a different way there. Newspapers are delivered to you, say, in 100 quantity. If you only sell 50, they take the remaining 50 back. They give you money for the remaining 50, right? So say, for example, on day 1, say Monday, you buy 100 in a PO, but you only sell 50. So this is buy, this is sell, and remaining is 50, right? On day 2, same quantity of 100, you sell 75 and remaining is 25. Day 3, say 100 and you sell 100, remaining 0. Day 4, 100 and you sell, say, 60, remaining 40. So you get the picture, right? So at the end of the week, say we are cutting short the week by 4 days. At the end of the week, you have 50 plus 25, 75 plus 40, 115, I think. I'm not very sure, but doesn't matter. So at the end of the week, there are 150 newspapers, old newspapers, that we have accumulated for the entire week, available to be returned. Right? Now, you don't want to go to the individual GR and start doing goods issues. It's very cumbersome. And you typically do it when there is defective goods or for some reason you want to return stuff. But this is not just returns. You don't want to even consider them a sale. Right? So this type of situation is handled using a return PO. The PO itself is not for delivery of goods into our warehouse, but for returning the goods to the vendor. But the original intention of this PO or this PO is not that. We want 100 quantity. We want 100 quantity of coffee. We want 100 quantity of newspapers. But this time, what we're going to do is, end of the week, what we do is we create a return PO. Okay, so it's going to be like this. Think of this as return, and then it's going to be a PO. It's a different kind of PO. We will talk about that. And that's going to be for a quantity of 115 New York Times newspaper at whatever price. You're going to get it back. And you do a goods issue of 115, and that goes out from our warehouse. And then what do? You do an invoice, right? And that's also for a quantity of 115 that goes out of our warehouse. The difference between this PO and this PO is that at the line item level, you mark that as a return PO. That's what triggers this new kind of process. Everything else remains the same. You just mark that line item as return PO, and then subsequent processes automatically adjust themselves to be a goods issue, for example, as opposed to a goods receipt, or a credit memo as opposed to an invoice receipt. Right? So let's do this in action. So first thing we're going to do is create this cycle, and the second thing we're going to do is create this cycle. Right? And in order to do that, first, we have to create the New York Times material. How are we going to create it? As a trading goods. How? We are trading it, right? It's not raw material for us. It's not finished goods. It could be finished goods, but we don't care. We could do it as a trading material. It's easier that way. So step number 1, create New York Times as Hava trading goods. Let's do that. How do you create a material? MM01, right? So go to MM01 and type in New York Times, call it retail, and use Hava trading goods. Enter. And we only want to create 3 views, right? Basic data 1, purchasing, and accounting. And that's for the plant of Chicago. Okay, New York Times. Basic unit of measure, each. It's not hour or it's not kilos, it's each. For material group, just put in something for now. Purchasing group, anything is fine. And valuation class 3100, and it's moving average. Because it's trading goods, SAP has automatically picked up the price control as moving average because it knows that we're going to buy and sell, which is more relevant for moving average as opposed to manufacturing, which is more relevant for a standard cost. Okay. All right. Save it. Enter. All right, so we got New York Times there. So this step is complete. And the second step is create PO for a quantity of 100. Easy, right? So go to ME21N, select the same vendor, doesn't matter, any vendor is fine, and select New York Times for a quantity of 100. Say the price is $1 each. So 100 into 1 is $100. Save it. As usual, copy the PO. Now receive the goods against this PO. How many are we receiving? A quantity of 100. Where are we receiving into? Let's say 001. Right? Save it. Okay, material document is posted, and we'll also create an inbound invoice. Today's date, and the PO goes here. So it's for a quantity of 100, and the amount is 100. Save it. So we have created a PO. 3 did a goods receipt. Step number 4 did an invoice receipt. Okay, we're good. Say we have been doing this for like 7 days a week, 7 purchase orders, and like I said, we have accumulated a quantity of 115 in our warehouse. Right now we don't have 115, so let's say we have accumulated 115. At the end of the week, we are going to do a return PO, return purchase order. Like I said, the way you create a purchase order is very simple. It's the same step. Create PO for New York Times with the same vendor. So it could be like say 100, 115, whatever, right? Because we don't have a quantity of 115, I'm just using a quantity of 100. And I said the difference is marking that line item as a return PO. How do you do that? If you scroll all the way to the right, there is a column called returns items. Just check it and hit enter. So this item is being marked as a returns item. Now, one item could be returns, the next item could be a regular item. No problem. Now, save it. There we go. We have our new PO. Copy it. And then we're going to do a goods issue. Right? Select that PO, and you see it's the movement type that's selected here is a GR returns. Right? If it were a regular item like a regular purchase order inbound, it would have selected a different movement type. Now we don't understand movement types yet, but that's fine. The point being, SAP automatically recognizes that it's not an inbound receipt, but it's a return. And how does it recognize it? Because we have marked that item in the PO as a returns PO. So item okay, and we are returning a quantity of 100. We could return 100, we could return 75, we could return however many you have. And save. And where are we returning them from? 0001, because that's where we have kept our newspapers. And save. Cool. Now we're gonna enter the invoice. Put today's date and put the PO number in there. Enter an amount of 100. And instead of an invoice, select credit memo, because it's a credit that we are giving, right? And the balance will tell you if you need to give a credit or a regular invoice. If you try to create a regular invoice like so, you see the balance becomes 200 negative. And if you go to the messages, it will show you that the invoice document will be negative, right? So that's not what we want to do. We want to create a credit memo, because it's a credit that we are going to get when we return 100 quantity of these newspapers, because it's a return item. It's not a regular inbound item. So we are good to go, and save it. Right? Now let's go back to that purchase order. And go to the purchase order history and see what happened. So we sent out the goods of quantity 100, and that's why we have 100 minus. And we have created a credit memo for a quantity of 100. So what we have done essentially is created a PO, mark that item as return item. This is the key to make it a return PO. And then did a goods issue. So you don't have to select anything in the drop down. Just go to MyGo, put that PO number in there, and the system will automatically determine if it should be a return or an inbound. And step number 3 is create an invoice receipt for a credit memo. So this is return PO. Now in the next chapter, we are going to talk about credits and debits. So in this section, all along we've been learning about returns. So we have talked about 2 different kinds of returns. Standard returns, which are called return delivery, and there is another type of return called return PO. And we know how to create either of these. Now, after we return goods, say with Amazon, we get a credit, right? We either get a money or we get a credit note. A credit note is as good as money because we can buy goods with a credit note. Now this is all good. We return goods, we get money. But what happens if there is an issue in pricing that purchase order? Meaning, say the price of a purchase order is $1,000, 100 kilos of coffee at $10 per kilo. Then you receive the goods for a quantity of 100, and then you do an invoice receipt for say $1,000 at $10 per kilo. This is all good, but later what we have realized is maybe the vendor has overcharged us, or the vendor could have also undercharged us. The price should have been, say, $11 instead of $10. What do you do now? So the price we have found out is not $10, but it's $11. In which case, the vendor has undercharged us by $1. So we need to give the vendor how much? So at a rate of $11, this is going to be $1,100, right? So we need to return $100 to the vendor. This is case of undercharging. And in case of overcharging, say it should have been $9, but the vendor has charged us $10. In which case, we have paid the vendor $1,000, but we should only have paid $900, and we should have received, or we should receive, a credit of $100. So in case of overcharging, the vendor overcharging us, we receive a credit. In case of undercharging, we receive a debit note. A debit note is a notice to pay more. A credit note says, hey, you know what, I need to pay you. Right? It's pretty logical. If the vendor overcharges you, you get a credit. If vendor undercharges you, you have to pay the money back. So again, let's start here. We'll create a PO. We'll do a goods receipt. We'll do an invoice receipt real quick. And then we'll do either of these scenarios. First, we'll do the undercharge, and then we'll do the overcharge. So real quick, let's create the purchase order for a quantity of 100. Right? Now we have become experts in creating purchase orders, returns, and invoices. Right? So at a price of $10, save, pick up the PO. MyGo, goods movement, enter the purchase order number. We're going to receive it into our coffee storage location. Item OK, and quantity of 100, save. Enter an invoice. Put today's date in there. Enter the PO number and select invoice over here. So this is important. If you select a credit memo, you won't get the right amounts. And the amount is $1,000. Everything cool. Save it. So we have created this, right? So it doesn't take long. Really, it takes like 3 minutes to do these steps. Now we're going to create. So we will do this scenario now, where the vendor has undercharged us. So instead of 11, which is the right price, he has charged us $10. So we need to give back $100. So how do you do that? So we know the PO number. Go to MyRow, and instead of invoice or credit memo, select subsequent debit. All right, put today's date in there and enter the PO number. So the quantity is 100 and the amount is 100. Okay, we are giving back $100 to the vendor. When you give back to the vendor, it's called a debit memo. When you get money from the vendor, it's called a credit memo. Right? So subsequent debit is something that you do when there's no logistics involved. Here there is no logistics, right? We are not returning the goods, we are not taking in the goods. It's a pure financial transaction. Now you might have a question. Why do we select a quantity of 100? Because we are not doing a logistics transaction, right? So why do we select 100? Well, that 100 is used for tracking. So somewhere down the line, if somebody wants to know what is the amount that you're giving this credit for, just by looking at the debit memo, people will know that this is the quantity against which we are giving a debit of $100. Right? So quantity ties things together, and that's why we have a quantity there, although there is no logistics. The truck does not come pick up the goods, nothing like that. It's a pure financial transaction, but we still have the quantity there to tie things together from an accounting perspective. All right, so save it. And that's it. Now, all debit memos are typically blocked for payment. That's how SAP configures it by default. You can go release that document by double clicking it, go back, go to logistics, material management, logistics invoice verification, further processing, and released blocked invoice. Put your invoice number in there, hit execute, and select it and click release. And don't forget to save it. This document is released. Because we have to give money back to the vendor, right? Just so that nobody misuses it, by default, those kinds of documents go on a block. This just ensures that there is a little bit of oversight in terms of giving money back to the vendor, right? Now, we can also create a credit note. It's called as a subsequent credit instead of a subsequent debit. So it's a case of we undercharging the vendor. So the vendor says, hey, you know what? The price is not $10, it's $9. I've accidentally charged you $10. So I'm going to give you back a credit of $100. We are very happy to take it, right? The way to take it is with a subsequent credit. Put your PO number in there. The quantity of 100 comes up. And how much does the vendor needs to give us back? A quantity of 100. So put that in the amount here and click save. That's it. Now if you go back to the purchase order and as usual to the purchase order history, you'll see all these transactions tied together to that purchase order. First, there was a goods receipt of 100. So we've asked for 100 kilos of coffee and that has been delivered. And then the vendor sent us an invoice for 100. So $1,000 is being paid to the vendor. And after that, we have realized that the vendor has undercharged us. So we created what's called as a subsequent debit. So you can just click on this document if you want to see the corresponding debits and credits. This is a credit for $100 and this is a debit for $100. A debit is marked as an invoice and a credit is marked as a credit memo. And these are all subsequent debits and credits log. So we got the goods receipt log here, we got the invoice receipt log here, and then we got the logs for subsequent credits and debits. So that's how you do subsequent credits. So this is called a subsequent debit. Debit is where we need to pay the vendor, and this is subsequent credit. Credit is where the vendor needs to pay us. Now, this has nothing to do with returns. Remember, you also get a credit memo when you do returns, right? But this is not a return. There's no logistics involved. There's no goods movement involved. It's a pure financial transaction where this credit memo is got because the vendor has overcharged us, right? We have got this debit memo from the vendor because the vendor has undercharged us. Now, let's summarize all the subsequent transactions that we have done with respect to the original P2P transactions. So, what have we done? We started with a PO, right? And that was for a quantity of 100, right? And the amount is 1000. 100 into 10, right? Then we have created a goods receipt again for a quantity of 100 and the amount is 1000. invoice receipt for a quantity of 100, amount $1,000. So this is the primary P2P transaction, right? Now after that, we have done a number of steps. The first step is, one of the steps is, we could create a return delivery. So with respect to the goods receipt, we could do a return delivery, right? And we could also create a credit memo. So you do this step when you want to do returns, right? When you want to do returns, you do a return delivery and do a credit memo. Now if the vendor has overcharged us, then what do? Then we don't have returns, we don't have any goods movement. What we do is, against this PO, we just create an invoice receipt that's called as a subsequent credit, which is the case where the vendor is paying us money because he has overcharged it. Alright, now what if the vendor has undercharged us? In which case, so we need to pay the vendor. In that case, instead of creating a subsequent credit, you create a subsequent debit, right? So we have covered subsequent credits, subsequent debits, and returns. Now another type of returns that we have covered is called a return PO. Return PO. What's a return PO? A return PO is a PO. You don't need to reference anything like the newspapers transaction. At the end of the week, we are going to create a new PO, and the difference here is we are going to mark that item at the line item level as a return item. And we try to do a goods receipt, it doesn't do a goods receipt, instead does a goods issue. So if the quantity is for 100, we're going to return a quantity of 100, and you're not going to create a standard invoice, instead you're going to create a credit memo. So we receive amount for that 100 quantity. So we have talked about 4 subsequent cycles to the standard P2P cycle. So this is the standard P2P cycle, right? This is called returns. This is called returns PO. This is subsequent credit or credit memo, and this is subsequent debit, right? So to the standard P2P cycle, we have created 4 different subsequent steps: returns, returns PO, subsequent credit, subsequent debit. This concludes the returns chapter. So in the returns chapter, we have also seen not just returns, but credits and debit memos. In this section, we will talk about outline agreements. What are outline agreements? These are short-term and long-term agreements with the vendor to supply goods under certain conditions. We'll understand what those conditions are and why we need to do them. Basically, there are 2 types of outline agreements, and we are going to see both those types. But before we go into the types of outline agreements, let's understand why we need to get into an agreement with the vendor. So far, we have been procuring coffee, flour, sugar, all different kinds of stuff that we need for our business. We have been procuring them for the Chicago plant. This is my Chicago plant. And if I expand my business, I could do more plants in Chicago. Chicago 2, Chicago 3, so on, right? I could establish more coffee plants in different parts of Chicago, or spread out into Illinois, the state. Or I could establish a shop in San Francisco. It depends on where my business leads me. Well, let's say I'm still headquartered in Chicago, but I have shops in multiple places in Chicago and in multiple states as well. Right? Say I have 10 shops, 5 shops in Chicago and 5 shops in San Francisco. Now, sitting in Chicago, I'm procuring goods for Chicago as well as San Francisco, right? And I'm doing this from the purchase org US01. That's the purchase org for which I maintain the prices, I maintain vendors, I maintain all the different data that's required for procurement. Now, this assumes that I'm doing procurement for all these different shops that I have or plants that I have, assuming each shop is one plant. It need not be that, but let's assume that for simplicity. Right? All the procurement is done from Chicago using purchase org US01. What does that mean? That means it's one centralized purchasing area for all the shops and plants that I have. So this mode of doing purchasing is called centralized purchasing. Centralized purchasing. As opposed to what? You could do something like this. You could have one purchase org US01 to cater to the needs of all the Chicago plant purchasing, and you could have US02, another purchase org responsible for procuring for all the San Francisco plants. This is called decentralized purchasing. Centralized purchasing, decentralized purchasing. Now, the next obvious question is, what are the advantages of one over the other? And when do we do centralized versus when do we do decentralized purchasing? We do centralized purchasing when high volumes bring better prices. Simple, right? High volumes of business bring in better prices. That's how Walmart works. They procure in high volumes, they get better margins and pass the savings over to the consumer, and the consumer gets better prices. Right? Now, in some industries, it does not work that way. So niche industries and very technology-oriented industries might not work that way. But overall though, in general, for most conventional industries, centralized purchasing is always better because you get better margins when you go with higher procurement volume. Let me give you an example. Say every week Chicago is procuring say 100 kilos or pounds of coffee every week. Okay, that means over a course of 4 weeks it's going to procure 400 pounds per month, and multiplied by 12 equals 4,800 kilos per annum. Now if I have 5 plants like that, I'm going to say it's going to be roughly around 25,000 kilos per year. Right? That's not a small volume. But 4,800 might not be such a big volume. Right? So if US01 were to only procure for Chicago, at best we're going to procure a maximum of 25,000 kilos per year of coffee, just coffee. And this guy says San Francisco also procures 25,000 kilos per year. Combined together, we have a volume of 50,000 per year. So 50,000 is obviously a much bigger volume than 25,000. But what does this volume get us? Now, when we have bigger volumes like this, we can negotiate better terms with the vendor. Now, I'm not just saying price, I'm saying better terms, because terms could mean better price, better shipping, better payment terms, any of these. Now let's see how a typical negotiation happens, and what are the tools that the purchasing manager has to do this negotiation. So the purchasing manager sitting in Chicago calls up the vendor 4001 and says, I want to negotiate better prices. Can we sit together? All right. He either comes over to our plant or we go to the vendor's place. And before going there, the purchasing manager prints out a sheet from SAP. It's called as the buyer's negotiation sheet. SAP by default provides a buyer's negotiation sheet, but there could also be custom programs to print the negotiation sheet the way the purchasing manager wants it. Okay. So what is this negotiation sheet? We go to logistics, material management, purchasing, under master data, info record. There's something called as a buyer's negotiation sheet. What is a buyer's negotiation sheet? So it gives a history of all the materials, their volumes, their prices purchased from a particular vendor or by material. Now let's look at the sheet by vendor, because we have called vendor 4001 ABC Foods for negotiation. So click on by vendor and say 4001, and purchase org is US01. Right, and you could specify a material or you need not, because if you want to negotiate only for a particular material, you could do that, and if not, you could say all materials. Right, and output on screen, click OK. So this is a sample buyer's negotiation sheet. It need not always be this way. This is something that SAP provides out of the box. Okay, so what does it say? It says these are our payments for the that we do for the vendor. These are the total amount of POs that has been purchased, 9,120, and then the materials that we have purchased from this vendor. So far we have procured 710 pounds and the total price is $6,900 and the delivery time is 5 days. The last order price is $875, right? So things like this. This is a different material, coffee bean 03. So we didn't select a material, right? So it's giving us a list of all the materials procured from this vendor, at what prices they've been procured, what is the total that we have been procuring from day one. If we specify a date range, it will give us all the procurement happening within that date. If not, it defaults all the way from the beginning. So what does this sheet give us? So if I'm the purchasing manager, I take a printout of this, go sit with the vendor and say, hey, you know what? I have been procuring 700 pounds and I've spent $7,000 or $6,800 on procuring coffee from you. And I'm going to open 3 more shops, or I have opened 5 more shops already, and the volume is going to go up by so much. And the price that we are doing currently is so much. And now my request is I want a better price. The more volume you do, the better price you can negotiate. Think of Walmart. So here is me, the purchasing manager. And here is the vendor, 4001 ABC Foods. And I take a copy of the buyer's negotiation sheet, which has the list of products and all the prices and the total volumes. Like, I've procured 710 pounds, and the total I have spent is $7,000. Right? So the buyer's negotiation sheet helps me, have the stats right when I talk to the vendor. Now, like I said, we're going to open more shops, right? That means we need more volume. So I'm going to ask the vendor to reduce the price because I'm going to procure, say, 50,000 pounds of coffee in the next year or in the next 6 months. Now let's switch places and think about the vendor. Now, what is the vendor thinking? Now, this guy is doing more volumes. That means sustainable business for me with this company, coffee shop. So, what can I offer him without losing my advantage, right? So, vendors typically offer two types of terms. The first type of tool that vendors have in their negotiation is called as a contract. The second kind of tool is called as a scheduling agreement. Both are roughly similar, not much different. Just focus on contract. What is a contract? We have been into contracts, right? An iPhone is expensive. So you enter into a contract with AT&T and get it at a reduced price, say a monthly price of $30 or $40. But the contract obliges you to pay the same amount for a period of 12 months or 24 months. Right? So you are basically, as a customer, committing to a particular volume, a volume of 24 months of cell phone service, and along with that you get the product, which is the iPhone, for free or for a lower price. Similarly, when you think of this transaction from the vendor's perspective, he would want you, the coffee shop, to enter into a contract. And a contract may typically look something like this. Currently, the price is, say, $10 per pound or kilo. I am willing to go down on it, say by $9, provided you procure 50,000 pounds per year. Simple enough, right? This is typically a win-win for both. The vendor gets a consistent high volume, and I'm not going to go to 4,002, which is XYZ Foods, because I committed to 50,000 pounds per year of purchases from this vendor. This vendor, ABC Foods, can agree to lower the price by $1 per pound, and still he would make margins. Another type of agreement is, say, I don't just procure coffee from 4001, I also procure dairy creamer, I also procure cups, I procure sugar, I procure flour, in which case I don't have to limit this contract to just 50,000 pounds of coffee per year. I could say, do a business of, say, 500,000 per year, dollars per year, and it could be anything. It could be coffee, it could be flour, it could be sugar, and with that volume I'm going to give you coffee at $9 per pound, sugar at say the regular price is $4, and I'm going to give you at $3 per pound, so on and so forth. So these are the two major types of contracts that vendors and companies get into. This kind of contract is called a quantity contract, and this is called a value contract. So two types of contracts: quantity contract, value contract. So let's quickly go through what we have learned here. Our business has been growing, and we have started putting more plants in Chicago, meaning more shops in Chicago, the coffee shops. And there could be another purchasing manager sitting in the San Francisco plant, and he could be procuring for the San Francisco shops, and another one in the Chicago shops. That mode of purchasing is called decentralized purchasing. An alternative to it is centralized purchasing, where one purchase org is responsible for procuring for multiple plants. Chicago, San Francisco, any other cities that we open our shops. And what's the advantage of centralized purchasing? Because centralized purchasing increases volumes, because all shops are going to be purchasing from one single window, right? So you can negotiate better terms. By better terms, we meant better price, better shipping terms, better payment terms, better Incoterms, any of those. Anything that is advantageous to the company. One of the tools that the purchasing manager has is called as a buyer's negotiation sheet, which is a report out of SAP that just gives you accumulated lists of volumes and values. How much we have been procuring from this date until this date. It's just a tool to negotiate with the vendor. And now, from a vendor's perspective, because we are offering increased volumes in sales, vendors typically tend to go for a contract with us. So contract could mean committing to more volume or committing to more value. When you commit to more volume, it's called quantity contract. When you commit to more value, it's called value contract. In the next chapter, we'll create quantity and value contracts in SAP and see how we can proceed further with these contracts. So how do you create a contract? Create a contract by going to logistics, material management, purchasing, and outline agreements. Like I said, there are two different tools that vendors use to negotiate with customers. One is a contract and next is a scheduling agreement. Now, as I said, contract is a primary tool. A scheduling agreement is used only in specific kind of industries. We'll go through the scheduling agreement a bit, but we're going to focus more on contracts in this chapter. So click on contracts and ME31K. Let's go and create it. So we want to create a contract with the vendor, 4001. And what kind of contract is it? The first kind of contract that we are going to create is a quantity contract. So we'll create a contract with the vendor 4001 for delivering 50,000 pounds or kilos of coffee at $9 per pound. Okay, so in order to do that, we have to select the right agreement type. This is where you select whether it's a quantity contract or a value contract. For now, we are doing a quantity contract, right? So we'll select quantity contract. So select quantity contract, and this is the date that the contract is effective from, and purchase group 001, click OK. The company code is US01. There is a piece of configuration that we have to do in order for the system not to ask this pop-up window. We'll get to that later. Click OK. And how long do we want this to be valid until? So this is 2016, right? Let's say we want this to be valid for 1 year, 2017. Okay, hit enter. Okay, now what are the materials that we want to commit to now? We have a requirement for coffee beans for a quantity of 50,000, right? And just ignore that message. And at a price of $9 per pound or $9 per kilo, right? Hit enter and you can click save. There you go. We have created a contract 46000065. Now, what do you do with the contract? Say we have created a contract, and this is a quantity contract whereby we have committed with the vendor that we will purchase 50,000 pounds per year of coffee. So we shook our hands, said goodbye, we came back to our plant, Chicago plant. Now from this point on, for the next 1 year, we committed to purchase 50,000 pounds of coffee, and we created that contract in the system, 500028 say. So going forward, anytime there is a requirement for coffee, I'll create a PO, right? I'll create a PO with vendor 4001, and I'll say coffee. And instead of just creating a PO like that, I will refer to this contract, which is like saying, hey, you know what? We have committed to 50,000 pounds of coffee at $9 per pound, and here is my first PO. And because there could be multiple contracts, I'm referring to this contract for the price. So that way the vendor knows what is the contract that this company is referring to. So it's an easy way to track prices and terms and volumes, right? We'll see the advantages of doing that. So we are referring to this contract, creating a purchase order, and automatically the price for this is not going to be $10, instead $9 per pound, because that is what we have negotiated here, right? If we create a standalone purchase order, the price is going to be $10 per pound. Remember, that's how we have created our info records. Now, when we refer this contract, the price is going to be $9 per pound. Let's see that in action. So we have created a contract, all good. So time has come for this week to purchase coffee. So how do you do that? Go create a purchase order, create, right, like that. Now, if you don't refer a contract, the price for coffee is going to be, let's say we are procuring 100 pounds this week. What's the price for coffee? Well, I think we have deleted that info record. So the price for coffee is going to be $10 per pound, right? That was the price that we have been procuring all along. But look at SAP. It says a scheduling agreement exists for this material, or I might have created some scheduling agreements. So it's saying scheduling agreement exists or contracts exist. So there are some outline agreements, it could be scheduling agreements or contracts, that exist. And it's a warning, right? It's not an error, it's a warning. So it's saying, hey, you know what? You're trying to procure coffee at $10 per pound, which is good, but there are some agreements that exist which might offer you better prices. So better refer to it and see if they're really offering better prices or terms or not, right? Okay, now we know that contract exists. Now how do we refer to that contract? There are a couple of ways to do it. A simple way is just scroll all the way to the right, and then you get a column called the outline agreement. Okay, so paste the contract number there, hit OK. You see the price has changed to 9, right? It automatically changed to 9 because that's how we have negotiated that contract, at $9 per pound as opposed to our regular price of $10 per pound. Okay, so this is one way you refer a contract. Now from this point onwards, the next steps are really the same, nothing different. So you create this purchase order, and then you do a MyGo, and then you do a MyRow, and then that's done. And you keep referring to that contract until you exhaust the contract. Now in this purchase order, we are trying to procure a quantity of 100, right? What is the total that we have negotiated in the contract? 50,000. So this is just 100 out of 50,000, right? Let's see the effect of this purchase order on the contract. Click save, right? So we created this PO for 100 pounds of coffee at $9 per pound, and we did the goods receipt, invoice receipt, let's say. Now if you go look at this contract, the total quantity that we have negotiated would still remain 50,000, but the quantity consumed will be 100. So this is what we have promised the vendor will buy, and this is what we have consumed so far. So SAP automatically tracks how much we have consumed out and how much is remaining. And how do you see that? Go back to the contract. Now close this, go to outline agreement, contract, and change or display. Right? So this is our contract, and go to this line item, and we have released 100 out of the 50,000. So the keyword is called release. So how much has been released out of the total that we have negotiated? We have negotiated a value of 50,000 and we have released 100 quantity out of it. So over the course of the year, we'll release 100, 200, 300, 500, however many we require, right? And SAP is supposed to track how much we have released. Now if you create another PO and release say 200, this number is going to go to 300. 100 plus 200. Now, and I said there is another way to release contracts into a purchase order, right? Another way is like so. Contract release order. Right? Go to contract, follow on functions, contract release order. It's going to pull that contract here, and now you can do either two things. You can just drag this contract and put on the shopping cart, or you could select that contract and click on adapt. So when you click on adopt, it's going to adapt the details from the contract into the PO, and we're going to say this time we are releasing a quantity of 200. So this saves us from having to go all the way to the right, putting the contract number in there. So instead of doing that, you could go to the contract, click on release order, and SAP automatically creates this purchase order with reference to the contract. And the way to do that is by either selecting that contract and clicking on adopt, or just dragging that into the shopping cart. You can do it either way, right? So these are the different ways in which you can create release orders with reference to the contract. Now, earlier we have created a purchase order for 100. Now we have created a purchase order for 200. Save it, and if you go back to the contract in change or display mode, you should see that out of the 50,000, 300 should have been consumed, and it still says 100 here. Why is that? Well, this is not the cumulative release quantity. It's the release quantity that's typically released per PO. If you want to see the cumulative quantity, so you have to go click on this button. This is called the release documentation. So it gives you a list of all the POs that have been created with reference to this contract. So the first PO was released for 100, the next for 200, the next for 200. The total that has been released is 500, and the value of the total that has been released is 4,500. And it gives you this summation by plant and company code. So if somebody else is releasing purchase orders for the San Francisco plant, it gives you that breakup as well. So we have the target quantity and the total quantity that has been released here, including the value. This is a quantity contract. So in the next chapter, we'll talk about value contracts. So we've seen what are quantity contracts. Now we're going to talk about value contracts. So a quantity contract is a contract based on the total quantity that we are going to procure from a particular vendor. A value contract is based on a total value. So it's dollar, say 500,000 per year of what? You could list whatever you want depending on how much you negotiated. So for this amount of purchase, the vendor could offer $850 per pound of coffee, and some other price for flour, some other price for sugar, depending on his economics, right? And then you're going to consume this value contract through release orders, just like the way we have done it for quantity contracts. So let's create a value contract for 50,000 per year, and we can put in coffee at 850 per pound. And you could have more products if you want. And the way to do that is go to contract, create. Everything remains the same, except we are going to change the agreement type from a quantity contract to a value contract, like so. So this is a quantity contract, and this is a value contract. So select a value contract, and of course select vendor of 4001 and create OK. The validity is going to be for 1 year, and here we specify the target value. Now remember, target value is not at the line item level. It's including all the lines in the contract. So we're going to specify it at the header, not at the line item. With a quantity contract, we had to specify quantities at the line item level. 50,000 pounds of coffee, that means at the line item. Here, we are not specifying the value for a particular product. Instead, we are saying the total value that we are procuring is 500,000 USD. Now, in that 500,000, you could specify coffee beans, right, at say 850 per pound, right? Now remember, it's not asking you for the quantity because it doesn't care. You could procure as much quantity as you want, and the price is going to be 850 because the overall commitment is for buying $500,000 worth of coffee, flour, sugar, anything that you have negotiated with the vendor. Save it and note down the value contract, right? If you don't want to note down, then what you can do is you can go to change or display mode, search for the contract by going here and putting in the vendor, right? 4001 US 01, and these are all the different contracts that we have, and you can specify the value contract. You can just double click it like so, right? Double click and hit enter, and you'll see the contract there. Now you want to release this contract, right, and create a PO. So go to follow on functions, click on contract release order, and instead of adopting this contract with the adopt button, you can also adopt the data by dragging and dropping into this basket. All right, and what's the quantity that I want to purchase? Say 100, and you see the price, 850. Now it's not just the price. Let me do something. Let me go back to that contract. Let me cancel this. Do you want to save it? No. And go to the contract in change mode, and at the header, click on this header. This is the header. At the header, I'm going to say the terms for this is not net 30, because we don't want to pay within 30 days. We want to pay, say, within 60 days. Okay, we want to increase the amount of credit time that we are going to get. Instead of net 30, we're going to say net 60. Okay, so net 60 is our payment terms. Now by default, say it's net 30, meaning the default payment terms with the vendor 4001 is net 30. But in this contract, we want a little bit more leeway, more freedom. So say we have negotiated a payment terms of 60 days, meaning from the time we receive the invoice, we have 60 days to pay instead of 30. Now save it. If we create a purchase order with that vendor, a standalone purchase order, without referring to this contract, what is the payment terms? So go create the purchase order with this vendor, and if you go to the document header and go to delivery invoice tab, what is the payment terms? 30. Where does this come from? This comes from the vendor. If you double click this vendor and go to the financial data, what is the payment term there? Net 30. So by default, when you create a purchase order, the terms could be payment terms, Incoterms, any of these conditions. They're typically defaulted from the vendor, if not from the purchase info record. But when you refer a contract, you want to save it? No. Go to the contract and release with reference to that contract. And when you drag and drop this contract into the purchase order for a quantity of 100, say, now go to the header and see what the payment terms are. You see, the payment terms are 60, net 60. So what does this tell you? This should tell you that the terms that are negotiated with the vendor are not just the price. Like we discussed in one of the previous chapters, it could be payment terms, Incoterms, or any of the terms that dictate how that purchase order behaves. So let's continue with our release order. So we have a release order for 100 and save it. Now if you go back to the contract and look at the release documentation for that line item 10, see, a quantity of 100 has been released for the Chicago plant, company code US01, and the value for that is 850. So out of a total of 500,000, we have released a value of 850. Right? Where do you see the target quantity? Here. And where do you see the release quantity? In the release documentation at the line item level. So that is a value contract. So let's summarize what we have learned so far. We were talking about outline agreements, and we said there are two types of outline agreements. One is contracts, another is scheduling agreements. In contracts, we have talked about a quantity contract and we have talked about a value contract. Now in the next chapter, we're going to talk about scheduling agreements. So what's a scheduling agreement? Scheduling agreement is very similar to a contract, and that's the reason why we have classified them as outline agreements. But what is the difference? The difference is, in a scheduling agreement, we're going to have a schedule of when the vendor is going to deliver what. That's a scheduling agreement. So if you want coffee at say 100 pounds a week, so we're going to say 100 pounds per week, 100 this week, 100 next week, 100 next week, and we are going to specify the dates. That's a scheduling agreement. Now, why do we need a scheduling agreement as opposed to a contract? Now, for a coffee shop, this has very limited use. The probable reason that I can think of is, anyway we require 100 pounds per week. So instead of creating purchase order every week for 100 pounds referring to that contract, we could create a scheduling agreement which will tell the vendor that we need 100 pounds per week. That's a simple use case for using scheduling agreement in our coffee shop. But a scheduling agreement is used more in conjunction with MRP, which we have not covered, so we are not going to talk about now, in a manufacturing industry. Say Honda has a manufacturing plant, it's an assembly line, and it has hundreds of suppliers. Suppliers supplying different kinds of materials for the car or the engine. Now the assembly line goes at a particular speed, 10 cars per day or 100 cars per day. And to produce 100 cars per day, you require so many parts, and it's fixed, right? Each car has an engine. Each car has 4 doors or 5 doors, 4 wheels, 2 axles. So the components by car is fixed. And if you fix the output, which is say 10 cars per day, you require so many parts per day. And creating a purchase order every day is very cumbersome, right? Because it's an assembly line that continuously manufactures cars. You know what your desired output is. So you know what your procurement plan is. How many you require per day or per week. In cases like that, you could use a scheduling agreement, whereby you send this agreement to the vendor saying, deliver me these quantities at these dates at these prices. So apart from quantities that we dictate in contracts, in a scheduling agreement, you also dictate the schedule. The schedule of delivery. That's why it's called as a scheduling agreement. So let's go create one. How do you do that? Close contracts and open scheduling agreements. Create vendor unknown, and for vendor 4001, agreement type is scheduling agreement, LP. So LPA is more involved, so let's not go there. Let's just select scheduling agreement, right? And for US 01 company code, valid for 1 year, right? And coffee beans. Target, what's the target? For 1 year, we want to procure 50,000 pounds, right? And we want to procure them for the Chicago plant. Now, when you create a scheduling agreement, it's specifically asking you for the plant, right? Why? Because a schedule can only be created for a plant. When you give a schedule, you have to also tell the vendor where you have to deliver them. And that's why it's asking you specifically for the plant. Now, net price, $9, say, right? Go click save. So copy this scheduling agreement. Now, we said the difference between a contract and scheduling agreement is that a scheduling agreement has a schedule of delivery. But so far it was very similar to a contract, right? We created a scheduling agreement, we put the quantity in there, we put the price, we put the plant, but we didn't specify the schedule, did we? So where do we specify the schedule? Go to delivery schedule and click on maintain. Enter your scheduling agreement number and select that line item and click on the delivery schedule. Here we're going to put a date. Now today is a Monday, 19th September 2016. Now let's say every Monday, 7 days from now, we need 100 pounds of coffee. Okay, 19, 26, 3, so on and so forth. So 19, we need a quantity of 100, right? And on what's the next date? 26. And on 26, we need another 100 pounds, so on and so forth. You get the picture, right? And it's saying delivery, can the delivery date be met? Well, let's say it can be met. Okay, we'll talk about that later. So we have created 2 schedule lines, and let's assume we have created schedule lines for the entire month or entire year, right? Just more lines here, every week 100, 200 or 100, whatever quantity. And it also shows you the cumulated quantity, right? So what is the total cumulated quantity that we have ordered so far? Save this guy. Now the vendor knows when to deliver and how much to deliver. So the beauty of the scheduling agreement is you don't need to create a release order. No need to create release orders every time you need coffee. You already told him the times that you need and the quantities that you need. All you need to do is go to MyGo, which is goods receipt. So enter your scheduling agreement, hit enter, and see SAP automatically knows that on this day the vendor is supposed to deliver 200. So did he deliver all the 200? Maybe he did. Where did he deliver it to? To our coffee storage location. Say item OK and click save. And you could take it further, create an invoice. Now, if you go back to the scheduling agreement, and if you look at the scheduling agreement, scroll a little to the right, and then you should see that we have received goods for a quantity of 200, 100 plus 100, which was supposed to be delivered today, 9/19/2016. And on 9/26, when the next delivery comes in, you could take a goods receipt for that, and the open quantity of 100 would switch to the GR quantity. Right? So it's just a way for SAP to track what's happening to the scheduling agreement. Now this is similar to the way a value contract or a quantity contract tracks how much has been released in terms of value or in terms of quantity of that contract. So that's a scheduling agreement. So we have created a simple scheduling agreement of type LP, and we have specified a schedule. I need $100 on the first Monday, the second Monday, third Monday, fourth Monday, so on and so forth. And when the time comes, just do a MyGo for this. And if you go back to the scheduling agreement, you can see that the status for that line item will change from open quantity to goods received. So that's a scheduling agreement. So scheduling agreements and contracts are the two types of outline agreements that are used in SAP. Both are very similar, contracts and scheduling agreements. A contract specifies either a value or a volume of how much can be procured within a particular time. A scheduling agreement also specifies the dates for deliveries so that you don't have to explicitly create release orders on particular dates. So contracts give you flexibility, meaning you can create the purchase orders when you require, as long as you're able to procure the total that you promised the vendor within that particular time. Scheduling agreements do not give you that freedom, but instead gives you the freedom from having to create release orders, POs, every week, for example. So if your procurement goes like clockwork, every week 100 pounds, every week 200 pounds, then you can use a scheduling agreement. If not, you can very well go with contracts. And these are the different kinds of outline agreements. In this section, we are going to talk about purchase requisitions. In short, they are called PREQs or PREQ. To understand purchase requisitions, let's understand what happens in the coffee shop on a daily basis. So we've got our coffee shop, Chicago one, and in the coffee shop, different activities are happening, right? For example, the bakers are baking pastry, cakes, muffins, so on and so forth. The barista is brewing coffee, and the manager is in charge of managing the stores. The bakers work with flour, sugar, so on and so forth. The barista works with coffee, and the manager uses stationery, printers, cartridges, so on and so forth. Now, these people of all know the requirements of, for example, how much flour is required, how much sugar is required, how much coffee is required on a daily basis. They would know how much is required next week. They would know how much is required next month. But it's all in their mind, right? They're not on paper. It's all in their mind. So the way to formally document these requirements is called a purchase requisition. How do we document the requirements? These are documented internally in SAP or the system using what is called as purchase requisition or PREC. So what is a PREC? A PREC is a way to formally document the requirement for goods or services. So it's a tool to formally document the requirements. And another characteristic is it's an internal document, meaning it's not a document that goes out to the vendor. For example, if the baker says that he requires 100 kilos of flour next week and records it in a PREC, it's not something that goes out to the vendor. It's an internal document that needs to be further acted upon to let that actual purchase order go to the vendor. So these documents are definitely indicative, meaning they only indicate a requirement. That does not mean that requirement is true. The baker might not know that there is a 100 kilo bag of flour lying in another plant which can be transferred to this plant. He's doing his job. He doesn't know what's happening in terms of all the goods that are lying across the company. He just knows that next week or next day he requires 100 kilos of flour. That's it. If he wants to document it, he can document it as a purchase requisition. Later, somebody in the purchasing department consolidates these and then takes action that's more actionable, meaning does a purchase order need to be sent, or maybe there is some stock residing in another plant. Maybe a stock transfer order needs to be created between Chicago plant and San Francisco plant. That's the duty of the purchasing manager. So like I said, purchase requisition is a formal tool to document the requirements, and it's a completely internal document, meaning it does not leave the company. Like a purchase order which goes out of the company into the vendor's location and the vendor supplies the goods, right? That's an external document. When I mean an internal document, it's only used within the company. It doesn't go out of the company. And number 3 is it's indicative. It's indicative of what? It's indicative of a requirement. Now that requirement could be met with other means without actually creating a PO. We don't know that. Or the indicative requirement could be consolidated to create a much bigger PO for reasons that we know, right? Bigger volumes give better prices, right? So finally, this PREC can eventually be converted into a purchase order or many other documents that go out to the vendor and eventually is acted upon. So that's a purchase requisition. Now, in the next chapter, we are going to create a purchase requisition and see how it can be converted to a purchase order. So how do we create a purchase order? So how do we create a purchase requisition in SAP? Go to logistics, go to material management, purchasing, purchase requisition. It's right underneath the purchase order. So go click on create, click on item overview, and over here you can enter the materials. Coffee beans, and we require 100 pounds of coffee beans. And where do we require it? We require it in the Chicago plant. Alright, now the first thing that you have to enter here is called evaluation price. What is a valuation price? So a valuation price is an expected price. So the expected price is, say, $10 per pound. Why do we need to put it here? Why doesn't it pick this up from the info record? Well, the info record is more of a negotiated price. It's already negotiated, the vendor is ready to give it at that price. Typically, the system can be configured to pick this from the material master. Remember, in the material master accounting view, there is a place where the price is determined automatically. So if you double click this material, go to accounting view, this is the moving average price. So in the same purchase requisition, you can create more materials like flour, like sugar, so on and so forth. So you can just save this purchase requisition and a number is created. Copy that number, Control C, close it. Now this purchase requisition can be converted to a purchase order by going to the purchase order, create, and then click the document overview on, select the purchase requisition by clicking on this little diamond box and select my purchase requisitions. So it just pulls you all the purchase requisitions that you have created. And if you want to search for purchase requisitions created by somebody else, you can very well go there and click on purchase requisitions and select the purchase requisitions by a variety of criteria, by materials, by vendor, by who has created it, what date it was created, what plant we are looking for the purchase requisitions, so on and so forth. But for now, let's just pick the purchase requisition that I have created based on my purchase requisitions, and then you know what to do here, right? Select it and click on adopt or drag it to your shopping cart. You click on adopt. If you click on adopt, it has pulled in all the details from the purchase requisition, like the material, the quantities, dates. But what it does not have is the vendor. Remember, in the purchase requisition, when we created the purchase requisition, we did not enter a vendor. The selection of a vendor is not a choice that the purchase requisitioner has. So a baker requiring 100 kilos of coffee can just document his requirement as 100 kilos of coffee is required or flour is required. He doesn't care which vendor supplies that material. It's the duty of the purchasing manager to decide the vendor and then put it here. For example, in our case, we are going to use 4001. And for 4001, what is the price of coffee beans? Say $10. Can delivery date be met? Let's say yes. And now it says a scheduling agreement exists. Well, in the previous chapters, we have created contracts and scheduling agreements, right? If you want to use one of those, you could use that. You know how to use them, right? So go to the far right, and then in the outline agreement column, you can put in the contract number or the scheduling agreement number, and the price that was determined in that agreement will automatically be pulled into the conditions tab. For now, we didn't use an outline agreement, so it's asking us for a price and we have put a price of $10. Hit enter, enter, and save. And from this point on, the rest of the steps would remain the same. Create purchase order, create goods receipt, create invoice receipt. Now if you go back to the history of the purchase order, You don't see a history, right? Because we have not done any further steps yet. We didn't do a goods receipt, we didn't do an invoice receipt. But there is a precursor document to this, right? What is a precursor document to this purchase order? Meaning the previous document. The previous document is the purchase requisition. And if you want to see that, you can see that at the line item level. Now, that should tell you something else here. Meaning, one purchase order can be created from multiple purchase requisitions. You want to see that? Go back. Let's go create more purchase requisitions. This time it's for a quantity of 150, right? At whatever be the price, say $10 or $15. And that's for the Chicago plant. Right? So this is our first purchase requisition. 64. Remember that number, 64. And let's create another purchase order. This time, let's put it for 250 pounds. And it could be either in the Chicago plant or in the San Francisco plant or any other plant. And save it. And our second purchase requisition is 65. Now let's go back to the creation of PO. Create purchase order. This time we are going to convert 64 and 65. Right? So select both of them and click on adopt. You see you got both these line items here, right? And select the vendor. Can the dates be met? Yeah, they can be met. Scheduling agreement exists. Yeah, we know that. We don't care. And there you go. We are able to combine multiple purchase requisitions into a purchase order. Now remember, one was for a quantity of 150 and the second one was a quantity of 250. Now let's save this purchase order, and I want to show you something else. Now can you create another PO with reference to one of these purchase requisitions? Let's see. Select that purchase requisition and as usual click on adapt. Select the vendor and the PO quantity that we have created in the purchase requisition was for a quantity of 150 or 250. Now it's not shown here. Why? Because that purchase requisition has been consumed. So once it's consumed, the quantity in that purchase requisition is deemed as complete. Why? Think of this. This baker has asked for 100 kilos of flour, right? And created a purchase requisition for it. Say 400065 for a quantity of 100 kilos. Now you have converted that into a purchase order. And now if somebody else tries to accidentally convert this into another purchase order, then we are duplicating the requirement, isn't it? The baker has asked for 100 kilos of flour, but we are trying to procure it twice. So SAP cleverly consumes that quantity and deems it as complete, meaning that purchase requisition is no longer relevant. But it still pulls the purchase requisitions here because you've asked for your purchase requisitions. So SAP does not know what to do with it. So you just ask for the purchase requisitions, it just gives you those purchase requisitions. But it cleverly masks the PO quantity. Why? Because it knows that the purchase quantity has already been consumed and created as a purchase order. So there is no need to duplicate the purchase order for that purchase requisition. Now, instead of just pulling your own purchase requisitions, you can do something else. You can pull in the purchase requisitions that are open. Meaning, if a purchase requisition created for this quantity, say 400065, has not been converted to a purchase order yet, that will be deemed as open. But if it has already been converted, then it should be deemed as closed. Right? So when you're trying to create purchase orders with reference to purchase requisitions, you don't want to pick up closed purchase requisitions, right? Meaning it's already been created to a purchase order. Maybe the purchase order is already sent to a vendor. You don't care about those kind of purchase requisitions. You only care about purchase requisitions that have not been converted yet, meaning they are open. So how do you pick them up? So, like I said, in the document overview, select purchase requisitions and click on open only. Okay, you could click released also, but we have not seen the release functionality yet. So let's not worry about that. For now, if you want to select, you can select that and click OK. Now it says no data exists, because all the purchase requisitions we have created have been converted. So let's go create another purchase requisition, like so. For coffee beans. Quantity of say 350, just so that we can differentiate that material. And for the plant Chicago 1. And what's the price? Say $9. Save it. What's the purchase requisition number? Ending in 66. Now go back and go to creation of purchase order. And in the document overview, select purchase requisitions. And the material is coffee beans. So essentially what we are saying is pick up, remove this guy, pick up all the purchase requisitions for coffee beans that are open. Execute. You see that? 66, the one that we have just created. Drag and drop it, and you can create the purchase order as usual. So a purchase requisition can be open or closed. An open purchase requisition is a purchase requisition that has some amount in it that has not been converted yet. It could be the entire 100 kilos, or it could be 50 kilos that's converted. A closed purchase requisition is a purchase requisition that has already been converted to a purchase order. Now we are going to discuss the process of quotation. What is a quotation? You have taken so many quotations in your life probably. If you want to take an internet connection, you just moved to a new apartment or home, you call up the vendors, right? You call up Comcast or you call up AT&T and you ask them, what's the price? You compare the price and then take what's the right decision and then choose a provider. What are you doing here? You are taking a quote and then comparing the quote for prices and bandwidths and whatnot, and then making a decision on which one to go for, right? And if you want to buy a phone, you do the same thing. You go to a shop or you go online, you compare the different phones. iPhone, Samsung, LG, Motorola, so on. Want to buy a car? You do the same thing. You go to different dealers, get quotations from different dealers, and then compare them and make what's the right decision. Same thing with coffee, not different. Now, when we talked about contracts and scheduling agreements in one of the previous sessions, we said we're going to negotiate with the vendor using a buyer's negotiation sheet, and then if the vendor is willing to offer us a better price, then we go with it, right? That's negotiating with one vendor. Now, you can negotiate with multiple vendors. And how do you do that? You can do that using a formal process called quotation. A quotation is a request for pricing and other details on a product or service. In this case, we are asking the vendors to quote the price of coffee at a fixed lot for a fixed amount, for a fixed quantity. For example, we want 100 kilos of flour, right? And we know that vendor 4001 supplies coffee, 4002 supplies coffee, and say 4003 also supplies coffee. Now we want to compare the prices and then make a decision, right? Of course, price is not always the only criteria. There are other terms like payment terms, quality, timely delivery, other factors as well that go into that decision. Because when you compare iPhone and Samsung, you just don't go for the price, right? You look at quality, you look at so many other factors. Same thing with coffee. But you want to compare the price first. Why? Because it's a very important factor, right? So, let's compare the price of 4001, 4002, or 4003 and then make a decision. So, how do we do that? The first step is send a request for a quotation to these vendors 4001, 4002, 4003. This is called request for quotation, RFQ. What is it going to contain? It's going to contain the quantity that we require, what we require, and when we require them by. And the vendor is going to respond with his prices and if he can deliver them within that deadline or not. That is called a response to the RFQ. So the vendor responds. So this is called the response to the RFQ. And this response is documented as a quotation. Quote 1, quote 2, and quote 3. Because we have sent out this RFQ with 3 vendors, right? And each of them sends a response. And each of these responses is documented in 3 separate quotations. And now you can do a price comparison. And one of the bids becomes successful, meaning based on a variety of factors like we said, price, delivering criteria, quality, timely delivery. Based on these parameters, somebody in the purchasing department is going to make a decision and award that order to one of the vendors. This process is called the quotation process. You could call it RFQ process, quotation process, either way. So let's create that in the system. So what do we want to do? We want to create an RFQ first and then document the responses and compare the prices. So 3 steps that we want to do here. So the first step is issuing the RFQ to the vendors. The second step is documenting the responses in the quotation. And the third step is price comparison. And of course, the final step being awarding that order to one of the vendors. So let's do step number 1 now. How do you do that? Right under logistics, material management, purchasing, and RFQ, go to the first step, request for quotation. Simple, right? Click on create. Now by default, AN is selected, AN for RFQ, just select that. And because we are sending this out to so many different vendors, we want to put a deadline. Just like how you apply for a university and they have deadlines, right? So similarly, we're going to put a deadline. A deadline to submit the quotations is, say, 10/31. I'm just going to put a date. And over here, we use something called as a collective number. Now we can make this not mandatory, but most of the time this is a really useful field. So what's a collective number? So each of these is a separate document. For example, this document is 500000101. This is 500000102, 500000103. And then you could be issuing these RFQs with 10 vendors. Each of these vendors would have a separate document, 101, 102, 103. And when you want to do actions further, like document the quotation, do a price comparison, you're basically going to work on all these documents. And can you remember these documents? So many of them? That's crazy. You can't. So a collective number is basically a code that is linked or ties all these documents together. You have 10 documents that you have issued to vendors and you want to collectively work on them. You just tag them as, let's say, with a number, or you could tag it with a text. It really depends on what's really comfortable for the purchasing guy. Say, for example, we want to tag it as 2001. So all these numbers, purchase requisitions, will be tagged as 2001. And this 2001 is really a tag that binds all the RFQs together in one place. And that is called as a collective number. So remember, a collective number is just a way to tag different RFQs together so that they can be managed easily. So what's our tag? Our tag is 2001. It's just a tag, remember, nothing more than that. You could do something like this also, A, B, C, D, doesn't matter. Anything is fine. Okay, so 2001, enter. And here, what do we need? We need coffee beans as usual, right? And say we are asking for a quantity of 10,000 or 1,000, whatever, right? And when do we need them by? That's also an important criteria, right? Depending on the date, the prices might change. So we need them on, say, November, right? End of November. Okay, now we have created the RFQ, basically the template, which is saying I need coffee beans of 1,000 pounds by such and such a date, and please respond within 31st of October. But who should it go to? It should go to vendors, right? 4001, 4002, 4003. And we supply them here. Click on vendor address and we say 4001, enter, enter, save it. And the screen is going to remain right there. It's not going to go back like typical screens. Now you can put more vendors in there. 4002, enter, save it. And then you can also do 4003, 4004, as many vendors as you want. Now we have decided that we're going to send it to 3 vendors, right? So each of these 3 vendors get a separate document. The content is going to be the same, but we are going to track them as separate RFQs. See, one is 18, another is 17, another is 16. But luckily for us, we don't have to remember all those documents. I'll tell you how. Because we use collective numbers. So we go back and the creation step is done, right? So let's say we wait for a few days and then we get responses. Responses could be via phone calls, via fax, via emails, or whatever medium that the vendor is comfortable with. So this step is complete. Step number 1 is done. Now step number 2 is to document the quotations that we receive. And how do we do that? In the RFQ quotation, click on, earlier we clicked on request for quotation. So we created an RFQ. Now we're going to document the responses that we get. So click on quotation and click on maintain. Each of these vendors has been given a certain document number, and we only need to document them in the corresponding document number, right? So the way to do that is a little tricky. You'd have to search using the collective number. There are many options here. Now if you click on this, there are a variety of ways in which you can search for the RFQs. But go here and then select search by collective number. Right? That way it's much easier. So go select a collective number of 2001. That's the number, that's the tag that we have given to the vendors to submit the RFQs. And then click OK. And these are our RFQs: 16, 17, 18. 16 is with one vendor, 17 is with the second vendor, 18 is with the third vendor. Say 16 is with vendor 4001, and he is offered to deliver us 1000 pounds of coffee at say 9.75 per pound. Okay, save it. Now say 17 is vendor 4002, and he is offered us at 9.65 per pound, right? Save. And then of course vendor 4003 has promised us at 8.95 per pound, and save. Now we have done step number 2. We have put the prices in there and saved it. And in order to pull down those RFQs, we have used the collective number 2001. Now the third step is price comparison. We need to compare the prices between all the quotes and pick the winner. So go click on price comparison and then again use collective number 2001. Right? There are different ways in which you can compare. You can compare the minimum value, you can compare by the mean value, you can compare based on the discounts and list prices, but we don't understand all those things yet. Let's just do a basic comparison. See, SAP is comparing each of the vendors based on the RFQ numbers, and it's giving us the price that they're offering us. It's just a comparison. We can go to each of the individual documents and then compare it yourself. This is like a one big screen where it shows the comparison between all the vendors and it's ranking them. The first guy is 895 and the second guy is 965 and the third guy is offering at 9.75. So it's ranking them so that you can make a better decision. This looks pretty straightforward because there's just one product. Now, if you do multiple products in the same RFQ, I need 100 pounds of coffee, 100 pounds of sugar, 100 pounds of this, 100 pounds of that. In that case, the comparison is not that straightforward because for coffee, one vendor might be better. For sugar, another vendor might be better. Right? So in cases like that, the SAP's comparison in one big screen is going to really help you make a decision. And of course, still there is a lot of manual intervention required because there's a lot of judgment that's required. But nevertheless, the price comparison tool helps us make a decision in terms of which vendor is best. And of course, finally, you're going to award this contract or order to one vendor, the vendor that you think is the best. And for the rest of the vendors, you send rejection letters. In the price comparison, what we found is this guy is ranked 1, this guy is ranked 2, this guy is ranked 3. So 4003 is the preferred vendor because he is offering coffee at 8.95, which is the cheapest that we've got so far. So we can create a contract with reference to that RFQ, and we need to tell these guys, the other vendors, that we have gone with another vendor, so we don't need you anymore for this transaction. So we're going to send them rejection letters. So this vendor is accepted for this transaction, and the two other vendors are rejected for this transaction. Now this is just purely for the transaction. We're not rejecting the vendors forever. For this particular RFQ, we're going to reject these vendors and accept one of the vendors. So we want to accept vendor 4003 but reject the other two vendors. How do we do that? Go to ME49, the price comparison. Put the collective number in there, hit execute, and decide we want to accept the first vendor, the vendor that was ranked first, but reject the vendor 2 and vendor 3, right? Select that line item, the one that you want to reject, and click on quotation. Select rejection indicator, save. Same thing with the vendor that has ranked the third. Select it, go to quotation, reject indicator, save. That means that the first vendor is selected, but the second and third are rejected. So now we have to send the messages to the vendor saying, hey, you know what, you have been rejected. Go to print transmit, put the numbers in there. What are the numbers? 6, 7. If you don't know those numbers, that's fine too. You can just go click on the possible list of values and go by the collective number 2001 and hit enter. And it automatically picks up all the purchasing documents, the RFQs that we have created against that particular collective number. Click OK. Click OK. Now, we only need to send the rejection letter to two of these vendors. So select them and click output message. And if you want to see them, you just go click on display message. You can see that it's a rejection letter and it's related to the particular RFQ, when it was dated, what were the materials that we asked for, etc., etc. Now, we can also send an acceptance letter to the first vendor, right? And how do you do that? So instead of ABSA in the message type, ABSA is a rejection letter, quotation rejection, right? There's also a quotation acceptance output. And instead of ABSA, which is a quotation rejection, you could have NEU, which is the message that you send when you create the quotation, or you can create your own custom success bidding message, which SAP standard does not have, and use that message to print the corresponding output for a successful bid. Now this is not the message for a successful bid, it's a message that goes out when you issue the RFQ, but standard SAP does not have the successful message output, and in order to have that, you have to create your own custom message. Now outputs and messages is something that we have not seen yet. We'll see that in customizing in one of the later chapters. But for now, just understand that it's going to be a message type here. You select a successful quotation message type as opposed to rejection, and select that RFQ number or quotation number and execute. Select that quotation number and click on output message. So this should send the accepted or successfully accepted message to the vendor 4003. So this completes the RFQ and quotation process. So what have we done here? We have asked for 100 kilos from these three vendors and asked them to submit a quotation. We have done that through the RFQ, step number 1. And we have tagged all these RFQs with a collective number called 2001. And after some time, step number 2, the vendors have responded and they have recorded their terms, like prices, what payment terms they're ready to offer, when they can deliver the goods by, so on and so forth. Step number 3 is we did a price comparison. We did a price comparison between the different quotations that we received, and SAP helped us finalize which vendor offered the lowest price. And all the higher prices were rejected. We sent them rejection letters, and the successful bidder was accepted and we sent him an acceptance letter. So we have successfully completed the quotation process. Now what do we do? If this price can be used only one time, then all we can do is take that quotation, create a purchase order and use it. But if it can be used for a long time, then we can convert that into what's called as a source of supply. So like I said, we have successfully completed the quotation process, and out of that, one successful bidder emerged. We will accept more than one, that's a different story. Let's just say for simplicity that we have accepted 4003 as a successful bidder. Now, if it's a one-time offer, meaning he's willing to offer us 100 kilos of coffee at this price, for 10 days or 5 days or 20 days, we could use that quotation and convert that into a PO. Issue the PO to the vendor, get the goods, pay the invoice, the process is complete. But if the vendor is ready to supply these goods to us on a long-term basis, meaning forever at that price, then we got a win, right? So out of all these vendors, this vendor is supplying the goods to us forever at 8.95 per pound. That means we can use this vendor as the source of supply for a long time. If you want to test the vendor, maybe the quality is good or not, we don't know, then we can just create a PO, receive the goods, receive the invoice, and then check if the coffee tastes good, what is the customer feedback, so on and so forth. And if we like the coffee, and of course we like the price, then, like I said, we can convert this quotation. If the vendor is ready to supply the goods on a long-term basis, we can convert this into what's called as a source of supply. What's a source of supply? A source of supply is just a set of data that we can use again and again to create purchase orders, right? So whenever we want coffee, we can use vendor 4003. And what are the modes in which you maintain the data for 4003 at this price? There are 3 ways primarily in which you can create a source of supply. And we have seen all of these sources of supply already. The first source of supply is a purchase info record. The second source of supply is a contract. The third source of supply is a scheduling agreement. How do you create this? Well, creating this is no big deal. But how do we use them?
A purchasing info record can be used to create a PO, right? In the purchase info record, you set a price of 8.75 or whatever price this vendor has agreed on. And when you set that, and every time you create a PO with this vendor, this purchase info record will be used and you get the best price. Now, same thing with the contract. Using this quotation, you can convert that quotation into a contract, and any PO that you create further can reference this contract. And of course, you're going to get that price of $8.75, the best price that was offered. Now, same thing with scheduling agreements. You can convert that quotation into a scheduling agreement also. So if you know that you're going to require 100 quantity every week, you can create a scheduling agreement and the price is going to be $8.75 because we have created that with reference to this quotation. And you don't even need to create POs, right? When the date is right, based on the delivery schedule, you get the goods. And then you get the goods and invoices at $8.75 per pound. Now let's see how we can do them. So this is our successful bidder, right? So Control Y, copy the quotation number, go back. The first thing we're going to do is create an info record. The way to create that info record is, if you go to the price comparison, put the collective number of 2001, click execute, and select that line item, go to quotation, and if you say update info record, and you want to say update, you want this to be the price for Chicago plant only or for all the other plants. Well, for now we have asked the goods to be delivered to the Chicago plant, so select B, which is update with plant, right, and click on save. So for vendor 4003 we have created an info record, right? Now let's go create a purchase order. Go to purchase order, go to create, ME21N, and select 4003 coffee beans, quantity of 100, right? Hit enter, enter. Go to conditions and you see the 895. Where did it get it from? From the info record. Did we create the info record? No. When the quotation was saved with the info record update as B, the system has automatically created an info record. If you want to see that analysis, if you want to see that info record, let's just go back. So you can go to info records, right? Where are info records? Go to master data, info record, display, and for 4003 coffee beans, is there an info record? Yes, there is an info record. Go to conditions and you see the 895. So this is an automatic creation because we have said, because we have asked the quotation to be auto updated, and we do it only for the successful bidder anyway, right? All right, so that was step number one. So that was step number one. This is successfully done. We were able to test it by creating a PO. The second step is you can convert that quotation into a contract.
How do you do that? It's very simple. You go to outline agreement, contract, create, then you refer to an RFQ, and then you refer to an RFQ. Select that and go here, put the collective number, and this is the successful bidder, right? Select that and click OK. So the vendor is automatically pulled, dates are pulled, the plant is pulled, the purchase org is pulled. All you need to do is select the type of contract. Say we want a quantity contract. Enter, and it's valid for a month or 1 year. The quantity is 1000, and you can adapt those details from the RFQ, or you could change the quantities here, 3000, right? This is assuming that the vendor is ready to supply not just 1000 but 3000, 5000, 10,000, 20,000 pounds of coffee at that price. That's something you got to confirm with the vendor before you create a contract at that price as a source of supply, right? So the price again is automatically pulled from where? From the RFQ. Then you can click save, and this contract now is a source of supply. So step number 2 is complete. You have created a contract. Now with reference to the contract, if you create a PO, of course you're going to get all the conditions and prices into the PO. And creating a scheduling agreement is also similar, right? It's also an outline agreement like a contract. So creating a scheduling agreement is as simple as clicking on create, vendor unknown, and reference to an RFQ. Put the RFQ number in there, and everything else is pulled into it. Just select the correct agreement type, scheduling agreement, and then put a validity end date, say 1 year, and you can adopt the RFQ like this. For a quantity of 1000, 5000, 4000, doesn't matter, right? If the vendor is ready to supply an infinite amount at that price, you could very well put any amount you want, and then click save. That's a scheduling agreement, and you know further how to deal with the scheduling agreement. You can create a delivery schedule, and based on the delivery schedule, goods will be received on that particular date. As you can see, the quotation process starts as a competition between the different vendors. You send them request for quotation, they respond with quotations, and you select a winner. Once you select a winner, you can create that as a source of supply. Basically, you are creating that vendor and the conditions under which he is ready to deliver the goods to us, meaning the price, the Incoterms, payment terms, delivery dates, etc., into a source of supply. And what are the possible sources of supply? The 3 main sources of supply are purchase info record, contract, scheduling agreement. You can create any of these or all of these, and any time in the future you require coffee, you can either create a purchase order directly because the purchase info record already contains the price and the vendor, or you can create a purchase order with reference to a contract if you have created a contract, or a scheduling agreement. So basically, this brings 3 processes together: the quotation process or the RFQ process, the source of supply, which contains a list of source documents like purchase info record, contract, scheduling agreements that can be used to create further documents with the vendor. This whole procedure brings 2 concepts together. The first concept is the RFQ process, where you start off with an RFQ and then end in a successful quotation. And number two, you create a source of supply based on the successful quotation. And a source of supply essentially consists of a purchase info record or a contract or a scheduling agreement. Now, in the next chapter, we're going to summarize all the different documents that we have done so far and see how they are linked together. In this chapter, we're going to summarize all the different purchasing procedures and documents that we have seen in the P2P cycle. What was the basic P2P cycle that we have seen? We've said that the first step is a purchase order, right? We issue a purchase order to the vendor. So we want 100 pounds of coffee, we issue a purchase order to the vendor. Now, the vendor receives that PO, and with respect to that PO, he's going to send his truck with 100 pounds of coffee. We are going to receive that into SAP, and that step is called as a goods receipt. And he's also going to send an invoice with respect to that PO, and that step is called as an invoice receipt. So in this picture, I'm trying to create an invoice receipt with reference to the goods receipt, but in fact, it's created with reference to the PO. That's how we have been doing it so far. Now, there is a way to do an invoice receipt with respect to goods receipt, but we have not seen that yet. So this is the basic P2P cycle, basic procure to pay cycle. Okay. Now, in this procure to pay cycle, what's the basic master data that we have used? Vendor, and then we have chosen material, in this case coffee. So vendor, material, and the other one is info record, which is going to contain the combination of vendor material, which basically says this vendor is ready to supply this material at this price under these terms. So this is the basic master data that we have used so far. After we have seen this, we have expanded on the P2P cycle. We talked about something called as outline agreements, right? So an outline agreement is basically either a contract or a scheduling agreement. And these are typically long-term agreements where we, the coffee shop, where the vendors agreed to supply us coffee, sugar, flour, whatever, at a fixed price on a long-term basis. And why did we enter into that agreement? Because typically vendors give better prices when we enter into long-term contracts. And based on this contract or scheduling agreement, we could create a PO. With the scheduling agreement, we could create a GR. We have seen the different types of contracts and different types of scheduling agreements. We have gone one step further, and then after some time, say we think that more vendors are out there supplying coffee, we thought, why not we ask these other vendors for a quotation and see if they provide a better price. So all along we have been doing only business with 4001 ABC Foods. Now we want to expand our vendor network, and we sent these RFQs to all the different vendors. And we got responses from these vendors that we documented as quotations. Now we liked some of the prices, but we did not like some of the prices. We have, say for example, we liked the prices by 4003, and we sent rejection letters to the first two vendors and accepted the third vendor 4003 as the vendor for which we are going to create further orders.
Now, this does not necessarily mean that we always use that vendor, but we just know that there are choices out there. We could use vendor 4003 for better prices on coffee. Maybe he's not able to provide better prices on flour, on sugar, but purely for the purpose of coffee, he is able to provide us a better price. So we like him. So we want to create vendor 4003 as a good source of supply for coffee going forward. So on a successful quotation bid, we created sources of supply. What were the sources of supply? One was purchase info record. The second was a contract. The third was a scheduling agreement. These were called source of supply, right? Now we also know what happens to the basic P2P cycle after we have completed the process. Now there could be returns whereby we return the goods to the vendor using a goods issue, and we create a credit memo, right? This is created with reference to the PO, right? And we have also seen subsequent credit or debits, which are basic credit memos and debit memos created directly with reference to the PO. So these are subsequent credit or debit memos. So this is a summary of all the different transactions that we have seen so far and all the master data that we have understood so far. Now, this is by no means an exhaustive list of transactions. There could be more variations possible. For example, we have not seen consignments. We have not seen subcontracting. We have not seen stock transfer orders. We have not seen blanket POs. Similarly, there are so many other concepts that we have not seen so far, but we have used them. We have not seen pricing. We have not seen document type customization. We have not seen master data customization like vendor master, material master. We have not seen source determination, partner determination, text determination, and we have not seen the release procedure, vendor evaluation, vendor confirmation, version management. So these are important topics that we are yet to see, and these are all part of purchasing. But we're going to stop purchasing here, and in the next sections we are going to focus on another major pillar of SAP MM. It's called inventory management. So let's start to focus on inventory management. But not to worry, we're going to get back to these topics in a later set of sections. In this chapter, we're going to talk about blanket purchase order. What is a blanket purchase order? And why would you use a blanket purchase order? To understand this, let's say the Chicago headquarters has two plants. One in Chicago and another in San Francisco. Now say the HQ or the headquarters plant needs some stationery. Pens, papers, pencils, printer supplies, so on. Now, we don't want to mass produce stationery, right? Why? It's a waste of money. Instead, procure them when needed. We can afford to do this. We can't do this for coffee. Why? Because coffee is such an essential commodity. We can't open our shop without coffee. But stationery is basically low value, low priority item. So for materials like that, irrespective of the material, there is always a cost associated with the procure to pay cycle. Meaning, to get something, to buy something, You have to identify the vendor, have a relationship with the vendor, issue POs. You need a purchasing officer. Somebody needs to receive the goods and then evaluate the goods. Somebody in the office needs to take in the invoice, record it, find out how long it's due, pay it in time. This is the typical procure to pay cycle, right? Now, there is a cost associated with this cycle. It needs manpower, it needs documentation, it needs a process to be followed. For most materials, this process is okay. The overhead in this process is justifiable. Why? Because process makes sure that you get the goods in time. Coffee is made in time, coffee machine is there procured in time, the pastry is procured in time, everything is kept ready to go. But for some materials, for example, you want to do a birthday party in your coffee shop. You need balloons, party hats, straws. And for serving coffee, you need coffee cups. And for printing out stuff, you need stationery. Now, these are low value, non essential items. They're called Class C items. Why are they called Class C? Because they are low value and non essential. Coffee is essential. Party balloons are not essential, at least for this shop. So, for procuring Class C items or non essential items, you don't have to go through the entire purchasing cycle for every batch of products. Meaning, if you need 1000 coffee cups, you don't have to put a purchase order for that. What you can do instead is place one purchase order, right? For, let's say, each coffee cup is 10 cents or 5 cents, right? So 5 cents per cup, and you allocate a budget for coffee cups. Let's say every day your shop consumes, let's say, 1000 cups, right? So that's 1000 into 5 cents. That becomes $50, right? So you do the math and say there are 10 shops in Chicago and you end up with $500 worth of coffee cups. Multiply it by, let's say you want to keep stock for 15 days. 15, that becomes $7,500, right? So every 15 days or 2 weeks, you need to order $7,500 worth of coffee cups. Now, suppliers did not just supply coffee cups, right? They could supply all the other things that I was talking about. For example, a baking shop will supply coffee cups, will supply parchment paper, will supply most of these Class C items that a bakery or coffee shop needs. So instead of saying, hey, you know what, I need 50 coffee cups, here is my order. I need 10 parchment papers, here is my order. Instead of that, what you can do is, you could say, hey vendor ABC, supplier of baking goods, here is my order for 20,000. All right. And these are all Class C items, low value items. I'm not going to keep stock of them. Somebody in my coffee shop or my company is going to give you an order. Just deliver it to them. And as you deliver, keep sending me the invoice. And let's create a blanket purchase order and see how it's different from a typical purchase order. So vendor 4001, and instead of choosing a standard PO, choose framework order, FO. And when you choose FO, you have to select a different set of criteria. For example, you have to select a validity start and end date. Meaning, you've asked the vendor to supply $20,000 worth of goods, so that's an open amount, and you have to specify how long that offer or open amount is valid. For example, it's valid from today until, let's say, 2 months or 1 month. All right. And I'm not going to specify a material. Why? Because I'm not asking for a specific material, coffee cup or parchment paper. I'm saying I'm giving an order worth $20,000. It could be for any of these set of materials that you supply. So I'm going to give a blanket description, say consumables for coffee shop. That's going to include everything, all kinds of Class C materials. Now, remember, this does not include coffee or coffee machine or pastry. These are high value materials and these are essential materials. So you also want to keep track of that material in stock. So you don't want to use a framework order or a blanket purchase order for those kinds of materials. Example, coffee comes in, you need to store it in stock. At any given point in time, you have to know how much coffee you have at hand. But coffee cups, you don't care. Parchment paper, you don't care. So for materials like that, you don't have to store them in stock. And because you don't have to store them in stock, you could do a blanket PO. You just go by the value. We'll see how GR is different in this case. So please enter material number or account assignment category. That means that because it's a non-stock purchase order, meaning we're not going to stock the materials, you obviously need a cost center or some kind of account assignment. We have seen this when we were procuring non-stock materials. Remember, for stock materials, you don't need an account assignment, meaning when you put it in stock, it's accounted for. But for non-stock materials, you always need a cost center or some element that captures the cost. So in our case, we use cost center. Some cost centers say the admin department or one of the overhead departments eats the cost of consumables. All right. So we use account assignment K. An item category is not blank. It's not a standard purchase order, right? So what is it? Item category is B. Enter. And because we are not entering a material, framework order forces us to enter a material group. Basically, that's something that's used for reporting. Okay, so material group is say 015. Okay, and then it says, please maintain services or limits. So we have created a framework order, but we didn't specify the amount. Remember, we said 20,000. That's our limit. So let's go specify the limit. Overall limit is 20,000, but in most cases, that's the upper limit. Are we going to consume all the 20,000? Well, maybe not. Most of the cases, we tend to consume only 10,000. All right, we could specify 10,000 there. And of course, we need a cost center, right? In this case, let's use admin. All right. So the admin department is going to eat the cost of procuring $20,000 worth of consumables. Simple enough, right? Now, save it. All right, we got our framework order. All right, let's make a note of this purchase order. And now, what is the next step? We have created a framework order. Now, how is this going to be different from a standard purchase order? In a standard purchase order, when you procure coffee, when the vendor is ready, he's going to ship the coffee. And you're going to use MyGo to receive the goods and stock it, right? In case of a blanket PO, we've mentioned that it's a non-stock material. So we're not going to stock them, number one. And number two, when we are not going to stock them, we don't even need to do a MyGo. The vendor sends the invoice and you pay the vendor. It's as simple as that. You want to see an example? Miro. And the invoice date is today. And it's against a purchase order, right? So it's allowed posting periods, blah, blah, blah. We can go to MMPV and fix it. So I'm going to do that here. MMPV. Oh, let me do it in MMPV. So the company code US01. Again, I could do this offline, but the point I'm trying to make here is you get these kinds of errors all the time. So be used to it. MMPV, close your posting periods. Now here, in one of the previous chapters, we have done negative stocks, right? And because of that, it says some materials have negative stocks in one of the previous periods, so I can't close the material posting period. What do you do for that? Allow negative quantities in the previous period, right? Click OK. So in cases like that, check this on. Allow negative quantities in the previous period. All right. And that closes the previous period. Now we are good to go. So Miro, we want to receive the invoice for, let's say the vendor has sent $1,000 worth of cups, and that's today, against this PO. Okay. Now here is what we need to enter. Go to account assignment and say the amount is for $1,000. Check and then back, right? And the amount here we got the invoice for is for $1,000, right? Let's remove this guy and make sure we are 0% tax here. All right. Now all the messages are gone. Let's see if we can save this. So what we have done here is create an invoice or receive the invoice that we got from the vendor for $1,000 against the purchase order. All right, the document has been posted. Now if you go back to the purchase order, what do you see here? Actual value of $1,000, meaning $1,000 has been consumed from an overall limit of $20,000. And as the vendor keeps sending those invoices, this value will keep accumulating until it hits the limit of $20,000, after which you really can't take in any more invoices. The services will be stopped and the vendor will ask you to raise another blanket PO. Okay, so what did we achieve here? Let's recap what we have done. So we said there are so many class C materials that we need to order every day, every week. These are non-essentials, not like coffee or pastry. Low value, non-essentials. And we said instead of ordering these things every day, every week, it's a hassle. So we're going to say, I'm going to allocate a budget, a fixed budget, because I know it's going to cost so much for the week or 2 weeks. And for that budget, $20,000, I could order anything that the vendor can supply. If the vendor supplies stationery, I like the price, I'll go for that. If the vendor supplies pens or pencils or papers, I'll go for that. If the vendor supplies cartridges or printer supplies, I'll go for that. All class C materials, right? And step number 1, create a blanket PO. To create a blanket PO, the order type is FO, framework order. And the item category is B. And you always have to have an account assignment. Why? Simple. These are non-stock materials. You're not going to stock them. There's not going to be a MyGo. And you specify a limit because this is of item category B, right? B means limit. And what is limit? You specify that the upper limit is 20,000, which means you're going to allocate a budget of 20,000 and the company can order anything, basically all class C materials, until the limit of 20,000 is reached. And of course, this gets shipped over to the vendor. The vendor looks at the PO, files it in his cabinet, and anytime you want something, you can just call the vendor and the vendor will just ship them over, right? Basically the goods, and you don't have to do a MyGo. Small supplies, right? Why waste your time or inventory management? No MyGo. Then he'll send an invoice and that you file. So you go do a Miro invoice receipt and over there you specify the amount and some text that identifies what has been supplied, some marker, that you can remember later. And the amount that has been invoiced will automatically be adjusted or marked in the limit of the purchase order. So the purchase order history will be updated saying, hey, you have consumed $1,000 out of your 20,000. This is the process of a blanket purchase order. So let's compare this with a standard purchase order. In a standard purchase order, so if you were to do the procurement of these small consumables using the standard PO method, what would you do? Anytime you're out of supplies or you're going to be out of supply in a couple of days or weeks, you create a PO. It could be against a cost center or it could be not against a cost center if you want to show your stock. And depending on what kind of purchase order you have created, you do a GR directly against the stock or directly as a consumable, and you do an IR and settle the invoice. You see, you have to create, you have to do a GR, you have to settle the invoice, right? If you were to do it using the blanket purchase order, how would things be different? Well, you'd create a blanket PO and you would only do this once for, let's say, a month or 2 months or 2 weeks, depending on what kind of leeway you want to give for these products and the people ordering those products. If you trust the people very well, you could just say, hey, you know what, here is 20,000, that's it, deal with it. So you don't have to create the PO every time you're out of cups. You can just call the vendor and say, hey, I need 100 cups or 1,000 cups. And how is he going to deliver them? Through the same truck, but no goods receipt. He's going to give those cups directly to you. Just go use them. You don't have to receive them into the goods, blah, blah, blah. None of those steps. So you save a lot of time there. So you save time here by not having to create a PO every time. You save time here by not having to do a goods receipt and involve the warehouse folks. And the invoicing process stays the same. So the vendor does send an invoice and you could settle the invoice maybe in one go or maybe 2 invoices in one go. right? So you save time here. You can even simplify the invoicing process, but that's something that we don't want to really bother about. That's for FI folks to do. The point being, you also save time here. And the blanket PO tells you how much you have consumed out of your total allocation of, say, 20,000 or 100,000. So the purpose of a blanket PO is to simplify the procurement of Class C material. The next topic is consignment. What is a consignment? You see this on the sales side as well. Let's take an example. Now, in our coffee shop, we sell so many things, right? There are some things that we don't buy from the vendor right up front. One example could be newspapers. So here is our coffee shop, and we sell newspapers. The newspaper company, say New York Times, the dealer for New York Times, is going to supply newspapers to us. Let's say in the morning he supplies 100 quantity of New York Times. But you see, we might not be able to sell all 100 of them. Maybe we sell 50 today. Maybe we sell 75 tomorrow. Maybe we sell just 10 the day after. So what happens to the rest of the stock? Are we being charged for the entire 100 newspapers? I'm not specifically talking about New York Times, so don't assume that this is how New York Times does business. But typically, the newspaper industry or any kind of print media where the product is sold that has a limited shelf life. Think of newspapers, think of monthly or weekly magazines, and after that month or week or day, the product is no longer valid. Nobody buys yesterday's newspapers, right? So in cases like that, the company takes back the goods that we could not sell. This is common practice. It's not just the coffee shop. Many industries follow this practice for certain kind of materials, not for all. Let me give you one more example before we go see it in action. If I am a steel industry, I have a steel factory, and I require what? I require coal, I require iron ore, I require so many different kinds of raw materials, right? Now, how much of coal do I require? I'm a steel factory. I need hundreds of thousands of tons of coal. I'm not going to buy all that coal. I'm not going to buy all that iron ore as well. So what I do with the vendors is, here is the miner. He's mining the coal or iron ore. And what he does is, so he dumps as much coal as I need into my warehouse or lot. It could be open warehouse, closed warehouse, just an open space, anything of that sort. He just dumps it and say he dumps 5,000 tons in this load today, right? And today I keep consuming 500 tons today, 1,000 tons tomorrow, and I keep consuming. And only when I consume is that a sale from a miner's perspective. Or only when I consume is that a purchase from my perspective, from a buyer's perspective. Meaning, if 5,000 tons of coal is deposited in this lot, I'm calling it the lot, and only I consume 500 tons for the day, I'm only liable to pay for 500 tons. I don't pay for 5,000 tons. Tomorrow, I consume 500 more. Now I'm liable to pay 500 plus 500. How much is that? 1,000 tons. So when lot is called the consignment lot. So why is it called the consignment lot? Because it's not really a sale that our vendor has sent us. We don't count them as goods received. But nothing we are liable yet. Unless we own the goods, we are not liable for them. He is just keeping it here for convenience. Why? because I can't keep going to this vendor or miner for every 500 tons of coal, because I have a factory that's running 24/7 and I can't afford to have excess inventory or short supply. So in cases like that, in some industries, based on the industry and the type of goods, I cannot generalize it. I cannot say it happens every time. Now, another example you could be tempted to say is cars. Car dealers get cars on consignment, and when the customer walks into the dealer's office, picks the car, and wishes to buy it, that's when it could be converted to a sale. But that's not how it happens in the car industry. So, whether it's a consignment or not is dependent on the nature of the industry. And the key difference between a consignment and a regular sale is that in a consignment, the vendor sends you the goods, but still you don't own them. You own them when you consume them. When you consume them, you pay for it. Now, how do you do them in SAP? All right, so the process is simple. Go to ME21N and select your standard vendor, 4001. And material is, say, you could have any material as a consignment. Okay, so coffee beans or anything you want, paper. It's not dependent on the material. So what's the quantity? Let's say 500 pounds. Right? Contract exists, that's all right. Now, this is a regular purchase order. What is our intent here? We want to create a consignment purchase order. The item category for that is K. You see, it's special stock. Select that, hit enter, and then it says consignment info record for that combination does not exist. So one of the prerequisites to be able to create a consignment is you should have an info record. All right, let's go create an info record. Do you want to save it? No. So go to logistics, material management, purchasing, master data, info record, create. So for vendor 4001, coffee beans 01, purchase org US 01, and plant Chicago 1, right? Don't just say standard, instead select consignment, because for the same combination of materials, purchase org, plant, you can have an info record for standard, or you can have an info record for consignment. In this case, we are creating an info record for consignment. Okay, hit enter, and this is all good. Planned delivery time 5 days, standard quantity 5, and this is the key field, net price, say $10, and here you could put a tax code, say I0, sales tax of 0, enter, 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 enter. So purchase info record, save. Now let's go back and create the purchase order of type consignment. So the document type is not different, but the item category is going to be different, right? So it's coffee beans 01, quantity of 500, and the item category is consignment. Enter. Contract exists, that's all right. So this time it doesn't say that the record does not exist because we have already created it. Another key feature, do you see a conditions tab here? The moment I put the item category as K, the conditions tab is gone. That means for a consignment, there's no pricing. You should be able to guess why. The reason is consignment is not really a sale. So when we are asking for 500 pounds of coffee, we are not really saying, I'm ready to pay for 500 pounds just yet. All this order or purchase order is requesting is, send me 500 pounds of coffee on consignment. And because it's a consignment, it's not going to have a price and we're not going to own it, so we're not going to pay for it yet. Does it make sense? All right. So we're all good here.
Let's see if we can save this. All right, standard order 37 is created. Save that. Now, the vendor is going to send the goods, of course, right? So we're going to do a goods receipt. And before we do that, let's go check the stock. MMBE and coffee beans oven, Chicago, and click execute. All right. So in the Chicago storage location, there is 267 quantity, out of which some of it is in raw materials and some of it is in coffee storage location. So let's go over to MyGo and see what happens when you try to receive the goods of that 500 against a consignment. So purchase order, I've copied the purchase order number already, paste it. All right, so that's a quantity of 500. And as you can see, at the line item level, the goods movement is the typical 101, just like any other purchase order. But there is an indicator here. This is called as special stock. So it's the same movement type, but into a consignment, not into unrestricted stock. Right? So storage location, let's say, is coffee. All right. Then we're going to say item OK. Check. Document OK. And save it. Okay, material document is posted 2580. And if you want to see the material document, go to MB03 and let's look at the accounting. So this is our material document, and you see the movement type is 101 and it's of type K, consignment. And check the accounting document. Material does not include an accounting document. Can you guess why? The reason is simple. It is not a sale, so it should not affect our inventory valuation. We can see the inventory go up in quantity, but not the value. And when there's no difference in value, why do you need an accounting document? No need. So click OK. That's a key thing you got to keep at the back of your mind. When you do a consignment, when you take in a consignment, the valuation of your material is not going up. It's just that the quantity is going up. Now, that is another story. How is the quantity going up? Let's come back here. So we have a quantity of 267, out of which coffee location has 237, right? Now we have done a goods receipt for the consignment. Let's refresh this and see what are the changes. Do you see this line here? Vendor consignment 500. It's not unrestricted stock, or rather it's not just unrestricted stock. You can just take out of it anytime you want. In that sense, it's unrestricted. But it's not really our stock. It's the vendor's stock sitting at our location. That's the key. If there is any confusion in trying to understand what is consignment, just think of it this way. It's vendor stock sitting at our location. We don't own it, but we have physical access to it. The moment you touch it, meaning the moment you withdraw something from that lot, it becomes yours. So it's there at your disposal to consume anytime you want. And that's why it's treated separately. Although it's unrestricted, meaning it doesn't have to go through quality at this point, it's still marked as special stock. Now there are different kinds of special stock: consignment, subcontracting, pipeline, so on and so forth. In this case, it's consignment special stock. Now, double click it, and here is the breakup by vendor, meaning this is stock that has come in from vendor 4001. Now, if another 500 came in from another vendor, say 4002, the total is going to be showing up as 1000 in the previous screen. And the moment you double click it, it's going to show the breakup as 500 from 4001 and 500 from 4002. The point being, SAP is keeping track of all the vendor consignments broken down by vendor. All right, so let's close that. Now we have 500 in stock sitting in a consignment. Now let's go consume them. How do you consume them? You can consume them for a sales order, meaning somebody needs coffee, they create a sales order, and goods from this consignment can be consumed. Now the production department needs it. For example, some coffee beans are required to make some cakes. There is a production order to make a cake. You can consume from this lot. A project system can consume goods from this lot, meaning a birthday party is a project. And it can consume coffee from this lot. So any consumption business process can consume goods from this lot. Now typically when we want to consume, the easiest way is to do a MyGo and goods issue, right? And we do it against a cost center so that we don't have to have a source document like a project system or a production order or a sales order. They're all cumbersome. But this is really easy. So what do? You do a goods issue against other. If you want, you can use a purchase order, and we're gonna use a plant Chicago 1 and a storage location coffee material coffee beans 01. How much? Let's say quantity of 100, right? So we have a consignment of 500, out of which we are consuming 100, right? Now this is all good. If you click OK, it doesn't consume from the consignment lot because we have not specifically asked to be consumed from the consignment lot. The way to do that is by selecting a special stock indicator of K. You see, the moment I hit enter, there is going to be additional tabs coming up here. Just watch out for it. Hit enter. And what's the additional tab? Partner. And why is that? The reason is you're asking SAP to pull 100 quantity of consignment goods. And because we said consignment, SAP is saying, okay, which partner's consignment? Okay, we can answer that. Vendor 4001. That's the only partner we have at this point. If you have more, you can definitely put the vendor there. And it's going to pull up from that lot. Do a quick check. Make sure everything is okay. All right, it requires a cost center. And you know how to put it, right? Admin 01. All right, another quick check. Tax jurisdiction. There's a tax jurisdiction issue, but we could check that during invoice processing. All right, save it. Okay, material document is posted and 8070. Now, MB03, let's check out how the material document is. So it's a 201 with special indicator K. And what does the accounting document say? Now, the difference between the previous process, which was receiving the consignment, and the current process, which is trying to take some goods or consume goods from that consignment, is that in the previous case, there's no accounting. But in this case, there is accounting. Why? Remember, I said only when you touch that lot and extract goods from that lot will it become yours. And that's when a value change is happening. That's when the accounts payable is hit. That's when we are liable to pay. And of course, the raw material value increases. Okay. Now, how do you settle that invoice? Or how do you settle the fact that you have removed 100 pounds or 100 kilos from that consignment against vendor 4001? Before we go there, let's check out our stock. Well, we used to have 500 pounds of coffee as consignment for a particular vendor 4001. How much do you have now? 400. Why? Because we have removed 100 pounds or we have consumed 100 pounds against a cost center using MyGo, right? Now that should make sense from a goods movement perspective. Now how do you settle the invoice? Now, invoice settlement for consignments is slightly different from invoice settlement for the regular standard purchase orders. So you don't do a MyGo. Instead, you do MRKO. You see, the goods are in your lot. Here's the deal. So the vendor has sent in 500 pounds of coffee and it's sitting there somewhere in our warehouse, right? Out of which we have consumed 100 pounds. The vendor is out there somewhere. He doesn't know that we have consumed 100 pounds out of it. So it's our responsibility to bill ourselves against the vendor. So the vendor is not going to send us an invoice. We're going to generate an invoice ourselves. The way to do that is using this process called MRKO. Now this is an intelligent process that will tell you what are your outstandings based on vendor or based on material. So select your material, coffee beans 01, and for 4001 vendor, you know the plant, and there are two options here, display or settle. Let's look at display. Do you see the record? The record is for a quantity of 100 that's withdrawn, and 100 multiplied by 10 is 1000, and it says it's not settled yet. Well, to settle it, you'll have to select settle and click execute. Now, this is where the tax error is coming. Now, you can go ahead and fix it, but the point is, the moment that is fixed, it just creates an invoice. You don't have to really do anything. You don't have to go to Myro, receive the invoice, because you don't even get an invoice. Why? Because the vendor doesn't know that we have consumed 100 pounds. The company knows that it has consumed 100 pounds, so it's got to be able to bill itself and settle all the goods that it has consumed. Right? And so even if you create that invoice in MRKO, it's not going to go and update the PO. Right? So here's the difference. So there's a PO, right, where let's say 5000001, against which the vendor has delivered 500 pounds of coffee. Now, we have removed or consumed 100 pounds of coffee. This, if you did it using the standard process where you have a PO and then there's a goods receipt, you create a goods receipt in MyGo, and that updates it in the PO history. And then you get an invoice, you go to Myro, create an invoice, and then it's updated in the PO history. That is the standard business process for purchasing. In consignment, the vendor is putting things in the lot, you're consuming goods from the lot. You could as well do a return, but the point being, the goods that you're withdrawing is linked to the vendor. The linkage is only at the vendor level. It's not at the purchase order level. So when you do a settlement in MRKO, you're settling for 100 pounds of goods against the vendor, say 4001. You're not settling it against the PO. The PO, in the case of consignment, is merely an instruction to put goods in the lot. And when you return goods from the lot, you could do a return PO and the vendor could take them away. And that's again a consignment. It's called a consignment return. But when you settle, meaning when you go to pay, it's not tagged with the purchase order. Instead, it's tagged with the vendor. That's why this invoice that's being settled is not linked to the PO. So let's summarize what we've learned about consignment. Think of a consignment as a lot. A lot that the vendors, not just one vendor, any number of vendors, can supply goods into, and we consume goods from that lot. The lot is not our property. It's the property of the vendor. The vendor is merely making the goods available to us
as a convenience factor. So ownership is not ours, it's with the vendor, and the goods are being put there purely from a convenience perspective. From a goods movement perspective, use a 101 or a 201, and in this case of receipts, use 101, and you use special movement indicator K. That tells the system to put the stock as special stock, tag it with the vendor. If you go to MMBE, look at the lot for that material, you'll see that the consignment stock is separated out at the storage location level. So if there is Chicago, and then underneath that there is coffee, there is baked goods storage location. Underneath coffee, in unrestricted stock, there is regular stock and there is consignment stock. And if you go double click on consignment stock, it will show you a split of what 4001 gave us and what 4002 vendor gave us. So it remembers that this amount of goods is consignment goods, and out of this, so much came from vendor 1, so much came from vendor 2. Easy way to track things. Now, the moment you consume goods from the lot, again, consumption can happen from a sales order, from a project system, or against a cost center, or an employee could need some of the goods. Any demand document can consume these goods. The moment you consume things, that's when you become liable, meaning you're bound to pay. And because the consumption is not transparent to the vendor, he doesn't know that you have consumed the goods. You know it because it's happening from your lot. Because of that, the vendor doesn't send you an invoice. Instead, you self-generate or settle your invoice in MRKO, not MIRO, MIRO. So purely from an SAP perspective, this is all ME21N with item category K that makes it a consignment. And the vendor is going to deliver it against a lot, and we receive them using MyGo. And that MyGo does not produce an accounting document. It does not. Okay, so it does not produce an accounting document. And item category is K. Now, when you consume, so you consume using MyGo, right? Or using sales order or any kind of document. And when you do consume goods from the lot, this produces an accounting document like any other regular consumption. And when you settle the invoice, it will generate an invoice, hit the vendor's accounts payable, and our financial department will go pay for it. This is a consignment. Now, we're going to talk about a special business process called subcontracting. Subcontracting. Let's see what we can infer from the name. Contract. What's a contract? It's something that you outsource to somebody. They do all the work for you and you pay them. That's a contract. Now, what's a subcontract? A subcontract is where you are responsible for the final product, but a part of it is being outsourced. For example, wedding cakes is not your specialty, meaning our coffee shop does not produce wedding cakes. But let's say you get an order or you keep getting order for wedding cakes. What you can do is you can outsource the wedding cakes to some other company. You give them the material, they'll manufacture it for you or they'll make it for you, and then you sell it to your customer. So you want a wedding cake, right? But you don't have the capacity to make a wedding cake, or you think it's not your core focus. So what you do is you let somebody like a wedding cake designer or somebody who specializes in wedding cakes, and
He is your subcontractor. Now, there is a difference between a subcontractor and a vendor. A subcontractor can be a vendor, no doubt. A vendor can also be a subcontractor. But in the context of subcontracting, I'm calling him specifically subcontractor. Let me explain why. Now, this wedding cake has a certain set of specifications. I'm not just asking the vendor to prepare the wedding cake and send it to me. I am going to supply the raw materials. And in return, this subcontractor is going to send me the wedding cake or the finished good. Now, in the context of wedding cake, this might seem very trivial, isn't it? These products are not very expensive, right? The raw materials. What does a wedding cake need? Flour, sugar, colors. These are not very expensive. The subcontractor can very well go to the market and get all this stuff himself. But think of it in the context of large-scale engineering products. Say GE is manufacturing a generator. Now, there are certain parts of it that are very well suited for subcontracting. For example, the radiator of a diesel generator is a specialty. There are certain vendors or subcontractors who specialize in radiators, and it's a custom job, meaning GE provides the material and the subcontractor uses that material, steel or whatever. Let's say it's a special grade steel that the vendor cannot procure himself. So GE provides that material, and then the vendor does the job and sends the finished product. Another example, same GE makes turbines, right? So the turbine is going to be something like this with the fans right here, right? This is a turbine. You know how a turbine is milled? They take a solid piece of metal, a cylinder, right? And then mill it into the shape of a turbine and then remove all this material, right? It's one solid piece of product. It's not something that's bent. It's not a piece of metal that's bent. They mill it out of a solid aluminum or whatever sheet it is. Now, GE has so many different subcontractors. 1, 2, 3. Again, does GE use SAP? I don't know, and I don't care. But you can substitute GE with Pratt & Whitney or any company where the process is very specialized, or the parent company GE in this case feels that it's not their core competency and somebody else can do a better job. So there are these milling companies with large lathe machines and they do the milling. And let's say the cylinder is a special material. It's not aluminum, it's something else. So the vendor can't procure it himself. So GE has to procure it. Maybe it manufactures it from some special raw material and sends the raw material over to the vendor or subcontractor, and he does the milling using the lathe machine. That's his specialty. And then finally, he sends back the fin or the turbine. This is subcontracting. So how does the process work in SAP? You raise a PO with the vendor. You can call it vendor or subcontractor. I'm just using a special word called subcontractor in the context of subcontracting. In SAP, they're just created as vendors. No different. So the PO goes to the vendor. Now the vendor also needs to receive the raw materials, right? So these raw materials are shipped over to the vendor's place, and the vendor does his job, right? So vendor has a factory or whatever. He does his job, and finally he returns the finished product. And what about the raw materials? The raw materials are consumed. It's possible that he might be left out with some raw materials. For example, it's not just raw materials, it's byproducts also that are important. For example, If raw materials are left out, meaning there is some raw material that was not used, there was no need to use it. Maybe GE sent some extra raw material just in case. Meaning he can return the raw material, or sometimes excess raw material would have been consumed. In which case he can say, hey, you know what, I have consumed more than what was sent to me, so can you reimburse me for that? Right? So this is over consumption of raw material, in which case we need to give more raw material to the vendor, and he can also send us the byproducts. For example, in the case of milling, when you mill this entire sheet or cylinder, you get a whole lot of scrap. Maybe that scrap is very valuable. This is called as a byproduct. The vendor could choose to sell it, or if it's an expensive product, we might ask the vendor to send the byproduct back to us. And that's what I mentioned by byproduct here. See, there are so many things that go back and forth. Raw materials going to the vendor, finished product coming back from the vendor. Returning of raw materials that were not consumed, or in case of overconsumption, requesting for more raw material to be sent out to the vendor. And in some cases, there are byproducts that the vendor produces as part of the whole manufacturing process, and we could ask the vendor to ship them back to us. Right? Now, purely from a goods movement and ownership perspective. So when you transfer raw materials from your warehouse to the vendor's plant, is it a sale? No, it's not. It's not a sale. It's a transfer posting. The goods are still our property. We're just sending it over to the vendor. So it's not a sale. The vendor need not pay for it. Right? And this is also an example of transfer posting. Returning from the vendor's or subcontractor location to our factory. Right? And when he sends the finished product, this is an example of an actual purchase. And we own the finished product. And the finished product is being generated by the vendor and he's sending it to us. So from a goods movement perspective, you got to understand each of these arrows. What goes out, what comes in, what is a sale, what is not, and what kind of goods movements are required for each of these cases. Okay, so how do we do it in the system? Let's build a use case. We'll take the same classic example of wedding cake. So we need a cake, a wedding cake. This is the finished product that we need, a quantity of 1. And to produce this, the subcontractor needs flour, say 5 pounds, and sugar, say 5 pounds. These are the raw materials that we're going to supply to the subcontractor or vendor, and he's going to ship us back the wedding cake. Right? So let's create these 3 materials: wedding cake, flour, and sugar. And create a purchase order and subcontract this to the vendor. So wedding cake, flour, sugar. MM01 wedding, say cake 01 industry retail, and say this is finished product. Enter. We need the basic view, we need the purchasing view, and we need the accounting view and storage view. Right? Maybe MRP1 view. Enter. And this is for the Chicago plant, and storage location is baked goods. Hit OK. And this is wedding cake. And you could measure it in pounds or you could measure it in each. In this case, I'm just going to put each. So 1 wedding cake.
enter. Purchasing group, fine. MRP, let's just put PD. Some data in the MRP fields. Lot size, EX. And the plant storage location, this is okay. Valuation class, these are finished goods, so we do 7920. And let's say this is moving average. Enter. You're about to exit? Yes. So we have created a wedding key. Okay, schedule margin key. In-house production 5 days. Okay. Save. Okay, wedding cake is ready. So this material is ready. It's called wedding cake 01, right? And then we need flour and sugar. So do a flour, FLOUR, and it's raw material, right? Let's see if flour already exists. If not, we're gonna create them. Okay, it does not exist, so do a basic. Purchasing, we don't even need MRP. Storage location maybe, and accounting. And this is in the Chicago plant. And say raw materials and enter. Oh, material already maintained. That's great. Change flour, basic data, purchasing, accounting. We just want to quickly view it before we say we are done here. Flour, good, okay. Okay, accounting, everything is good. And sugar, right? Sugar 01. Do we have that? Nope. So let's go create it immediately. Sugar is more or less a copy of flour, right? From a material management perspective. So I'm going to say copy from flour. And what do we need? Basic data 1, purchasing, plant general storage, accounting. And we're going to copy from the Chicago plant on raw material storage location. Enter, 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 enter. We're good to go. All right, so we got these three materials, right? What do we do next? Let's go ahead and create a purchase order. 4001, and the material is wedding cake. Quantity of 1. We want to order 1 wedding cake. What's the price of that? Let's say it's $300. I don't know if it's really expensive or not for a $300 wedding cake, but let's just put some value. All right, now this is procuring a wedding cake from the vendor 4001. Is that really the case here? Not, right? We don't want to just procure that material. We want to subcontract that material. How do you convert this item into a subcontract? Set an item category of L. L for subcontracting. Enter. Okay, and it says not possible to determine any components. What does it mean by that? We said a wedding cake, in order to manufacture a wedding cake or make a wedding cake, you need flour and sugar, right? Where is that relationship? That relationship is created as a BOM or bill of material. And SAP is saying that it cannot find the components, meaning it doesn't know that wedding cake should be manufactured using the raw materials flour and sugar. And it says, I cannot determine the components. It would not have asked this if you're doing a standard order. But because you're doing a subcontracting, it says, I don't know the components. We say, okay, We can enter the components manually. How? Go to the Material tab at the line item level, click on Components, and we can add the components manually. Alright, a wedding cake requires flour, 5 pounds, right? And then sugar, 5 pounds. Enter. We're good. Go back. Alright, let's check if everything is okay. No messages issued. Save it. Standard PO is created. Alright. You go there, pick up the PO number, Control C. So now you got to deliver the raw materials to the vendor. How do you do it? There are two ways to do it. One way is to do a transfer posting. And why transfer posting? Because it's neither a sale nor a purchase. So you won't use the standard movement types for goods issue or goods receipt. So you go to MyGo, do a transfer posting for flour and sugar, choose the right movement type. The other way is via a report. Go to Logistics, Materials Management. So purchase order, reporting, and SC stocks per vendor. So it's subcontracting stocks per vendor. So go there, you vendor 4001 and plant Chicago 1. You could filter it out by whatever parameters you like and execute it. So it will show you the list of components that you need to supply to the vendor. In this case, you need to supply against this PO, line number 10, on this date, 5 pounds of what? Of flour and 5 pounds of sugar, right? So what you can do is select them and do a PGI or post goods issue. All right, from which storage location? The storage location where you have the goods, right? They are supposed to be there in raw material storage location. Okay. It says it doesn't have that material, right? We've just created that material, but we didn't post any. So what you got to do is go back and put some of the material in stock. How do you do that? You do it using MyGo, movement type 561, initial stock entry. But before we do that, let's go check the stock. For sugar, in raw material storage location, Chicago plant, there's no stock. Now, how about flour? Okay, so we do have something in raw. Okay, that's good. So all we need to do is enter some stock for sugar. So MyGo, goods receipt, not against purchase order, but against other. And what's the material? Sugar. Sugar 01. How much? Say 100. Where? Not 501, but 561 from the Chicago plant and raw material storage location. Okay. Save it. Good. Let's go quickly check the stock and make sure we have enough sugar to supply to our vendor. Sugar. Execute. We do have sugar now. So we have sugar as raw material in our warehouse. We have flour as raw material in the warehouse. Now, let's go supply it to the vendor. All right, select them. Do a post goods issue. All right, so item is posted. You see that in green, right? So that means whatever stock that we needed to supply to the vendor has been posted. Now, again, let's go back to MMBE and check the stock. Say of sugar, we have supplied 5 pounds to the vendor, right? See that? stock provided to vendor, and that's counted separately. So out of the 100 that we have in stock, 5 has been posted to the vendor. So far so good. Same thing would have been the case with flour. Now, after some days, the vendor has made the wedding cake, maybe within a day or 2 days, let's say, and now he's ready to ship it back to us. And what do? We take the cake and eat it, right? No, we don't. Against the purchase order, you go receive it, right? Although we would love to eat it. Okay, now there is one quantity of wedding cake that has come in, and what happened to flour and sugar? One of it is flour and one of it is sugar, because I didn't change the description. So did he consume 5 pounds of flour and 5 pounds of sugar? Well, we don't know. Let's just leave it at that, okay? So if you go to line item wedding cake and put it in the baked goods storage location, click item OK, check document is OK, and save it. Document is saved. Go to an MMBE for wedding cake, and you got one quantity of wedding cake in the Chicago plant. We're good, right? Now, it might be possible that he might have underconsumed the stock like flour or sugar, and he's ready to send it back. Now, don't think about the 1 kilo or 1 pound of flour and sugar. That's silly, I know. But over the course of time, let's say we give 10 orders a day of wedding cakes, and we keep supplying the flour and sugar, colors and whatnot, all the raw materials. Over the course of the day, he might accumulate some flour, or he might fall short of some sugar. He might have made it somehow, but we need to supply the necessary raw materials to balance it out, right? Now, if you go to MMBE and look at sugar that we had 100 pounds of, out of which we have shipped 5 pounds as raw materials, now you don't see any of those materials supplied to the vendor, right? It's all gone, it's consumed. Now at this point, the vendor might call us and say, hey, you know what, I forgot. I have an excess of 10 pounds of flour or sugar. I can ship it back, right? This is called underconsumption. Or he might say, some of the sugar you gave me was bad, so I had to use some of my sugar, and I had to overconsume 5 pounds of sugar. So you owe me 5 pounds of sugar. In which case, it's overconsumption. Either way, it's a valid case. So how do you settle for that anomaly? What you do is do subsequent adjustments. So if you go to MyGo, right, put the purchase order in, and before you do a goods receipt, you have to select subsequent adjustments. And the subsequent adjustments is against what? Is against the purchase order. Now, what do you want to adjust? You want to adjust for 5 pounds of flour, and you can say it's an underconsumption, or it's so many pounds of sugar and it's an overconsumption, right? Let's say in both cases, it's 5 pounds or sugar and 5 pounds of flour. Both of them is a case of underconsumption. Check if everything is okay. Okay. Item okay. Okay. Do a check again. Item okay. Check again. All right. Document is okay. And click save. Document is saved. Now, if you go to MMBE, check your sugar. The additional 5 pounds would now have been sent to the vendor.
So as part of subsequent adjustments, depending on if there is excess stock available with the vendor or short supply, in which case he might have consumed more than what is provided, you can supply or take back stock from the vendor. If you supply in excess, it will be shown as stock provided to the vendor. If you take it back, it should have been available with the vendor. So you can't take back stock that you have not given. So if you have stock available with the vendor, you can take it back. For example, there is 5 pounds with the vendor, right? Now you can go to MyGo, and as part of subsequent adjustment against that PO, what you can do is, okay, I want to take back 3 pounds of flour and 3 pounds of sugar, and item okay. Item okay. Check if everything is okay. Save it. Right, now if you go check MMBE for sugar or flour, you see what happened? So you have taken 3 pounds back from the vendor. So what have we just seen? So let's summarize what we have seen about subcontracting. We have seen what is subcontracting. Subcontracting is a process of getting goods manufactured. From whom? From a subcontractor or a vendor. You provide the raw materials, he supplies the finished goods. That's essentially what subcontracting is. To make it simple, I've given the case of a wedding cake. Right? We operate a coffee shop. We don't know how to make wedding cakes. Or we are not in the business of making wedding cakes, but we do get some orders. What do? We supply the goods to a subcontractor, somebody who specializes in wedding cakes. He takes the raw materials, makes the beautiful wedding cake, ships it back to us. That's it. That is a subcontracting order. How do you make this happen? In SAP, the item category is L. L for subcontracting. The moment you put L, it says, oops, I need the components. Okay. At the line item level, put the components in. This is a manual way of putting components. If you know that this wedding cake is going to contain flour, sugar, blah, 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 you could create it as a BOM. Go to CS01, create a BOM, and SAP would not ask you to put the components. It will very well go pull it from the BOM. Either way, you enter the components, and you don't issue the goods. Physically it's an issue, but you do a transfer posting with reference to the purchase order. That's the easiest way to do. You don't need to do it with reference because it's all transfer posting anyway. It's all your goods just staying with the vendor, right? And then step number 5 is when the vendor is ready with your cake, he ships it back. So you go to MyGo and receive the goods, right? Assuming all the raw materials are consumed. Now, if you need adjustments, meaning the vendor must have overconsumed or the vendor has underconsumed goods, in which case he wants to send the raw materials back, either way, you can do this is goods receipt, and you can also do MyGo subsequent adjustment, whereby any deficiencies in stock that the vendor has faced can be adjusted. The vendor says, I have consumed more than you have shipped me. All right, we can send more to you. Or if the vendor says, oh, you know what? You've given me 100 kilos and I just used 50 kilos. So here is your 50 kilos back. Sure, we'll take it back. Now, again, in the context of wedding cakes, it's very trivial.
To take a more valid example, we have talked about milling a turbine for GE. GE sends that special material to the miller, somebody with this special lathe. He'll do the lathe through the entire day and then do what? He'll ship us back the finished product. And that raw material that's left out, or scrap that is left out after the milling operation, can also be sent back. That's called as a byproduct. Either way, the key difference I want to highlight is subcontracting is different from the standard purchase order. The standard purchase order is when you're just buying the goods. You don't care how the customer makes it. The raw materials is his problem. In a subcontracting, you give the raw materials, the vendor will create the finished product, send it back to you along with any subsequent adjustments of either overconsumption or underconsumption of the raw materials. That is subcontracting.
In this course, we are going to shift gears and move to another topic in MM called inventory management. In short, it's also called IM. If you remember the first part of the series, I've told you that MM has 3 pillars on which it stands. The first pillar is procurement. The second pillar is inventory management. And the third pillar is CBP, or consumption based planning. It's a kind of planning that's more closely related to MRP. So these are the 3 pillars on which SAP MM stands. Now we have covered some part of procurement. And before we go and understand more of procurement, like more processes, more configuration, what we need now is a better understanding of the overall process. So that's why we are shifting gears and we're going to learn IM in this course. So this course is dedicated to IM. And after that, we're going to move on to CBP, consumption-based planning. In general terms, this is called MRP. But MRP is not just CBP. There's much more than that. So what we are going to learn specifically is CBP in the next course. But this course focuses on IM, inventory management. And once we have finished IM and CBP, we're going to circle back to procurement, which comprises of the bulk of SAP MM. Procurement comprises probably about 60% of entire MM. IM is probably 25%. CBP is probably 15%. So what is IM? IM, or inventory management, is how the company manages its own inventory. Say this is our plant or coffee shop, Chicago. The vendor supplies the goods into our plant, or if you don't like the goods, he could as well take that away. So this is the vendor. And this entire process is called procurement. On the other hand, we sell stuff from our plant to our customer, right? We sell coffee, we sell pastry, we sell all kinds of things. This is our customer. And the customer could return some of the stuff as well, right? If he doesn't like the coffee, he could return the stuff back to us. So this process is sales. So procurement is part of MM and sales is part of SD. Now where does inventory management fit in? Of course it's part of MM, but in this big picture, where does IM fit in? Any movement of goods within the company is called inventory management. Sometimes it need not even be movement. I would rather say management of goods within the company is called inventory management. For example, let's take the same old Chicago plant. This is the Chicago plant. This Chicago plant is associated or has so many different storage locations. So what's a storage location? We know a storage location is just a warehouse or a part of a warehouse. So there are so many different storage locations, right? One storage location for coffee, one storage location for raw materials, one storage location for baked goods. Movement of goods between raw material and coffee is an example of management of goods that's completely internal to the company. The vendor doesn't care, the customer doesn't care. The ownership of goods is not changing, isn't it? It's all within the company. If you have a question on why we would do that, think about some simple examples. The vendor has delivered the coffee, but instead of putting it in the coffee storage location, we have put it in the raw material storage location. It's a mistake on our part. What do? We don't have anything to do with the vendor now. We just have to move it from the raw material to the coffee storage location. It's a physical movement of goods, and the storage locations could be like a mile apart or 10 feet apart or cities apart. That depends on how our warehouse and storage locations are set up. But the point you have to understand is this is completely an internal process, internal to the company. So nothing to do with the vendor, nothing to do with the customer, nothing to do with any external party. This is one example of an IM activity, inventory management activity. Is it only between storage locations? Not necessarily. Say for example, I have a plant in San Francisco. If I move goods between the Chicago plant and the San Francisco plant, or vice versa, that's also considered an example of internal movement of goods. Nothing to do with the vendor, nothing to do with the customer or any other external party. And so it becomes an example of an IM activity, inventory management activity. Another example. Say in Chicago, at the end of the year or at the end of the month, we have to just calculate how much inventory we have. Inventory counting is an example of an inventory management activity. It's internal to the company, right? So we count the inventory, make sure that what is reflected in SAP is what we have really as stock. This just ensures that the system is in sync with what really is there physically. And it also is a kind of an audit activity. When I mean audit, it just means double checking. Don't worry about that word audit. So inventory management involves movement of goods within the company or across company codes, or activities like inventory counting or activities like quality management. Another activity is related to quality. For example, when coffee comes in, you just don't accept it as it is, right? You have your own internal quality controls. You check for molds, you check for color, you check for flavor, all different kinds of things. After you do that, you put it into your stock. But until that point, it's stock that's still under inspection. So how do you differentiate the different stock? Something that's still in quality versus something that we can readily use. Well, there is something called stock types that we are going to know. But quality is an example of an activity that's internal to the company, isn't it? Nothing to do with the vendor. If we don't like it, we'll send it back to the vendor. That's a different story. But checking for quality is an example of an activity that we do internally within the company. So movement of goods within the company, counting of goods, quality are all examples of inventory management activities. In the next chapter, we'll start with some examples of internal movement of goods. Let's take the same example that we have discussed earlier. We have ordered for coffee and the vendor has delivered the coffee. And using MyGo, we have tried to put the stock as a goods receipt into our plant's storage location. Where do we typically put the coffee? We put the coffee in the coffee storage location, right? And we enter that during MyGo, right? Say for example, instead of putting it in coffee, somebody in the warehouse has put it in a different storage location, say raw materials, right? They have saved it, created the invoice and whatnot. It's all done. Now we have realized that instead of putting coffee in the coffee storage location, we have put it in the raw material storage location. Well, it's no big deal. We can correct it, right? We can just put it back into coffee. Just take that bag of coffee, put it back in the different storage location called coffee storage location. But how would you let the system know that you have done that? The system, SAP, would still think that that 100 pound of coffee is still in the raw material storage location. Why would that matter? It would matter because if you want to pick some goods like coffee from the coffee storage location, and if you don't find that 100 pounds bag of coffee there, it's a problem. So you would want to keep your warehouse physical stock always in sync with what the system thinks, right? Because after all, we use the system to represent what's really happening physically outside. So you just want to move that bag of coffee from raw material to the coffee warehouse. And how do you do that? If you could carry that bag of coffee over from raw material warehouse to coffee warehouse, the process of doing that in SAP should be as simple, right? In fact, it really is. There's a process in SAP called transfer posting. It's a very simple process whereby you can do inventory management transactions. A transfer posting can do a lot of things for you. We'll see what a transfer posting can do. I don't want to define transfer postings just yet. There's time for that. But let's do a transfer posting now and convert or transfer the stock from here to here. We're going to do it two ways. And the first way to do it is called as a one-step transfer posting. And how do you do that? Go to MyGo, enter. But before I do that, I want to post this 100 kilos of coffee into raw material storage location. All right, let me do that step first and then I'll do the transfer posting. So go to ME21N and you know the steps, right? Document overview of vendor 4001 is gonna deliver coffee beans 100 in quantity. Save it. Copy the number. Then go to MyGo. Put the purchase order number in there. And instead of posting it to the coffee storage location, I want to post it to the raw material storage location. Because this is the mistake that we want to simulate. Right? Go ahead, save it. And then you don't need to do the invoice because the goods are already there. Now we want to do this one-step transfer posting. And where do we do that? You do it right here in MyGo. Go to MyGo. And instead of goods receipt, select transfer posting. And see, these options would have changed. You don't see the purchase order anymore, but instead you see this, right? And what do you want to do? You want to transfer 100 pounds or kilos of coffee from raw material storage location to the location where it belongs, coffee beans. So I'm going to enter the material here, the plant, and where are we transferring it from? You see the from here? We are transferring it from the raw material to, where are we transferring it to? To the coffee storage location. Oops. And how much do you want to transfer? Well, we want to transfer 100 pounds of coffee, right? And you see, when you click on the where tab, from quantity, we're going to move on to the where tab, and it says 301, transfer TF from plant to plant. In our case, we are transferring from one storage location to another storage location, from here to here, and both of them belong to the same plant. So it's not really a transfer from one plant to another. It's really transfer within the plant. So this movement type 301 is not the right type of movement. So which one is correct? So what's the right movement type? All right, so it's not 301. Instead, it is this 311, transfer posting storage location. Now I know what you're thinking right now. There are so many different movement types. What are these numbers? Do I have to remember them? The simple answer is no. You don't have to remember any of these movement types. Well, through the course of time, when you start doing so many different things in inventory management and purchasing, you'll happen to remember some of them. And that should be good enough. But remember that a movement type technically is what does all these goods movements, goods transfers, transformation and value, so many different things behind the scenes. That's just SAP's way of doing these goods movements or goods transfers. So you'll have to understand that when you do a goods receipt, there is a movement type that runs behind the scenes to do all the accounting work for you. When I mean accounting work, it could be reduction in inventory in one storage location or addition of inventory in another storage location, doing or updating the accounting documents behind the scenes. Purely from an inventory perspective and accounting perspective, the movement type is what is going to handle all these things. So why is movement type used? The reason is very simple. So that the person in the warehouse doing a particular transaction need not worry about what really happens to the inventory and what really happens to accounting. He can be oblivious to all that stuff. He can just simply do his MyGo and be done with it. Behind the scenes, SAP, through the use of a proper movement type, is going to take care of what needs to be done. We'll slowly see what are the things that happen behind the scenes, but for now, understand that every inventory movement happens behind the scenes through the use of a movement type. The movement type is basically a 3-digit number followed by a letter. And we'll go into the configuration of the movement types in the next set of chapters. Alright, so select 311 and hit enter, and you see it's transfer within the plant, right? So what's really happening here? We are transferring coffee beans of quantity 100 from the raw material storage location to the coffee bean storage location. That's what we wanted to do here, right? All right, let's do that. And before we do that, let's go to MMBE, put coffee beans in here. In the Chicago plant, hit execute. In the raw material storage location, there is a quantity of 160 that can be used, and in the coffee storage location, there is 630. And when you move a quantity of 100 from here to here, obviously this is going to be down by 100 and this is going to be up by 100. So let's do the transaction in MyGo and see how the inventory is affected. Okay, let's go and save this. All right, material document is posted. So I'm going to refresh this screen, the MMBE. And did you see that? From 160, this has gone down to 60, and they've been added to the coffee bean storage location. Now, let's take this material document, like so. And the way to see a material document is go to MB03, paste your material document in there, hit enter, and you see that from raw material to the coffee storage location, a quantity of 100 has been posted. And the material movements that we have used is listed in here. And if you want to look at the accounting document, it says that you don't really have an accounting document. Why is that? That is because anything that happens within the plant does not need an accounting document. Let me explain what I mean by that. So what are we doing here? We are trying to transfer some goods from the raw material to the coffee beans storage location. And when we are doing that, the ownership still lies with the Chicago plant, right? So who cares about accounting? It's all still with Chicago. Accounting is not done at the storage location level. It's done at the plant level. And because of that, no accounting document is generated. And if you want to understand what an accounting document is, we have seen what happens at the end of an invoice. Basically, it creates an entry in accounts. And similar to the way accounts are being posted to after invoice creation, in the same way, accounts are being posted to after a goods movement has happened. That is, if there is a change in accounting. Now, don't worry too much about this accounting stuff. It's not something we need to worry about at this point. But just understand that the movement type will take care of the accounting for you, number one. And number two, in the case that we have just done, no accounting document is generated because the transfer of goods really happened within the plant. It's like saying, I moved some stuff in my home from my kitchen to my garage. Does it really matter? Well, it matters from a physical inventory or stock or goods perspective. But does it really matter from an accounting perspective? It's all still in your home. You don't need to do any accounting. You might ask me, as opposed to what? What situation might demand some accounting? If you move some goods from your home to your neighbor's home, then you need accounting, right? Or if you have two homes, one in Chicago and one in San Francisco, and if you move the goods from the San Francisco plant to the Chicago plant, then you need some level of accounting. But if you move the goods from your kitchen to your garage, then you don't need accounting. As simple as that. Right? So what have we learned here? We have learned that there's something called as transfer posting, which is a function in MyGo that you can do to transfer goods from one storage location to another within the plant. This step is called one-step transfer posting. Again, you have a question I can sense. Is there a two-step transfer posting or a three-step transfer posting? Well, there is a two-step transfer posting for sure. And when do you use a two-step versus a one-step? Well, let's see. Well, physically, is it happening instantly? Well, if it just takes, 30 minutes or 1 hour, then I think it's fine. It's no big deal. But if it takes more time than that, say a day or two, and you're dealing with large quantities of stock, it's not just one coffee beans here. Maybe you're a big chain and you get so many different stock movements happening. Then anybody who's running an inventory report would get a wrong picture on what's the total value of its stock. Because this 100 is still not in the coffee warehouse, it's in the van or the truck. So there's got to be a better way of doing this. That better way is through the use of a two-step transfer process. So in two-step transfer posting, what you do is you remove stock from the storage location, but you don't add it instantly here. Instead, you put it in another column here called stock in transit. Meaning there's going to be 100 quantity of stock which is in transit. It's not here yet. It's not in this storage location yet. But when you do an inventory report, you'll know what is in the storage location and what is in the truck. Stock in transit is what is there in the truck. Stock in the storage location is what is there in the storage location. So you're trying to differentiate what physically is with you versus what physically is not there with you. So that is a two-step transfer posting. The first step is to remove stock. When you remove it, it's automatically placed in stock in transit. And when the truck arrives at the coffee storage location on the eastern suburb, you're going to move the goods from stock in transit to the actual storage location. So let's do this. So how much do you have here? Let's just do a quick refresh. So we have 60 in the raw material and 730 in the coffee warehouse. Let's just say we move 30 from raw to coffee. How do you do that? You go to MyGo and transfer posting, and instead of a one step, you do a two step. So which material is it? So it's a coffee beans. Which plant? From Chicago 1, raw material warehouse, to the coffee warehouse, right? Okay, and the quantity is 30 pounds. And what is the movement type that we want to use? We want to use a two-step movement type, right? So we want to use a 3-1-3. What does it say? So it just says removal from storage. 311 said transfer posting from one storage location to other. 313 just says remove from storage. So we are removing it from storage and putting it in a temporary stock in transit situation. And from that, we're going to move it back to the storage location. So do that, 313. So removal from the storage location and save it. All right, so here is what we want to do. Let's move this column a little bit to the left. We have removed 30 from the raw material storage location, placed it into the coffee storage location, but not directly, but into the stock in transit. Why? Because it's not there in the stock of coffee yet. It's still in transit. So using 313 minus, we have removed 30 quantity of stock from the raw material storage location, and using 313 plus movement type, we have placed it in the stock in transit. Say in a day or two, the truck comes in with the 30 pounds of coffee, and now we need to place it back into the coffee bean storage location. This was done using a transfer posting number 4900008015. If you want to go view that, you can view that here using MB03. Enter the document number, and one was a 313 minus, which removed it from the raw material storage location, and 313 plus, which placed it in the coffee beans storage locations in transit stock type. So this is an in transit. Now we're going to move it back to the actual storage location for unrestricted use. So the truck has come in, and what we are going to do is do a MyGo and do a place in storage. Previously we have used transfer posting. Now we are going to do a place in storage. So we are going to place the 30 pounds of coffee from the stock in transit to unrestricted use. So paste that material document in there, hit enter. The quantity, the material, which storage location it is in, all that stuff will be copied over for you. Make sure the quantity is right. So if there is some quantity that's damaged in transit, you can change this quantity. And where is it? It's going to be in the coffee bean storage location. So click item OK, click on save, and that is done. Now what should happen here if I click on refresh? So if I refresh the screen, this should go away, and this should change to 760, right? So we are adding the stock that's in the truck into unrestricted use. Let's do that. Click refresh, and the columns got rearranged, so I'm gonna pull it back. So there you go. This is now 760 as we expected, and the stock in transit of 30 is gone. It's been added to unrestricted use. So this is a two-step stock transfer. So earlier we have seen a one-step stock transfer using transfer posting, and now we have seen a two-step stock transfer again using transfer posting and place into storage. Now you might be wondering why I am going back and forth between stock transfer and transfer posting. Sometimes I'm using these terms interchangeably. Well, in very strict terms, transfer posting is different from stock transfer. And we are going to understand those differences in one of the next chapters. But for now, just understand that what we have done essentially in these cases, the one-step stock transfer and two-step stock transfer, is within a plant, there were many storage locations, and if we wanted to move from one storage location to another, we were using transfer posting as a one-step process. So if you remove it from here, it's there already. There is no intermediary space. You remove it here, it's there already. So this process is typically used when the storage locations are nearby, like 10 feet, 100 feet, 1 mile, 2 miles, where there is, stock in transit is not really an additional step. It's not required. But in the same case of a plant with 3 storage locations, if you want to transfer the goods or stock from one storage location to another, and the distance between the storage locations is quite apart, if you remove 30 pounds here, 30 pounds is not really added here just yet. You could do the same one-step process here as well, but that does not correctly represent the stock situation. So if it were 30, it's no big deal, nobody cares. What if it were 30,000 pounds of coffee? If you take it out from this storage location and the target storage location is 200 miles away, in which case it's not ready for use now in the storage location. It's still in the truck, isn't it? So that's got to be represented in the system. Although the ownership will lie with this storage location, it's still in transit of this storage location. So which clearly specifies that it's not ready yet. So don't go about reserving those goods or promising those goods to the customer from this storage location. It's not ready yet. And when it's ready, the truck has come in, you can move the 30,000 quantity or 30 quantity that's in transit into unrestricted use. It's only when the goods are in unrestricted use that they can be used for any kind of purpose. It could be that a customer has asked for it, or it could be the barista has asked for it, or it could be for our own internal consumption. So this was done using a two-step process. And both are examples of transfer of stock. In this case, transfer from one storage location to another. Now, I know I've been confusing you with in transit, unrestricted, quality, blocked, so many different terms. In the next chapter, we are going to get a bit of understanding on what are called stock types. In this chapter, we are going to talk about stock types. What are stock types? We have seen some examples of stock types already. At least one example. In the Chicago plant, there were so many different storage locations, right? And we said a storage location is more or less like a warehouse. And in a warehouse, say the coffee warehouse, there's going to be coffee, right? So many bags of coffee, 100 pounds, 30 pounds, 100,000 pounds, depending on the nature of our business. Now, not all stock is the same. When I mean same in terms of usability. Let me give you an example. Say the vendor has delivered a truckload of coffee, and the coffee that he has delivered is organic dark roast coffee, or say whatever. And here is our load, say 100 pounds. But he has forgot to give us the certificate. Because it's organic coffee, he needs to give us a certificate that specifies the source of origin and then which confirms basically that it's organic coffee. Now, as a coffee shop, I cannot claim that I'm providing organic coffee unless I have the certificate. So this 100 pounds of coffee is basically useless to me until he provides the certificate. Now, it's a mistake on the vendor's part, and what he's going to do is maybe say, hey, keep the coffee in your warehouse. I'm going to give you the certificate tomorrow, or maybe send you that certificate via email. But until you get that certificate, this stock cannot be used as organic coffee. So what do? You put this, instead of unrestricted use, you put this in a stock type called blocked stock. So you put this stock over here. And when you put it as blocked stock, you really can't use it. Let's take an example. So here is our stock situation. We got 760 pounds of coffee in the coffee storage location. Let's not worry about raw materials, okay? Let's only worry about the coffee beans. So we've got 760 pounds of unrestricted use of coffee, meaning it can be used for any purpose. It's not blocked or it's not in any other state. Now I'm going to order for 100 pounds of coffee, say, and because he did not deliver the certificate, I'm going to put it as blocked stock. Now let's see how we can do this. All right, we start with the same old purchase order. £100 and save the purchase order. Here is the PO. Go back and do a MyGo. Select goods receipt and against the purchase order. Where is it? Of course, coffee bean storage location of the Chicago warehouse. Now, instead of putting it as unrestricted use, I'm going to say blocked stock. Now, if I save it, go back and refresh MMBE, I don't see an 860. The stock has not gone up by 100. But where is the 100 that we have received? It should be as blocked stock. So let me pull this column all the way over. As you can see, the 100 quantity of stock in storage location coffee is blocked and cannot be used. Now let's say in a day or two, the vendor submits the certificate. Now that 100 pounds of coffee that we have placed as blocked stock, which we do not want anybody to use, is now ready to be used. But you just don't take any coffee, right? It's good that the vendor has submitted the certificate, but the coffee needs to go into some level of quality checks. So what kind of quality checks do I mean? When we buy coffee from the vendor, we check for so many things. We check for flavor, we check for color, we check for fungus, we check for the taste of the coffee liquor. Well, depending on the product, coffee has these parameters. Flour has other parameters. Sugar has other parameters. Machinery has other parameters. Irrespective, you always check for quality. Well, at least most of the time. Until quality is passed, you really don't want to use it. Right? So we have 100 pounds of coffee in blocked storage. Now we want to do a quality inspection. And how do you do a quality inspection? You just take that bag and put it in a quality lot. Think of a lot more or less like a place within the storage location where you go place it there, and then somebody in the quality department will check it, and if they find everything is okay, they're going to put it in unrestricted use. If not, they're going to put it back into blocked stock so that it can be returned. So what do? You put the same stock in a different location or a place called quality stock or quality location. So from blocked, you're going to put it here. And still it's not available for use because the quality has to be passed. Right? So 100 pounds of coffee, you want to now place it in the quality storage location. How do you do that? You go to MyGo, select transfer posting and other. Now you can enter the material. And the plant, of course, is Chicago 1. And where do you want to do this transaction? You want to do it in the coffee storage location. And click on quantity. We want to transfer 100 pounds. And then here is the step that you need to watch out for. What is the movement type that you need to use when you want to transfer 100 pounds of coffee in a particular plant storage location from blocked stock to quality stock? Well, like I said, we don't have to remember all the numbers, so we can go search. So by default, it's showing us some number here, 301, because it doesn't know what kind of transfer posting we want to do. We could be doing different kinds of transfer postings, plant to plant, stores location to stores location. So we have to specify that we are now wanting to do a transfer posting from blocked stock to quality stock in a particular plant. So go there, go click on the list of options, expand the window, and then keep searching for the movement type that shows us what exactly we want to do. Now, since we are not dealing with special stock, ignore everything that has a character in it. Meaning, this is 301 blank, 302 blank. We don't care at this point about E, Q, V, W, or any other special stock or special transactions. So that way it's easy to go through this big list of movement types. Now, first is a transfer posting plant to plant. We don't care. Plant to plant, one step. Plant to plant. Removal from storage. No. Transfer posting material to material. No. Transfer posting storage location. No. And you see this reversal. So anytime there is a movement type, a number say 311, the next number is typically a reversal. Now it's not always the case, but sometimes wherever there is a reversal, it shows you that in the description. So 311 here is a transfer posting for a storage location, and 312 is the same thing in reverse. And all reversal documents have contiguous numbers: 311, 312, 511, 512. Okay, so you can see more examples here. 313, transfer posting storage location to storage location, and 314 is the same thing in reverse. But still, this is not what we wanted. So 317, 318, 319, 320, 322. Okay, transfer posting quality to unrestricted. Is that what we want to do? Quality to unrestricted? No, we want to do from blocked to quality, right? So keep searching. It's not 322. It's not 323. Quality to quality. No. Quality to quality. No. Blocked stock to blocked stock. No. Blocked stock to blocked stock reversal. No. Blocked stock to unrestricted. Well, the source is blocked stock, but the destination is not unrestricted. It's quality. So this is not the one. Keep going. Blocked stock to unrestricted. No. Blocked stock to quality. Well, this is it, right? We want to post the goods from blocked stock to quality. So select 349, hit enter, and say item OK and click save. So effectively, we have transferred 100 pounds of coffee from blocked stock to quality stock in the storage location coffee. Now, of course, we've got to verify it, right? So this 100 over here, now if I do a refresh, should be gone. Where should it go? It should go into quality inspection. So there should be 100 here, and this should still remain the same at 760 or whatever that number is. So we are moving stock from blocked stock to quality inspection, and the movement type for that was 349. We've already done that, so let's go refresh it. All right, blocked stock is gone. The quality has gone up. The quality has gone up by 100. And this still remains the same because we have not done anything with unrestricted. The blocked stock is gone though. So how do we know that the blocked stock is gone? So if you go all the way down below, down to the right, this is the blocked stock, right? It's gone. Earlier there was 100 there. Now it's gone. So this step is done. So step number 1 was that we did a goods receipt into the block stock, and that was using MyGo GR against PO. This is the step that we do regularly. Step number 2 was we did a TP, transfer posting, from blocked stock to quality stock. Now, somebody in quality is doing an inspection on the coffee. They are the coffee experts. And say they found out that out of the 100 pounds, 95 pounds or 90 pounds is okay and 10 pounds has gone bad. And we don't want to use that in our coffee. Customers don't like it. So 90 pounds is passed the quality inspection and 10 pounds failed. So we are going to put the 10 pounds back into blocked stock. The yellow arrow is showing that it's a reverse movement. Okay, so this 10 pounds is going to go there, and we're going to do that using a transfer posting. And the 90 pounds that the quality inspection has passed can go to unrestricted stock and be used for any purpose. So the 90 pounds is going to go here, and that's going to be another transfer posting. This time it's from quality to unrestricted, and 10 pounds is going to go from quality to blocked. How do we do them? Well, same old transfer posting. How do we do that? We know the material is coffee beans and the plant is Chicago 1 and the storage location is coffee. Quantity is 10 pounds that we want to put away into blocked stock. So what are we looking for? We're looking for a movement type that we can use to put back stock from quality to blocked. So it must be right down there in that number range, 320, 30, 40. So quality to unrestricted, no. Quality to quality within plant, no. Blocked to blocked, no. Blocked to unrestricted, no. Blocked to quality, no. Blocked to quality reversal. We can use that, right? So we are reversing the movement from blocked to quality. So it's a reversal of what we have just done. So instead of 349, we can do a 350, which just reverses the movement that we have done. Now, I don't want to reverse everything. We just want to reverse 10 pounds, right? So go save it. And now out of 100 in quality, 10 should be gone. And where does it go? Back to blocked stock. So refresh this. And this becomes 90 now. And it didn't go to unrestricted. Instead, it went to blocked stock. So we have just done this yellow part, moving 10 quantity from quality stock to blocked stock. Now we are going to do this step. Step number 3. Move 90 quality of coffee that has passed the quality inspection for unrestricted use. And how do you do that? We again search for the right movement type. So Chicago coffee. And what is the quantity? 90. Because 90 pounds has passed the quality test. And this is where we have to search for the right movement type. So what do you want to search for? We want to search for a movement type that moves the goods from quality to unrestricted. So go down all the way to that range, 320. There you go. Quality to unrestricted, right? Transfer posting, quality inspection to unrestricted. Use 321 for a quantity of 90 and click save. Now if I refresh the screen, I should see that the quantity of 90 in the stock type quality inspection should go down to 0 and the unrestricted use should increase from 760 to 850. The 90 should be added to unrestricted use. Let's refresh this. Alright, quality inspection stock is gone and the unrestricted use has gone up to 850. So you have completed step number 3. So a blocked stock is stock that cannot be used, it's blocked. Quality inspection is in a specific phase. It's a specific stock type whereby stock is undergoing quality inspection. So there is hope for that stock. Some of it might actually be unrestricted. Unrestricted is the stock type that can be used for any purpose. It could be sold, it could be used internally, it could be used in a project, it could be used for manufacturing, anything you want. So there are 3 stock types in MM: blocked, quality, and unrestricted. And between each of these stock types, goods can be moved freely. So if you consider unrestricted, blocked, quality, the vendor, when he gets the goods into our warehouse, for materials that need a quality process, you put the stock into the quality bucket or quality stock type. For some goods, you don't need a quality process, in which case you put it in the unrestricted stock type. And sometimes, because of some anomaly, you could as well put it in the blocked stock type. And depending on the business scenario, you keep moving it from blocked stock or quality stock into unrestricted use, because that is the stock type that further processes can use. And you can move stock between the stock types very easily using what's called as transfer posting. And what differentiates where it's being moved? The movement type dictates where the stock is going from and into what particular stock type is it being converted. So we have just seen one example. This was 349 and this is 350. And this number is 321. And this number, the reverse movement, is 322. Now how about this unrestricted to block? So this is a 343 and this is a 344 reversal. Using these 6 movement types, you can transfer the stock from block to quality, quality to unrestricted, and any which way you want. So just to quickly summarize, there are 3 stock types in SAP: blocked, quality, and unrestricted. Blocked stock is typically blocked because you're waiting for something or the stock has gone bad, so you want to return it. Quality stock is stock that's being inspected for quality. And unrestricted stock is the star here. This is stock that can be used for any purpose, like manufacturing, sales, or a project or internal consumption. So irrespective of how many pounds or kilos of coffee the vendor delivers us, until it comes to become unrestricted stock type, you can't really use it. It's useless. Blocked stock is useless, quality stock is useless. Those are just intermediary steps until it finally becomes unrestricted stock. So the goal is to have goods in unrestricted stock. That's the goal of purchasing. The blocked and quality stock are intermediary steps, and you can freely move goods between these stock types once you have done the necessary steps. Meaning, if you've done the quality check and if you're ready to move the goods, you can use movement type 321 and move the goods to unrestricted stock. And in unrestricted stock, if you found out that some of the goods were broken or damaged, you can send it back using 322. And same case with all the different movement types. So we have seen what is transfer posting. We have seen stock types. We are going to see one more example of transfer posting in this chapter. This is our Chicago plant, and then we have seen examples of how to move stock between storage locations. We have seen the one-step method in which we can do the stock transfer, and we have also seen the two-step way in which you remove the stock and then place it in stock, and until that point it's going to stay in a transit location. So this is two-step. This is between storage locations. Now, is the process any different if you were to transfer stock between two different plants? Why would you want to do that? Well, just like the way we have transferred material from one storage location to another, we could very well transfer goods or stock between one plant and another. In Chicago, we could have multiple plants. Assuming each plant is a store, you could have multiple stores and you could transfer stock between one store and the other. That's one example. It's not always the case that one shop or one store needs to be a plant. 2 or 3 different stores that are adjacent to each other could be served by a single plant. Or entire Chicago with say 10 shops, 10 coffee stores could be handled behind the scenes with a single plant. How it's arranged will depend on how we are doing business. For example, if I were doing the franchisee model, like Dunkin' Donuts, each store would be a plant. If I were owning the stores, 10 stores, and all of them say are geographically located very close by, in that case, why would I want to have an overhead of 10 different plants? It's much simpler if I service all of them behind the scenes with one plant, one set of storage locations, or maybe a couple, and the shops will just act as a front for sales. Remember, a plant is where you own and stock the goods, or you can manufacture the goods. In cases where you don't need manufacturing, if you outsource everything, still you need a plant. And still, why do you need a plant? Because a plant is the location at which you do valuation of stock. We're going to get more into valuation in one of the next set of chapters. For now, let's just say that I've opened a new plant in San Francisco. So this is Chicago and this is San Francisco. Now, do I need to have a plant in San Francisco? Let's say I own just 2 shops. Okay, one in Chicago, one in San Francisco. In this case, do I have to have 2 different plants? One in Chicago and one in San Francisco. Again, the answer depends on the way I run my business. I don't always need to have 2 different plants. Say for example, purely from a logistics perspective, if it makes sense that I can transport the goods from Chicago to San Francisco, like coffee or whatever, then I don't need a separate plant in San Francisco. Anything that I can manufacture here, I use it here. Anything that I can send over to San Francisco, I could send over to San Francisco, like coffee beans or anything that doesn't perish soon. And pastry and bakery items like muffins, cakes, if sending them over to San Francisco in a truck makes them stale, I could procure them locally from another vendor. In which case, I don't need a plant in San Francisco. Well, that's one way of doing business. Another way, say for example, the way I do my pastry or bakery item is one of the reasons why the coffee shop is such a big hit. In which case, I want to manufacture my own items. And I can't transfer them from Chicago to San Francisco because things are going to go stale. In which case, I would definitely want to set up a plant in San Francisco where I manufacture my own pastry items. You see, you can go either way. What we want to see in this chapter is how do I transfer goods from one plant to another? Can I do it using simple transfer posting? Yes. Again, there are two ways of doing it. The easiest way is, of course, to do a one-step transfer posting to do the stock transfer. Again, I'm using the word transfer posting and stock transfer sometimes interchangeably and sometimes not. Right? The reason being, transfer posting is more of an SAP oriented term. I don't think transfer posting is used anywhere outside of SAP. A more commonly used business term is stock transfer. The business will understand stock transfer much better. But transfer posting is a very SAP specific term. But transfer posting refers to a much more broader range of activities. Stock transfer is a very specific narrow range of activities. A stock transfer is the process of transferring the goods from a storage location to a storage location or from a plant to a plant. That's it. That is stock transfer. A transfer posting, on the other hand, can do so many things. What, you might ask me? Say, for example, 10 kilos of coffee went stale. What do? You throw it away. So you junk 10 pounds of coffee. That's not stock transfer, isn't it? That's scrapping 10 pounds of coffee. The process is called scrapping. You use transfer postings for that. So what's happening here? You're changing the value of the goods. There's no physical movement, so it's not really transfer of stock. We'll see some more examples of transfer postings when we go to some of the next chapters. For now, what we are going to do is do a stock transfer using transfer posting. Well, is there other ways to do stock transfer? Yes. And we're going to see that in the next chapter. For now, we are going to do the stock transfer, which is basically a process of moving stock from one location to another, between plant to plant, storage location to storage location, etc., using the method of transfer posting. So, to do a transfer posting from one plant to another, what is the movement type that should be used? That's the first question you have, isn't it? I don't know. Let's go search. But before I do that, I have to create the San Francisco plant, right? So let me go do that. SPRO-IMG. And you know the drill. Enterprise structure, definition, logistics general, define copy check plant. Execute it and copy delete check plant. And say you want to copy from the plant that you already created, say Chicago 1. It's easy that way, right? You got all the settings done for Chicago, you can just copy those settings. It's going to take a couple of seconds. And the source plant is Chicago 1. And the target plant that we want to create is San Francisco, right? I'm going to say SFO 1 and click OK. Okay, it's going to give a number of warnings. Just click OK. The first warning is about transport number ranges. Well, we haven't seen number ranges yet, so don't worry. We are going to cover number ranges in detail in one of the next set of chapters or courses. For now, just say OK. And behind the scenes, it's going to actually copy a whole bunch of settings for you. And then the TR or transport request is being created And then finally you get the message which says plant Chicago copied to SFO. Cool. Say OK. And you're done. Now there are some additional steps like assigning the plant to company code, assigning the plant to purchase org, things like that. Now some of these things might automatically be done for you behind the scenes because you did a copy. You did not create the plant from scratch. You copied it from Chicago. SAP might automatically have done that for you. Now why am I not being sure about it? Why am I not saying SAP has done it for you? Because some of the settings might not have been copied. Now which settings are copied and which settings are not copied is not something you don't need to worry about. Don't waste your time on that. Instead, what I would recommend is go check if some of the major settings are done already and then execute some transactions. Executing a transaction is a surefire way for you to understand and know that your configuration is working. It's like building a rocket. Well, that might be an extreme case, but just to give you a feel. You could build anything you want, but unless you test it, you'll not be sure, right? And executing a transaction is a way for you to test what you have configured. And before I go execute it, let me go and check the assignment for one quick thing. What do I want to do? I want to make sure that the plant is assigned to the company code. Where do you do that? You do that in Logistics General of Assignment. So I go to Assignment, Logistics General, Assign Plant to Company Code. Execute and click on Position. The plant is SFO1. Enter. I don't see an entry there. So let's go create one. So new entries, US 01, San Francisco. Oops, it says that the entry already exists. Why is that? Well, sometimes this search, the search in the configuration, doesn't work as expected. Because this is not a search, but instead it's going by position. Now, don't trust this completely. A better way to search it is by going to Selection and clicking on By Contents. And here you can say Plant, click OK, and Plant equals San Francisco 1, and click Choose. There you go. So going by selection contents is a more accurate way to search for any of your configuration results. So this relation is already there. So US01 is already assigned to San Francisco plant. So it's already done for you. You don't have to do anything. Maybe some other settings are required, but we don't know that yet. So let's do a transfer posting, which is a way of testing what we are wanting to do, and then see if it really works. So go to MIGO, and we are trying to do a transfer posting between Chicago and San Francisco. So transfer posting other, that's what we choose. And what is the default movement type here? It's been set to 301. Now it's not always set to 301. It could be set to any other movement type. We have to make sure that we are choosing the right movement type. 301 in this case happens to be the right movement type. I know that from the description I see there, transfer plant to plant. And I don't know that number either. I don't know off the top of my head that 301 is the movement type for transfer posting from plant to plant. I don't know that. And I don't need to know it. I can just go here, look at the possible list of options, and the description of it will clearly say what that movement type does for me. In this case, 301 does transfer posting plant to plant, and it also says it's one step. Cool, that's what we want, right? So select that, and the material, say, is coffee beans. If you have been keenly observing the whole process, you might have a question here. I'll let you think, but for now, we'll specify the plant and material. So the source plant, the from plant is Chicago because we want to transfer goods from Chicago, and the storage location say is coffee. Okay, and the target is San Francisco. Okay, any light bulbs go off? Not? That's fine. And the storage location is coffee. Does it work or no? Let's hit enter. Seems okay. And what's the quantity? 100 pounds. Assuming 100 pounds exist in the Chicago storage location. Let's say check. It says posting only possible in periods 2016 blah blah blah. Now we know how to fix this, right? Go to MMPV, enter the company code US01, enter today's date, hit enter, and hit execute. Okay, period closing is complete. Now let's try it again. Check. You see what I was talking about? Material not maintained in plant San Francisco. What does that tell you? So when you want to transfer a material from one plant to another, the material needs to be created or extended to each of the plants. Now we know that the material coffee beans 01 is created in Chicago because we have created it using MM01 ourselves. But it also needs to be extended to the San Francisco plant. I would say created / extended. I'll tell you why. The process of extending a material to another plant or company code or any other org element that we have seen in the enterprise structure is through the process of creation. Now, I wish SAP had another transaction for extension, but that's not the case. The process of extending a material to another plant is through the process of creation, MM01. So the creation and extension can be used interchangeably. When I was learning SAP long back, I had a question. I have already created this material. Why create it again? Well, logically speaking, the process is called extension. That makes sense. Well, we are extending the material. But the transaction code to do that is not MM02 or MM03 or any other transaction. It's MM01 through the process of creation. Well, let's do it and then we'll get back and talk a little bit about it. Okay, let's go back. And the transaction code is MM01. The material is coffee beans, and hit enter and it automatically picks up the material type, industry sector, blah blah blah. Hit enter, and do I need to select basic view? No, because basic data is something that's not specific to a plant. Those are the properties of the coffee beans that does not change from one plant to another, right? So basic data is something you don't need to select. Now that should tell you something about these views. Well, we have seen master data already, like material master, vendor master. But we have not seen this aspect of it. We know that material master has views, vendor master has views. But what we don't know is that basic data is data associated with that material that does not change with the plant. Now, what are some examples of data associated with that material that changes with plant? Well, let's see. Let's take this general plant storage and accounting. Okay, click OK. Then it's asking you for a plant. Now we have already maintained this for Chicago, isn't it? So we're going to say San Francisco because we want to maintain data for the San Francisco storage location, San Francisco plant and coffee beans storage location, and click OK. Now you see the message at the bottom. It says the material already exists and will be extended. Now SAP knows that the material has already been created. So it's going to extend this from the Chicago plant to the San Francisco plant. And it copies as much of the information as it can. But where it thinks information could be different between the plants, it's leaving it as blank. Let me give you an example. The shelf life. Well, we have not seen what shelf life is, but you know shelf life, right? You go to Safeway or any of your supermarkets and you look at a muffin. It has an expiration date. You look at your juice. It has an expiration date. You look at milk. It has expiration date. That's called shelf life. The gallon of milk sitting on your supermarket shelf has a shelf life of say 5 days or 10 days. The shelf life is a property of the material, right? Say for example, we are transferring muffins from Chicago plant to San Francisco plant, and the shelf life on the Chicago plant is 10 days or 5 days, but on the San Francisco plant is just 3 days because we are transporting and we are losing 2 days in the transport. So the maximum storage period, say for example, is 3 days in San Francisco, but 5 days in Chicago. See, the data for the same material is different from one plant to another. Well, you can imagine more examples, but the basic concept is simple. Data for a material could differ from one plant to another or one storage location to another. And that's the reason why you extend the material from one plant to another and give it more meaningful data that's relevant for that storage location or that plant. We have maintained the plant data for this material for San Francisco. Now let's maintain the accounting data. Hit enter. It's going to move on to accounting. And here for the San Francisco plant, we're going to maintain the valuation class. And we say that the price control is V and hit enter and save. Hit OK and your material will be saved. Now let's go back to MyGo, click OK and click on check. Everything seems okay. You can go and save it. Before saving it, what do you have to do? You have to go check your stock, right? We want to make sure that 100 pounds of coffee is being transferred from Chicago to San Francisco. How do you do that? MMBE, right? Don't specify the plant, instead just leave it open and execute it. So that way you get the stock for both San Francisco and Chicago, right? For now, you don't see San Francisco because there is no stock for San Francisco. Well, we're going to put some now. Click save. Material document is created. And let's refresh this. Okay, there you go. You got San Francisco, and the coffee bean storage location in San Francisco now has a stock of 100 pounds. Using the one-step transfer posting method, using movement type 301, we have transferred the stock from Chicago plant to San Francisco plant. Now this is one-step method. Really, for plants that are so far apart, you would really not want to do the one-step method, although it's allowed. Because they're so far apart, one-step method doesn't give the inventory manager the correct picture. Is it really in the San Francisco stock in like a second? No, it's not. It will take 2 days, 3 days. So a more appropriate method is to use a two-step method. And to do a two-step method, let's go find out what is the movement type that we should be using. We go open the possible list of movement types and okay, transfer posting plant to plant reversal. We know that we could just reverse what we have just done using 301 with 302. 303, transfer posting plant to plant, remove from storage. That looks like it, right? So let's use 303 to remove, let's say, 50 pounds from Chicago plant. And if you want to place it back, you can use place in storage, transfer posting plant to plant. Right? 303, 305. So let's use 303 for now. 303. Whenever you change the movement type, you get this message. Now change default value, blah, blah, blah. You can just say skip this in the future and click OK. So when you do transfer posting, right, SAP wouldn't know which movement type the warehouse guy wants to use. So it defaults a particular movement type over there. And if you keep repeatedly doing the same movement type, SAP lets it stay there. But if you want to do several different movement types, you got to go manually change it. Okay? That's one way they could do errors, but we're going to look more into that later. And we know the material is coffee beans. All right. Plant, Chicago. All right. Storage location, coffee beans. And the destination is San Francisco. Okay. How much do you want to send? 50 pounds. Just to differentiate from the 100 pounds that we have done earlier. Let's go check. Make sure everything is okay. Okay. Save it. Okay. Pick up this material document. Control C. Close it. Now we want to do a place in storage. And we want to refer to the material document that we have just created. Well, if you forgot it, you can always go and search for that material document. Since you have just done it, it just puts it right there. If you have done it yesterday, or if somebody else has done it, you can always go and search for that material document using the search button. Right? This gives you all the list of material documents created by plant, by storage location, by posting date, by username, so many different search criteria. We don't want to go there. We already know the movement type. Then hit enter. So it copies all the data, like 50 pounds of what, coffee beans, from, to, everything is being copied. And what's the quantity? 50. Where do you want to place it? To the San Francisco storage location. We just happened to not name it as San Francisco. We left it as Chicago. We'll go and change the name. And to which storage location? Coffee beans storage location. You could change it to any storage location you want. Item OK. Click Save. That's done. Now if you go here and refresh this, coffee storage location in Chicago should go down by 50, which should make it 700, and San Francisco should increase by 50, which should make it 150. See, 700 and 150. So this is an example of a two-step transfer posting. So what have we done? We have extended the material from one plant to another, which is essential if you want to do a transaction with a material between two different plants. SAP has to have the data for both the plants. Well, in this case, the data is the same, but still you got to extend it. And the process of extending a material or any kind of master data is using the create transaction. So that's why I'm saying create/extend. So technically it's creation, but logically it's extension because it's already been created. And what have we done here? We have done a one-step transfer posting using a particular movement type, say 301. Doesn't matter what it is, but I'm just listing it out there. And we have also done a two-step transfer posting using movement type 303, which removes stock from the storage location of the source plant into in transit. Right now this becomes in transit, and then place in stock using movement type 305. So this is two-step transfer posting. So this is an example of stock transfer using transfer posting from one plant to another. In the next example, we are going to do the same thing functionally, move stock from one plant to another, but we're going to use a totally different method for that called stock transport order. In this chapter, we will essentially achieve the same thing that we have done in the previous chapter. Transfer the goods from Chicago plant to the San Francisco plant. But we are going to do that not using transfer posting, but using a different method called STO. STO stands for stock transport order. The key word to note here is transport. And we'll see why. Now the business scenario is exactly the same. So there is a Chicago plant. There is a San Francisco plant. We want to move the goods from Chicago to San Francisco. Now to move the goods from Chicago to San Francisco, we would need some kind of a transportation means, right? Like a truck. Or we could use an external vendor like FedEx, which can do all the logistics for us. Let's say we use FedEx. Okay? Just for simplicity. The way to do a stock transport order is to create an STO in the receiving plant. The second step is to do a goods issue against the STO that has been created in the receiving plant. So you issue the goods, and step number 3 is goods receipt against the same STO. Just 3 steps. Now, what is the difference between these 3 steps and transfer posting that we have seen earlier? How different are they? Now, there are some preconditions that have to be met in order for us to be able to do a stock transport order this way. From a San Francisco perspective, we have to create Chicago as a vendor. Now, Chicago is supplying the goods to the San Francisco plant. So, Chicago becomes a vendor for San Francisco. If you do it in reverse, take the goods from San Francisco to Chicago, the San Francisco plant becomes a vendor. And that's the first setting that needs to be done. The second setting is to make sure that the material is extended between both the plants. And now we have already extended the material coffee beans to San Francisco in the previous chapter, so we have got that covered. Now let's see where you create the vendor as a plant. So go back, go to SPRO, IMG, Material Management, purchasing. Go to purchase order, set up stock transport order. Now, there are a lot of settings here. We don't want to look at all the settings here because there is another way to do stock transport order using deliveries, but we're not going to go there. That's a cross-functional area. We require knowledge of both SD and MM. Since we are just learning MM, we don't want to really go there. So how do you do a stock transport order? Go to ME21N, just like how you create a purchase order. And instead of choosing NB standard PO, choose EUB. EUB stands for stock transport order. And you see immediately the field vendor is now changed to supplying plant. And over here we say Chicago 1, hit enter. And you say coffee beans, quantity of say 75, and the plant that's asking for 75 pounds of coffee is San Francisco. So enter that there at the line item level. And it says contracts exist. We can hit OK. Doesn't matter. And click save. If you see this message and see no errors there, just click OK. And save it. Okay, there you go. The stock transport order 4500 is being created. Now, how different is this from a standard purchase order? Well, not much different, right? We've got a vendor, we entered materials, the price was automatically picked up, and all we had to do was change this field from NB to EUB. This field is called the document type, purchasing document type in this case. So this is part of configuration. We have not seen purchasing document type configuration yet. So we don't want to go too much into the details, but for now, just understand that this transaction, the blueprint for this transaction, when I mean blueprint in terms of how this document behaves, this purchasing order behaves or stock transport order behaves, is based primarily on this little drop down here. And we have changed the blueprint of this transaction ME21N from a purchase order to a stock transport order by changing the document type. And like I said, we don't understand the configuration behind the document type just yet. Don't worry about it. NB is standard PO and EUB is stock transport order. In case you don't see these codes NB and EUB, the way to enable them is by going to settings, options, and click on interactive design, visualization, and ensure that these two check boxes are checked on. Show keys with drop downs, sort keys with drop down lists. Once you have them enabled, just go back and come again and you should see these keys enabled, the EUB and NB. If not, you'll just see the description, stock transport order and standard PO, and sometimes it can be confusing. You see, the description for all these keys is the same. This is EC and this is ECDP, but the description is the same, electronic commerce. So in cases like that, it becomes difficult to select the right key from the drop down. In our case, we have chosen EUB for stock transport order, which has changed the blueprint of how we do this purchasing order. Now, if you go back and enter that purchase order number in there, it's not really much different. The vendor has changed from 4001 to supplying plant. Now it's not the vendor who is delivering the goods, it's the supplying plant. It's a plant. It's one of our plants. And the way we have done it previously is using transfer posting. And what does a transfer posting have? It has the material, it has the movement type, it has the source plant, it has the target plant, and quantities. Well, we have all of that here, right? We have the material, we have the source plant, we have the target plant, which is San Francisco. It's just that the description is different, but it's San Francisco. And we have quantity, right? We have everything. What else is there? Well, we have a delivery schedule. This is one of the advantages of using a stock transport order. Using transfer posting, either one step or two step, you don't have a schedule of delivery. And we'll see what a schedule of delivery is when we start to compare a transfer posting with stock transport order. And we also have deliveries, we have texts, we have delivery addresses, confirmation. There's so much more functionality in a stock transport order when doing stock transfer versus doing it using transfer posting. Before we compare this, let's just finish this stock transport order. So step number 1 is done. Now let's do step number 2, which is issuing a goods against the stock transport order in the supplying plant. How do you do that? This is simple, using MyGo. So what do you want to do? You want to do a goods issue, okay, against a purchase order, and the purchase order number is this. I just pasted it from my clipboard and hit enter. Alright, the movement type is automatically determined. It's 351 from stock in transit, from plant to stock in transit. And the storage location from which we want to pick up the goods is coffee. And what's the quantity? 75. We're good with that. Click item OK and hit save. Alright, the material document is posted. Now let's go check the stock. So the stock over here in Chicago, coffee storage location, should go down by 75. Just like how we have done in transfer posting. Let's go refresh this. Did it go down? From 700, it went down by 75 pounds and came down to 625. But the San Francisco plant stock did not go up just yet. So we have done this goods issue which removed stock from the storage location using movement type 351, and of course it's a minus because it's removing the stock. And where is the stock now? The 75 pounds? Is it there in the stock transfer? No. Where is it? You see, it's an on order stock. So the way to check for in transit stock when you do it via stock transport order is not by going and checking it in MMBE. You cannot see the stock in transit in MMBE when you do this whole process of stock transfer via stock transport order. The MMBE shows it as on order stock. So that means the San Francisco has ordered for 75. Purchase order, like a purchase order. Not from a vendor, but from another plant, the Chicago plant. There is another transaction that you can use to purely look at the stock in transit from the perspective of stock transport order. So if you go to MB5T and select the material, and the receiving plant is San Francisco, right? And click execute. You should see the 75 right there, and the supplying plant is Chicago one. So why is this different from transfer posting? It's the way the accounting is done. So behind the scenes, Transfer posting is more of a inventory management based solution to transferring stock. But stock transport order can involve logistics as well. It can involve accounting as well. It's much more involved. All right. So before we go talk about the differences, let's complete this transaction. Using 351, we have removed the stock from Chicago into transit of San Francisco. And now we want to receive the goods into the San Francisco plant based on that stock transport order. That's step number 3. So select goods receipt against a PO. All right. Hit enter. And it automatically determines the material quantity, where it's going to go, the movement type, etc., etc. And the storage location, of course, is coffee. Click item OK and save. Now the stock in transit should be gone. It's no longer stock in transit. See, you don't see anything there. And it should magically appear in the San Francisco plant. Do you see that? 150 plus 75 is 225. All right, so we have used 101 plus as the movement type to receive goods from that stock transport order. Now I'm sure you must be wondering, why do we have to do it one way versus the other? So let's compare a transfer posting versus an STO or a stock transport order. Why do you have to use one method versus the other? A transfer posting is typically used when the source and destination, it could be transfer posting between two different storage locations, like the coffee and raw material storage location, or you could use a transfer posting to do a stock transfer between two different plants, Chicago and San Francisco. Now, when the source and destination are close by, you typically tend to use a one-step transfer posting. If they are far away, then you have two options. Of course, the first option is to use a transfer posting, and you can also use a stock transport order. This is far away. This is nearby or far away. You can use transfer posting for either of these methods. But a stock transport order is typically used when the source and destination are far away. The second difference is transfer posting is used when you want to do a stock transfer between plant to plant or storage location to storage location. A stock transport order is typically used from plant to plant. It's not used when you want to do it from storage location to a storage location within the same plant. A transfer posting gives you two different ways to do the same thing. One is via one step. The second is via two step. A stock transport order by definition is two step. There's no one step stock transport order. A transfer posting cannot do external logistics. What do I mean by external logistics? Now, when you want to transfer the goods from Chicago to San Francisco, I said we're going to use FedEx. And FedEx, say for example, is going to use 2 days. Now the San Francisco plant is expecting this goods to be received in 2 days. Where do you specify those 2 days? Let's open that stock transport order. And you can see that you can specify a delivery schedule. Oh, I'm expecting this to take 2 days. If you have multiple schedules, you can specify that there. Like if there is a large quantity of goods to be transferred, you can do it in two trucks, two FedEx trucks. One is going to take 2 days, the second is going to take 3 days. Sure, you can specify that in the delivery schedule. You can also do over delivery and under delivery tolerances. And you can specify the delivery address. Where is it going to go? So this is all data related to logistics, and you cannot specify that in transfer posting. Why? Transfer posting is a very simple way to do stock transfers. It's a pure inventory management transaction. But a stock transport order, on the other hand, is almost like the receiving plant is placing an order with the sending plant. And you have all the facilities and advantages that you have when you do using a standard purchase order. So because we can put dates, addresses and stuff like that in a stock transport order, we can plan the receipts. So the receiving plant, San Francisco plant, can just run a report and say, what am I going to receive today? If it's a huge truck, he's got to line up the labor force so that they can receive it. If you're going to do that using transfer posting, the person in the receiving plant would not have any idea, because there's no question of putting date in a transfer posting, right? There cannot be tolerances. And another advantage with using a stock transport order is traceability. Traceability. What do I mean by traceability? With the stock transport order, you have a history. Oh, what have we done here? We have done a goods issue in a particular plant, the sending plant, and we have done a goods receipt in the receiving plant. How much quantity has been received? Is there a shortfall, or is there a surplus? All of that can be tracked. With transfer posting, you really can't track anything. There's no history. There's no traceability. You don't know who has done what. And let me explain another advantage of using stock transport order. Say, for example, this is America, right? And say this is San Francisco, and this is Chicago. And say we are getting our coffee from Africa. This is a good time to laugh at my drawings, okay? Now, from Africa, say the coffee comes in a ship all the way to San Francisco, and then from here, from a truck to Chicago. Now let's say, for example, because San Francisco is located on the coast, let's say, for example, the vendor is saying that he's going to take $1 per kilo in freight to deliver the plant to Chicago, to San Francisco. But if you want the vendor to deliver the goods to Chicago, he's going to take $2. 1 plus 1, say. Internally, it's not just coffee that moves from Chicago to San Francisco. We move muffins, we move pastry, we move so many different things. So we have our own truck. And because we have our own truck, we don't need this extra surcharge of moving coffee. San Francisco plant can procure all the coffee. And when I mean all the coffee requirements of Chicago and San Francisco put together. Say Chicago needs 50,000 pounds of coffee per month, and San Francisco needs 75,000 per month. The total requirement can be planned right out of San Francisco, 125,000. So the vendor is going to deliver 125,000 to San Francisco, and the freight is going to be cheaper because it's port to port. So, and the requirements from Chicago will be created as purchase requisitions, with the supplying plant as San Francisco, not the vendor in Africa. Can you do that using transfer posting? No, you cannot do that. You cannot plan anything using transfer postings. But with purchase requisitions, you can. Let's see how it works. So go to logistics, material management, purchasing, purchase requisition, create. So what's our material? Coffee. Say we need 1000 pounds of coffee, and the item category over here is stock transfer as opposed to standard. And you need them in Chicago. And what's the supplying plant? Now, when you create a purchase requisition, it doesn't ask you for the supplying plant. It only asks you what is the plant that you need the goods for. But because you have changed the item category to stock transport or stock transfer, it's asking you, oh, it's not a purchase, it's a stock transfer between plants. So the supplying plant is San Francisco. And at what price? Say $10. Okay. Save it. So here is our purchase requisition, which was created not as a standard purchase requisition, but as a stock transfer purchase requisition. So which is this step here. So every day or every week, the Chicago plant's planner will be creating these requirements. Oh, I need 100 pounds of coffee. I need 1000 pounds of coffee. So all the requirements are being tracked as purchase requisitions. And this purchase requisition will not be converted to a purchase order that goes out to a vendor 4001. Why? Because we know that the Chicago plant does not have any relation with the vendor, say, sitting in Africa. Because we know it's going to be more expensive if the vendor directly supplies us. Instead, San Francisco plant is going to be the supplier of coffee. And that's why we have created this purchase requisition as a stock transport purchase requisition. How did we do that? We did that by changing the item category, and thereby the system asked us to specify the supplying plant. So we have entered the item category as U for stock transfer and supplying plant as San Francisco. That was just a requisition. That doesn't mean that San Francisco is going to provide the goods. For San Francisco to provide the goods, you have to create an order. How do you do that? Go click on purchase requisitions. And what's the purchase requisition number? And let me look at my purchase requisitions. This is my purchase requisition. You can just go here by looking at my purchase requisitions and then drag and drop it here. So that's the data from the purchase requisition for 1000 pounds of coffee, and it's in U, which means it's meant for a stock transport order. So in this case, we don't need a vendor, right? What do we need? We need a stock transport order. Now it doesn't ask you for a vendor. It automatically picks the supplying plant from the purchase requisition. And from this point onwards, all we have to do is do two things. Do a goods receipt, do a goods issue. Goods issue at the supplying plant, goods receipt in San Francisco, the receiving plant. Right? So linking the STO to requirements is something that you cannot do here, but you can do that here using the stock transport order. Now, there are some more differences between using transfer posting versus stock transport order, but in order for us to understand it, we have to understand the concept of delivery, which is an SD, sales and distribution concept. Since that is cross-functional customization, I don't want to discuss creation of stock transport order using deliveries. Now, since this course is more about inventory management, we're not going to go too much into stock transport order, but instead start to focus more on some of the other things that we can do in inventory management.